Get ready to start jumping up and down like idiots.
I may not be the world's greatest lover, but 17th place isn't half bad.
It's Madamus of the Back Library, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator, streaming throughout every week. Retro and modern game stream. Watch him fail. Yapping stream. He'll call you pretty. Karaoke stream. Prepare your ear holes. Movie and TV watch-along stream. Definitely not infringing copyright. Definitely. Bonus gorilla stream. Watch them for Harambe. If you don't watch live, Chibi Madamus will cry. Is that not enough? If you don't watch live, the dinosaurs will go extinct again.
Don't blame me, I did not authorize any of this.
Plus, why watch Madamus of the Back Library for free when you can pay for it?
I'd like to talk to you about our special financing options.
YouTube channel memberships starting at one incredibly low price.
Less than all your favorite prescription drugs.
And Madamus will moan the name of anyone who becomes a member live.
Wait, what?
New schedule posted weekly on X and YouTube. Go read it.
Back that up. What's this about moaning?
All streams scheduled in Eastern Time, God's favorite time zone.
When did I ever agree to moan every member's name?
Always streaming horizontal, never vertical, just the way you like it.
Quit changing the subject.
Follow, subscribe, like, watch, do the things, have the fun.
Okay, fine, as long as I'm getting paid.
Madamus of the Back Library.
Greetings, brohams, what the dillio? Welcome to the Back Library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Hail to the chat. Welcome in, Judd. Welcome in, Emilio. Welcome in, Twin Opinion. Welcome in, Fenris Huegos. And Shy Siren, thank you for stopping by to say hi. By the way, chat, Shy Siren is not here. She is currently streaming herself. She is doing a collab for an Elden Ring thing. Let me grab her link. We love the Shy Siren. She is a friend of the channel. So if, you know, as much as I say, hey, go watch someone else, I shouldn't say, you know, hey, go watch someone else. Yeah, you know, we love the Shy Siren. So if y'all get bored with this, there is a great place for you to go tonight. Let me just grab that link. Why does I got a mouse I love and the wheel on it does not work correctly? Okay, I'm going to grab, this is the link to the stream she is currently doing. Elden Ring Part 5 with Jay Stevenson. So yeah, if you get bored with me, go watch Siren. We love her. Always want to see her growing. In my defense, I like them all. I hate streaming, man. I get that. No worries. No worries. No worries. And as far as the Blu-ray on the poll, you'll notice I lumped it in with 4K UHD, even though I am not a fan of the 4K UHD format, but they are connected at the hip. 4K discs are Blu-rays. They just have added an additional layer capability to them, and they use a different codec or set of codecs for the 4K presentation for the HDR. But yeah, I see Blu-rays winning. I am a Blu-ray fan. That said, I still love DVD because DVD really gave us a golden age of special features and alternate versions and home video. I think that was really the early days, not like first days, but like those first, probably until before Blu-ray came around, probably until like 2005, DVD was just so banger. Oh, excuse me, man, throat's already going. What's up? Welcome in, Jake Chin. Welcome in. Who is Marsha Lucas? Man, I can't speak. Marsha Lucas. Even the menus are better on DVD. I'll come back to that, Judd. Yes. DVD generally had better special features. DVD generally had much better menus. Video quality, I mean, Blu-ray can't be touched on that. But no, agreed. In fact, I used to judge a lot of DVDs on how good their menus were. I used to love, like, the James Bond movies. The original James Bond special edition releases from MGM. Those menus were a thing of beauty, y'all. They were so interactive to the point that sometimes it even got annoying. But the menus were something special. Yeah. Oh, you used to love making DVD menus for people. You know, I used to make them with my custom DVDs. The ones I did for my Star Wars discs, I was really happy with. I like the menus on Blu-ray. They have good menus on Blu-ray. It depends. There are some menus where they seem to have... You've got some companies and some menus where they really do a good job, but it seems like a lot of laziness has crept in. So you got a lot of companies like MGM and Warner Brothers who now just do these really plain cookie cutter menus. So it really varies from company to company. And I will say the Blu-ray menus, little less interactive. However, Blu-rays do have the pop-up menu. They do have the pop-up menu that you could pop up in the middle of a movie to access different audio options and chapters and subtitles and even special features without having to exit the movie and go back to the main menu. That is, again, a major selling point when studios do it correctly. I always have to add that because there's some, even some of my favorite third-party companies don't do a good job with it. It just really depends. But no, I agree. I do like the JavaScript script menus. I like to Java Jive and it loves me. Marsha Lucas. Oh, let's go ahead and start with a little bit of sad news. Marsha Lucas is was the ex-wife of George Lucas. She passed away apparently today, the age of 80 from cancer. I don't know what type of cancer or anything like that. Marsha Lucas is the woman who saved Star Wars. By all accounts, the original rough cut of Star Wars is a disaster. And then Marsha Lucas came in and she took a hatchet to that sucker. Marsha Lucas is the reason that Star Wars, the original movie, A New Hope, whatever you want to call it, is as punchy as it is. Marsha Lucas will be missed, indeed. She also edited Empire, and she's credited with editing Return of the Jedi. But at that point, she was going through a divorce with George Lucas. So I don't know how much editing she did on Return of the Jedi, because it never stuck the landing. You look at Star Wars and Empire, it was George Lucas, Marsha Lucas, and Gary Kurtz was the producer. Gary Kurtz was gone for Return of the Jedi, and Marsha Lucas was all but gone. Luciano, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, so R.I.P. Rest in peace, Marsha Lucas. You know, you're the unsung hero. I mean, you got an Oscar for editing Star Wars, and you deserved it. You're the unsung hero there. Everyone says George Lucas. There's a reason. I'm gonna say the reason even the prequels don't measure up to the original trilogy. That magic. You didn't have Marsha Lucas to cut the thing, and you didn't have Gary Kurtz to reel George Lucas in. George Lucas needed to be reeled in, and when it came to the prequels, he was surrounded by yes men. He was surrounded by people that no matter what he did, he's just so amazing. Judge Dredd, Blu-ray #1. You know, welcome in, Teddy Belcher. Welcome in. You know, I don't own Judge Dredd. Either version. I wish I had the newer one with Carl Urban, because I do know that is a banger 3D Blu-ray. That is a banger 3D presentation. If you've got a 3D TV chat or some way to watch 3D, Dredd is a really, really, really great 3D disc. If it's still available, I should look into that. We'll check that tonight. We will check that. Every Star movie ends up on TV. Anyway, that's true. Everything ends up on TV. But tonight we're going to be judging. You saw the title. We're doing a ranking stream. We're doing a yapping stream about Blu-rays. I'm going to be ranking a lot of the Blu-rays in the library. Ones that I've checked out well enough, because there are a number of things I've fallen behind. There are a lot of things in my library that I have not gotten around to watching. They're just taking up shelf space. So obviously I'm not going to rank that. We're going to be ranking them mostly on Blu-ray quality, not on where I rank the movie itself. That said, at some point I might do a movie ranking stream. I might do some of my favorite movies ranking stream, because that seems like it automatically fits. But yeah, tonight we're just going to rank some Blu-rays, quality of them, see if any actually get S tier. I think some of you are going to be shocked at how low I rank a lot of titles. A lot of the stuff that I tell people you should run out and buy right now are things that I will be putting on like the C tier. Because even though you should buy them right now, that doesn't mean there aren't things wrong with them. What else should we talk about tonight before we get into this? What else? I mean, it's true. Twin opinion. I'll spoil one right now. I always tell everyone, when you see a good price on that Star Trek, the original 6-movie collection, the current one, that's the 4K Blu-ray combo pack, it is well worth picking up. But that ain't going to be an S-tier title. There are things wrong with that set. Paramount screws the pooch in many different directions. Don't screw the pooch. Leave it alone. I'm curious, does bootlegs count? Not saying that you have any. For this, I'm going to say no. I'm not going to count bootlegs with a ranking thing like this. Do I have any bootlegs? Not on Blu-ray. I've got some old bootleg DVDs from years ago. I've got some, before I did my own custom restoration of the Star Wars trilogy, I got an old Laserdisc to DVD bootleg set of that. I've got one of the, gazillion Song of the South DVD bootlegs out there. I'm not a fan of I don't keep them on the shelf, though. Anything that was bootlegged, I never have kept on the shelf. I have one bootleg that's a PAL release, and I didn't know it was bootleg. And I still don't know if it's bootleg. I have read so many conflicting things, but I've got an old Phantasm 2 release on DVD. It is factory pressed. It is 3 discs. And it's really nice packaging. But from what I understand now, years later, it's a bootleg. Or maybe it's 2 discs. I don't know how many discs it was. I really don't remember. But it was back at a time when you couldn't get Phantasm 2 on DVD, and I was trying to find a copy of it because it was sort of stuck in a rights thing. Universal had it, and they wouldn't license it out, so Anchor Bay in the U.S. had released movies 1, 3, and 4, and the second one was missing. We are going to be ranking one of the Phantasm sets, one of the box sets. And Phantasm 2 is going to be the reason that it falls lower than it should. And there's a much better version of Phantasm 2 out now, but it is in another box set that had god-awful packaging, which I don't own. And then when the company that owns it or owned it then, Wellgo USA, when they then reissued it outside of the box set, they completely screwed up the disc. I don't know how that works, but it happened. Daylin, welcome in. Welcome. Just dropping by for a moment to say hello and wish you all a good stream. Hey, thank you for stopping by to say hi, Daylin. You have a wonderful night. Appreciate you as always. We'll see you later. Let me get a quick hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Oh, last night, I misinterpreted something, a post, and then I sort of was wrong on stream. I had seen a post by Tim Sweeney of Epic Games, and I misread it. I didn't know that he was attacking Valve/Steam for raising their prices on the Steam Deck. I thought he was defending it, but then I saw everyone was taking him to the woodshed over it, and I reread it, and apparently he was actually condemning them, saying, how these mega yachts can't buy themselves. And at that point, I'm just really even more thinking, maybe you should sit this one out. You're the guy who never takes a single pay cut, but will fire all of his staff over and over again. So maybe you shouldn't be chiming in on this, on whether prices go up and down on anything, like ever. Glad to see you're hydrating to keep up the self-care, good sir. Oh, I'm going to try. I didn't get enough sleep last night. Unfortunately, I had errands to run today, and that exhausted my voice a little bit again. So my apologies if my voice seems a bit rough. Hopefully I'll rest well over the weekend. Hopefully when I go into my side gig on Sunday, that doesn't devolve into anything bad, because I do have the feeling I am going to be, like I said, called into the office either for a self-defense session or to be fired or something. I don't know. I'm still going to contend I did nothing wrong. And if they try to, like I said right now, not to go too far off topic, we're not on a topic, not to go too far off topic anyway, if it's another case where they want me to sign a sheet, which is like an admission of wrongdoing, ain't happening. Good news is that will give me more time to stream. Same. I took a nap earlier during a world record stream. I know which one you're talking about. Anyway, see you later. Yeah, also our friend, Moo, who did my emotes. I don't know if she's still streaming, but she was doing a world... I'm going to see if she is. I'm just curious. It's her birthday, or yesterday was her birthday, but she was sort of celebrating it today. Moo, Moo, she did my emotes, most of them. All but four of my emotes. I always forget the Prego stick. Let me see if she's still going. Is she still If she's still going, then I gotta just say, wow. Holy Hannah! Yep, she's still going. She is over 8 hours in. She is over 8 hours in. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and post her link. She is doing a world record attempt at something called Dolly's Factory. I don't know if that's part of Roblox or what, but she's doing some sort of a world record attempt. Trying to something zone 560. I don't know what this is. Over level 200 now. Wow. Yeah. Here's the link. There's the link to Moo's stream. Yeah, I think I know she was in there. I forget how much farther, but over 200. Man, oh man, oh man. Yeah, she's trying to get 560. She's in the 200s. So, again, if you get bored with me, feel free to head over and send Moo some love as well, because we want to see her continue to grow and whatnot. We love Moo. What else should I mention? I kind of got thrown off there for a second. You're not boring, I'm vested. No. You know what I mean, Daylin. I did the same thing with Shy Siren's link earlier because she's doing a collab right now. You know what I mean. If the Blu-ray thing ain't for you, you want to watch some gaming, there's some great people to support. What else was I going to mention real quickly? I was there's sub 100 before my nap, so gotcha. I popped in, but I had to lurk. I popped in when I finally got home from the stuff I did today, but yeah. Let me see if there were any other headlines. I know there was some stuff that I'd seen earlier that was of note. Why did man boobs pop up on my Twitter feed? Oh, something, I don't know what it is that's going on, but I already hate it. NVIDIA and Windows today, apparently, tweeted out the exact same message. They tweeted out, both of them, Windows official account on the Twitter and NVIDIA, their official account, a new era of PC. 25.0528, 121.5990. I don't know what it is, but it sound anytime any of these companies says that and is saying it jointly, it is not going to be a good thing for consumers. It's a safe bet. It's a safe bet that they're going to do something else to just make sure that my PC is no longer my PC, but their PC. Anything else? Let me see. What am I missing here? Fable, the reboot of Fable, which if you've seen the screenshots and the way they've kind of uggoed all the characters like a lot, I don't think it's something a lot of people have been really looking forward to. There's a few people I see mention it, but I think Fable, the reboot of Fable, it's a safe bet. It's gonna be another part of the another one of the something along the lines of Marathon and everything else that is just, you know, circling the drain. Apparently, Xbox has now delayed it until February of 2027. I cannot speak for video games, but in terms of movies, and I've said this before, February is where you used to, where distributors used to send movies to die. Movies that they had no expectations for, they used to send to February, where there'd be no competition, where A, there'd be no real competition, and B, if they really sucked, they'd be less likely to be seen. So it was sort of a, hey, maybe this will turn out to do really well, or hopefully no one will notice it. Yeah, in fact, they're saying here, Xbox, we're moving Fable to February 2027 so it can have the dedicated moment it deserves. They're saying it's to give them more time to work on the game and avoid the crowded holiday season. The only reason they'd be trying to avoid the holiday season is because they expect it to bomb during the holiday season because it's not that great. Until we meet again. Hey, have a good night, Daylin. Appreciate you as always. So yeah, there's Fable. Yeah, so if anyone's looking forward to that, I hope it turns out really well. I hope it turns out to be a great game, but I see something like that and my first thought is, yep. This is a sign. This is a big sign. Anything else on the thingy? Anything else on the thingy that I missed? Did I repost anything else that was there? Oh, Fillion! The VTuber Fillion. A lot of you, some of you may have heard, the VTuber Fillion kind of sort of just, like, disappeared. All of her social media was scrubbed. She was just gone. No one knew where she was, and I don't know, a lot of people seem to be worried, or maybe everyone knew and they've just been really good at keeping a lid on it. If that's the case, that's impressive. But I guess there's a website out, FillianIsLost.com, which was her handle on the Twitter, and it's got a countdown. 88:26:40 at that point, and get notified youremail.com. I don't know, and it says phase 1. It's now at 68:28:15. So it sounds like, I mean, either this is a really big ruse or she is relaunching in a big way in just under 70 hours, chat. Because it is counting down. I'm looking at it right now. Maybe I'll pull it up on screen when we get to the other PC. But the way it says phase 1, there's a part of me that wonders if this isn't going to be a phase connect thing. If phase connect has cut a deal and drafted Fillion, in my eyes, that's a big get. That's a big deal. That's a big get. I just kind of thought of some thing really interesting. Is Fable and GTA kind of the same game? I don't know if they're really the same game. I don't know enough about Fable. I know Fable, I think it's an open world RPG. So you got the open world RPG versus the open world crime simulator? But it's a similar situation potentially. Now, GTA, they are still insisting GTA 6 is coming out at Christmas. They're still insisting that's coming out in November. I don't know that I believe that. I really don't know that I believe that. I think GTA, and it could be. It could be. I still think GTA 6 is going to wind up being one of the biggest boondoggles of gaming there's been. I just think it's one of those things they've boxed themselves into a corner where it can never live up to expectations. Like any number of games that were delayed, or believed even to be canceled, and then suddenly resurrected, and then delayed. And Duke Nukem Forever took 14 years, excuse me. From the announcement to the final release, it was 14 years for Duke Nukem Forever, and it didn't hold a candle to expectations. It just came and went with a whisper. They just kind of, it feels like it was just kind of put out there like, okay, hell with it. Let's just cash grab the people who were going to grab it. I know there have been other games. That game took 14 years. Yes, Greg, but it went through. I mean, there was the whole buying and selling of 3D of the property. I forgot who it was, who the jerk was, who bought it just so he could run into the ground. I forget the name of the company. If anyone wants to remind me, you can. But yeah, it was announced, and then 3D Realms kind of like went under. And it got bought, and here, I'll look it up. Who owned it? Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah, in fact, there was a musical number. There was a meme, an early internet meme, where they had a bunch of dancing Duke Nukem characters to the song, to the Jesse from Full House and the Beach Boys singing that, if every word you said could make me laugh, I'd talk forever, or whatever it was, the Forever song. I'm not a boomer. I just remember the meme. Wikipedia. We'll look up on there. Who owns it? Who owns it? Come on. Gearbox. Yeah, it was So that's the thing. It was finally released by Gearbox. And, of course, Gearbox has the Duke Nukem IP, and they do absolutely nothing with it. They've got an IP that is just ripe for harvesting, and they don't do anything with it, and they also won't sell it. I don't know what the heck their problem is. I agree with you. There are many video game GTA. Sorry for the cap. No, you're good. I didn't notice the caps. You're fine. Hydration break. I need to hydrate again. My throat is bad, y'all. God, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. But I think that's it. I think that's all I saw news-wise. I know I've seen some stuff which are talking about games now are costing between $70 to $80. Half the games are remakes. And every game that launches is unfinished and need of months of patches. And I tell you, it's a good point, this thing that it was Pirate Nation putting out, but they nailed it. I don't mind. I don't really mind. I don't like it, but I can live with the fact that new games are being priced in the $70 range. Mentally, I can accept that. I think it sucks, but I can accept that. What I can't accept is this idea that every game being released anymore seems like it's being released unfinished. It's coming out early access, or it's coming out from a AAA studio and just needing massive amounts of patching. To me, that is unacceptable. If you're buying a $70 game, the day it releases is the day it should be a finished product. Any patching or updates that need to be done should really just be some fine-tuning, if that. And even that shouldn't be there. Lurking, thank you for lurking, Judd. Appreciate it. Also, the comment that was made about every game wanting to be live service. Yeah, that's another thing. To me, if I pay $70 for a game, it should not be required to connect to the internet ever. There should be no question that I should be able to play it completely offline. And again, without any need for patching or anything, or verification or whatever. It sets such a low bar for games quality if they could get patched into playability. Yeah. And I didn't used to mind it as much with PC. I started minding it more when it became the norm for consoles too. PC, it was like, okay, fine, whatever. You need to do patches probably because of compatibility issues or things like that with Windows or whatever. But yeah, that's just not the case. It's, sucks. $70 for a game like Baldur's Gate or Final Fantasy 16 that have multiple voice actors and thousands of people working on it. I understand. Exactly. 70 for a lot of others makes no sense. Agreed. Yeah, I don't, like I said, I can see justification for the price tag. But again, if that price tag's going to be there, I expect it to be a finished product. And I hate, and I've said this on other streams, I hate this idea of then having a physical copy that isn't truly a physical copy because it has to be patched the moment you buy it. I shouldn't have to be worried. I don't have any consoles, but I shouldn't have to worry about driving down to Target, buying a game, and then having to patch it the moment I get it home. That should not be a thing. I do know industry margins have sunk really sunk really low since 360 days. Yeah. You know, it's fun. We really are in an indie era, aren't we? We really are in the era of indies. The problem that we've got now is with these indies that pretend, these fake indies like Mixtape, where they try to convince everyone it's an indie game, and then you look at it and it's just got all these big bankrollers behind it. It was never indie. It was only indie as in so much as you didn't slap a label on it. It's not a physical copy. It's a physical CD key. Yeah, no. 100. It should be able to play. That's another thing. Yeah, it should be able to play 100% off the CD, off of the mini, the SD, whatever. It should not be just a CD. In fact, Duke Nukem Forever. This was my first experience with Steam. My first experience with Steam is a physical copy of Duke Nukem Forever. And it's also not a physical copy of Duke Nukem Forever. I remember my parents getting it for me from Walmart and opened it up, and there's a CD in it, a DVD or a CD, one of the two. And there is a Steam key. And the moment you start installing it, I had to create a Steam account and put in the Steam key. And half of the game was on the disc. The other half had to be downloaded from Steam. That was not a physical copy. And that was really where I stopped buying physical copies, because I used to buy like the physical, as far as PC gaming, because I used to buy, except for like older stuff, obviously, legacy stuff. I used to buy the new Lego games whenever they came out. And then I remember buying Lego Avengers and Marvel Avengers. And I opened it up, and it was one where it required the Steam connection. And thankfully, I was able to, wheel and deal or scheme or something, or parents helped me or something to get it refunded at Walmart. Because of the internet connectivity thing. Even though we could have done it, we just didn't want to deal with it. I couldn't justify it, and thankfully they had the same mindset of, this isn't really a physical copy of a game now, is it? No, it's not. Do I have Lego Avengers now on Steam? Yeah, I do. I got it probably on Fanatical or something in a bundle. I think. I don't know. But yeah, no, 100, and it sucks. I don't like the way... It's so weird because I love so many things that are happening in gaming, like the Neo Geo AES Plus. I think that is really beyond things Analog have done and beyond what Mod Retro's doing with their Mod Retro 64, beyond all these, beyond even the Atari 7800 Plus, although that comes close. I think the Neo Geo AES Plus is a great direction for reviving retro gaming, but as far as modern gaming is concerned, Madamus is not happy. I'm not the audience, but I'm not the audience in part because I'm not happy. I keep wondering, I keep asking myself, would I be willing to buy a Switch if I knew everything I bought on Switch could be played from the cartridge, or from the little memory SD thing immediately without needing for any patching, without needing for anything online? I don't know if I would, but I'd be more likely to. I'd be much more likely to say, let me put a Switch on Throne, and then maybe we could do some stuff streaming with that. but I just won't do it the way that it is. And I know a lot of people absolutely swear by their Switches, like our friend Lawnmower Girl, and this isn't any disparaging to them. It's just a disparaging of the industry. I don't like where it's heading, and then you factor in the rising component costs. Where it's becoming a rich man's. I've said this every stream lately. It's becoming. Gaming is becoming geared for the rich. Gaming is becoming geared for the rich. When you're looking at those Steam Decks being $1,000, and if the writing is on the wall that the Gabe Cube is now going to be over 1,000, average people can't do that. I mean, they can, but I don't think they're going to. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely misreading things, chat. Maybe I really am misreading things. We should get into the Blu-rays. What else was I going... Okay, before we get into the Blu-rays, let's talk about the schedule for next week, chat. I've already got ready to go. Everything is ready. Everything is ready for next week, except for the waiting rooms. All the thumbnails are ready. Yeah, get ready to fail again. Woo! First things first, on Monday, it is the full moon stream. We're going to be continuing the cringe fest of Super Seducer. So, get psyched, or something, say so lotion, something. On Tuesday, more Phantasy Star. Because more Phantasy Star. On Wednesday, my games dealer tells me that this is Forza 6. I do not know if it's Forza 6, but we're going to play it. We're going to play it. It's also compatible with the Power Glove, so I don't know. Is Forza 6 supposed to be compatible with the Power Glove? Is it supposed to be? Because it should be. I don't have a Power Glove, but apparently this version of Forza 6 is definitely compatible with the Power Glove. It's so bad. Thursday, we're going to pick up more Broken Sword. I am really enjoying this. I am enjoying Broken Sword. I enjoyed that more last night than I did the first time I ever played this game. When I first played this game, I was sort of in the mindset of, I don't get why this is so popular. I don't get why this is one of those point clicks that everyone always mentions in the same breath of The Secret of Monkey Island. I still don't consider it that tier, but I think it's really, really top tier, and I'm really, really enjoying myself, and I'm looking forward to continuing and possibly finishing it. We'll see how it goes. I did look up at a guide for a hint on one thing, because I was stuck on that goat last night, so we'll, try that. And on Friday, next Friday, not today, next Friday, more retro game unboxing. We're going to unbox some more modern reissues from Retrobit, Limited Run, and Strictly Limited. And we'll do another OG release that I happen to have on hand. And the Strictly Limited title is the big grand collector's edition of Mad Stalker Full Metal Fourth. I hope I love this game as much as I love the package that I have not opened. I hope that I love this game as much as I love that package, because I love that package. It's a package that is not going to be easy to fit on a shelf, and I love it. Everything about it. I love it. Anything else to mention? Oh, some future streaming stuff. Future F Tier Friday, we're going to do, sounds like, oh, it's a big package. Okay, it's a Genesis game that's in a package like a Neo Geo case. If you've ever seen a Neo Geo case, it's like the size of 3 or 4 Genesis cases combined. They're kind of big. It is girthy. There is some girth. That sounded weird. I also, some other retro gaming stuff. In addition to doing Hide on an F Tier Friday, I already said this the other day, I do have a copy of Super Hide on the way on Sega Genesis. Someone on Twitter told me, don't worry, it's better than Hide. I don't believe you. We'll see. We'll see if it's F tier, but we're going to do the high glide. Yay! Apparently the Japanese like it. I don't get it. And I listened to, I mentioned Lawnmower Girl earlier. I listened to Lonnie. I found an acceptable price for a loose cartridge in good shape of seventh, I think it's Seventh Saga on SNES, which is from Enix before they were Square Enix, because I looked at it and it looks like it's right up my alley. It looks like it's a that type of traditional JRPG or something like an Illusion of Gaia. So I'm looking forward to streaming that after I clean it up sometime. I mean, after we do Phantasy Star and probably something else in between there. Anything else? I don't know of anything else. I don't know of anything else, man. Let me just check one thing real quick, and then we will. Why do I have an alert here? What's this alert? What's this notification? I don't see anything with this notification. Okay. Let me see where this pulls out. Ooh, someone voted for VHS and Laserdisc. I gotta get my Laserdisc player repaired. Whoever voted for VHS and Laserdisc, I'm giving you, you know, I can't do it with my model, but you're getting a thumbs up because I do like the Laserdisc. And of course, VHS just, you know, close to the heart. Jennifer, welcome in. Happy Friday. Hope you are doing well. We're just doing the yappy yap before the thing we're supposed to do, which is more yappy yap. But welcome. Seventh Guest, is that a CDI video game? Oh, this isn't Seventh Guest. I think you're right, though. I think Seventh Guest was on CDI, too. There is a PC version. We might do the PC version at some point for point and click. No, this is Seventh Saga, I think is what it's called. It's a top-down JRPG. So sort of like Phantasy Star. You're doing well. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Well, kick back. We're just going to yap. So, you know, I don't know if it's ASMR or not. I'm sure some people fall asleep. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Let me head into the browser rune. The browser rune. I think there... Oh! One last thing I do want to mention just real quick before we head to the browser. In fact, let me see where it was. There is an interesting... I mentioned this just the other day. I'm going to mention it again because we're talking Blu-rays. It is coming out July 14th, but there is going to be a Blu-ray 4K combo from Lionsgate. I don't know if there will be video issues with it. I can't say to that. But they are releasing Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, which is the re-edit of Kill Bill into a seamless movie, plus some additional animated segments that Tarantino wanted added in, and I guess less censorship. So yeah, finally Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair. I don't know if I'll ever prefer it to the individual versions of the movies, because I do feel that the tone between Volume 1 and Volume 2 is different. But, I, for one, am looking forward to it. Oh, Saga, I thought you said yes. No. Seventh Saga. What was it? Okay, I'm going to have to check. I got to check. I got to make sure it was Seventh Saga. Let me make sure it was called Seventh Saga. What's this? I don't know what that is. I'm just looking at something. Break. 3D. Valgus Break. Okay, that's not an actual Hammer film, is it? That's a Hammer present. Just a moment. Let me open this up. I want to see if this is an actual Hammer, if this a Hammer Presents. 3D. I don't know what this one is. Huh. There's a Hammer set coming out called Breaking the Circle. And I don't know anything. Oh! Okay, it is. It is. It felt like Volume 1 was a lot grittier. Agreed. Yeah, definitely different tones. A lot, punchier too. It was a lot faster paced. The second one was the second one felt more like a spaghetti western than the first one. The first one felt more like a Shaw Brothers martial artsy thing. The first one felt more martial artsy. The second one felt more spaghetti western. No, there's some Hammer film. I guess it's one of their crime thrillers called Breaking the Circle, which is getting a 3-disc release pretty soon. 1 4K and 2 Blu-rays. Painstakingly restored from the original film negative. It's a UK release, so I'd have to import it. Probably not going to. Just, sorry, it caught my eye. Caught my eye. Now, let me make sure it was called Seventh Saga. Before I do anything else, let me make sure that game that's on the way for streaming purposes, well, in addition to for the library. Yes, the Seventh Saga. I don't know what happened to Sagas 1 through 6 and number 8 and 9, but we've got the 7th. That was a dumb joke. And on that note, let's head into the browser room. Door transition. Yes, I just noticed that Wednesday is dancing. I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, let me switch over to the tier list first of all, before we do this, before we start looking through the library again. We've done the library look a long time ago. Okay, so here will be the tier list. S, A, B, C, D, and F. Do not expect there to be too many F-tier titles from the back library. Unlike gaming, I can't say I have a lot of F-tier movies, because usually if a Blu-ray is that bad, Madamus does not have it in the library. That said, don't expect many S-tier either. There might be 1 or 2 F-tier. I know there would be with DVD. If we were doing a DVD ranking, you'd be much more likely to get, Madamus would be much more likely to give you some F-tier, because there's some beggars can't be choosers DVDs. But usually when it came to Blu-ray, it would always be a case for me of, well, if it's that bad, I'll just keep the DVD, obviously, if there was a DVD. I guess we'll find out. Let me do another quick hydration break. Gotta drink. Take a drink. Hydrate. Okay. I'm going to just pick out some random titles. I am going to pick a page. Actually, I'm going to start right here. No, I'm not. I'm going to pick a random page. I'm just going to pick page 10. I should have started from the start, but we're going to go page 10. Okay. This is a good page to start with. Because here we've got 3 flavors, right? We got 4 flavors of, or 3 flavors of Ghost in the Shell of just the first movie. Yeah, the back library does have 3 different versions of Ghost in the Shell. There are reasons. So the first edition I'm going to mention real quick is almost more of an outlier. And if you can find this Blu-ray, so if you've never seen Ghost in the Shell, I'm not going to be ranking the movies, but I'm going to we'll do movie rankings some other day. But Ghost in the Shell, the anime, the movie, is a classic. It's a great movie. It's really, if you like things like Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell's, right up your alley. That said, there are 2 unique versions of Ghost in the Shell. There is the theatrical cut, and there is a 2.0 version. For whatever reason, Mamoru Oshii, I'm probably mispronouncing his name, he decided to revisit Ghost in the Shell a la George Lucas. He did this Ghost in the Shell 2.0 version, which is an early Blu-ray release from Anchor Bay with the Beyond High Definition logo. Some of the changes were computer displays were changed from the green color to the orange color of the sequel movie, Innocence. There was a little bit of changes to the editing. And 2 of the film's most iconic scenes were redone for some unknown reason in 3D CGI animation. The scene where, at the beginning, before the credits, where Major Kusanagi jumps from the building, was redone in CGI, and the scene where she floats up from the bottom of the water about midway through the film, as she's doing the whole weightless diving thing or whatever, were redone in CGI. So no longer 2D, they look, you know, Toy Story-ish, whatever. I do not know why these things were done. I don't get the director's decision with that. But in any case, I don't know if he regards this as a director's cut even, because this 2.0 version is not available anymore. That's one reason why I am going to say if you can find this, it's worth picking up as a novelty, because it isn't included on any of the modern releases, which I do think is sad. Even though this lurking, okay, enjoy your lurk. Even though this version kind of sucks, I don't want it to be forgotten, so I wish it was included on the modern Blu-ray. That said, the Blu-ray itself is not that great. If you look at the specs on this, it is an AVC encode, which is okay. DTS HD audio for the 6.1 mix and a 2.0 LPCM. Japanese DTS HD LPCM. The audio was okay. But there was some weirdness in the mixing. I could say that 6.1 mix of the surround mix did some weird stuff with some of the dialogue. There were some points of dialogue where it came exclusively from the rear speakers. So depending on how your setup was, you might completely miss some lines of dialogue. There's also mistakes on the cover. It claims to include the making of Ghost in the Shell 2.0. I don't know if this is an old cover or a new cover. I think they updated it. Because this feature right there is not included. It includes the theatrical cut as a special feature, but it includes it in standard definition. And I can tell you, the standard definition copy that was included on this Blu-ray, I didn't think it looked as good as the prior Blu-ray release from the same company, from Anchor Bay Manga. Manga was bought by Star. They were all part of the same family. Or maybe it's the interview that's missing. I know it's... Welcome back. I know it's missing some of the... I know the features are not accurate on this. In fact, let me look up the review. It might say it. It might say it. Let me go down. What did they say with the picture quality? They gave it that. I didn't like the video quality on this. It looked to me like it had been softened a lot. I mean, the movie's always had a soft look. It's always had a soft look, but I think it really looked more soft with this one. And there's an example of how they redid some of the computer terminal stuff. They turned it from green to orange, yellowish, so it would match the sequel movie. Goes to the show. Yeah, okay. It does have the making of. Okay, what? However, the commentary. Okay, so it's the commentary track that's missing. It says it's got an audio commentary. It does not include it. It does include the theatrical cut, but it's in 1080i. Audio quality, I disagree with this review totally. Because like I said, the surround sound, especially on the English dub, and I do like the English dub. I always have liked the English dub on this movie. I think it's very good. It's a very active mix, but yeah, some of that dialogue is really messed up. Let me see if Capsaholic has some screens comparisons for that too. Capsaholic.com. Really? Let's try www. Oh, I put Capaholic. There we go. Oh, is there... Oh, yeah, there's a new 4K out of Alice in Wonderland. I forgot about that. Oh, there's the new mechanic. Okay, don't, Madamus. Don't. Ooh, but maybe. I might look at that. I might pull that one up later. Okay. Browse all. Let me find Ghost in the Shell real quick. Let's see if it's on here. Okay, Ghost in the Shell. Let's see if they've got... No, they don't show the 2.0 on there. They do not show the 2.0 on here. That's unfortunate. But let me look at a copy of the theatrical cut real quick. Just to see on the softness. Full screen. Okay. Come on, okay. 4K. Okay, that is the that would be the Blu-ray versus the 4K. Yeah, the movie's always had a naturally soft look. I was right about that. So Ghost in the Shell 2.0 is one of these Blu-rays that's for as a novelty. Apparently used, you could get it for $3.79. I don't know what it goes for new with that version. But let me copy the image and let's start building this tier list. It is not a good Blu-ray in my opinion. It's an older Blu-ray and it's just not... I don't like it. I just don't like the quality on this one. It's not... I almost feel like C's being generous. Because I don't like the quality of the theatrical cut on it. I've never thought the 2.0 version looked that great. I don't like the sound mix, although I think the sound mix, yeah, it's an issue on other. What do I mean by soft? What I mean is that the image is naturally not very sharp. Let me open it up. Again, hold on. Okay, let me full screen it. The image is, let me zoom this out a bit. The image is just naturally a little bit fuzzy. It doesn't look super sharp. It just naturally, you could see like a little bit of color bleeding around the edges. It just looks like slightly out of focus. The more out of focus, the softer it is. The more in focus, the harder, the sharper it is. So soft focus, it looks just more slightly out of focus. Welcome in, Winolo Tonolo. Welcome in, Justice for Film Grain. Oh, I can't stand things that are over degrained. I want 100%. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, so it just naturally, I mean, it looks sharp enough, but it does look just, it's got a naturally soft look, a naturally unfocused look. Ghost in the Shell 2, let me look at their screenshots too. I want to look at theirs. Yeah, you mentioned Justice for Film Grain. That's a good point with this because I'm not seeing any film grain. Like that anti-alias look. A little bit. More like almost just like like maybe it's got a piece of cloth between you and the screen. Like right now, here's a shot. You can see how this looks just slightly fuzzy. Like maybe you're looking at it through glasses that aren't cleaned. But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Winolo Tonolo. No, sometimes they skimp out on bitrate and the encoding just smooths every... Oh yeah, 100. Yep. Bitrate matters. And the bitrate on this one, you know, for a 90-minute movie or an 80-something minute movie, 83, I can't say 22.9 megabytes per second is bad. I'd say it's average, but it does look more smooth. Yeah. Glowing ore around. Yeah, some scenes have likewise. Yeah, I don't. And the aforementioned, save for the aforementioned banding. Yeah, there's some banding in this too. It's been a long time since I've watched this version of Ghost in the Shell, the 2.0 release, which is my least favorite. I do not think it's F tier. I'm putting it D tier. I love the movie. I don't like that version, and I don't like this Blu-ray. Real quickly doing the others. We'll do the 35th anniversary edition, or 25th? So this is the 25th anniversary edition of Ghost in the Shell, which I think, is it still available? That must be a secondary seller. It's never been expensive. It was also from Stars, Manga, Anchor Bay, whatever you want to call them. This one is just the theatrical cut. And this Blu-ray, I could tell you, was a letdown for a few. First of all, much healthier bitrate. Nick Gamer, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are having a good night. Much healthier bitrate on this edition. 29, almost 30 megabytes. The audio on this one, they skimped a bit. The other was a DTS 6.1 and LPCM 2.0 on both the Japanese and English dubs. This one was Japanese just 2.0 and English just 5.1. And I can tell you it's got the same issue with the DTS, the English dub. I remember specifically there are some lines of dialogue which seem to be focused at the rear speakers. So depending on how your speaker setup is, you might not hear things. I remember there was a line from Major Kusanagi that came from behind me, and I couldn't hear it because the way it was mixed on this. Also, something else that really stunk about this edition, for being a 25th anniversary edition, it has 0 special features. The old Stars, Anchor Bay, Manga, DVD special edition had a second disc of extras. The 2.0 release of this movie had extras. This reissue of the theatrical cut for the anniversary, 0 extras. Also, one other thing that I hate that they did with this. This is one of those cases where they put in welcome in, Jordan, welcome in. We are just doing a tier list of some of the Blu-rays that are in the back library. Not ranking the movies themselves, but just a quality of the Blu-ray. So it's basically a yapping ASMR stream, if you want to call it that. Hope you are doing well. One thing that they did with this release is they put this safety zone all around the image. And for some reason, a lot of studios used to do this, especially with animated films, especially with anime, I noticed. And they would do it because TVs used to cut off like 10% of the image. TVs always had a 10% safety, so they would cut off like up to 10% of the image. So you had a few studios start like building that into the picture. Even though by the time we reached HD TVs, you could usually switch the TV to like a full scan mode or whatever so that there wouldn't be any safety. Oh, can you look up Blu-rays of Sesame Street? Sure, in a moment. I don't think there are any Blu-rays of Sesame Street. I'll check. I know there are DVDs. I don't know if there are any of that. But yeah, now picture quality, this is better than the other version. But it's also as bare bones as you can get. So even though I'm going to say this would be my go-to, I have to put this in a D tier too, and I love Ghost in the Shell. Here, let me look that up real quick. Let me see if there's any Sesame Street. Can you sing the Speed Racer theme? You know, we do have rules about saying on topic. I don't know the whole theme song. I just know, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go Speed Racer, go. Let me see real quick. Sesame Street. Okay, the only thing you got on Sesame Street is there's a documentary from Screen Media. That's a low company. Of how we got to Sesame Street. So all you got is a documentary. Look at the history. Is it a BD? No, it's a BD25. I thought it was a recordable. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Just a documentary. That's all you got. Now, the last Blu-ray release of Ghost in the Shell, that documentary talks about the first 20 years of Sesame Street. Does it? Yeah, I've never seen it. I have never seen it. The last edition of Ghost in the Shell to mention is the 4K released from Lionsgate. Lionsgate is never at the top of my list. Now, the good thing about this, kudos to Lionsgate. I got to give them credit. It is a 4K Blu-ray combo, And the Blu-ray is a remaster based on the new 4K master. They did not just repackage the previous Blu-ray disc, which usually they're apt to do. I know they did with their 4K release of Halloween. They might have done that even with their 4K release of The Wicker Man. I think they did. I think they repackaged their Blu-ray of the final cut. And John Stone appears in it via archive full footage. I don't even know who John Stone is. I'm sorry. God, I love this cover. It's a good cover, isn't it? It's a good cover. That's both the slip. It had a slip cover, and that is the artwork on the actual wrap too. And I want to say they put out a steelbook too. I'm not a steelbook fan. Which Halloween movie? He was the director of Sesame Street. Okay. Which Halloween movie? The original. Lionsgate, when they released their 4K of Halloween, they bundled it with the previous Blu-ray, but they didn't even bundle it with the most recent previous Blu-ray. They bundled it with the Anchor Bay Blu-ray from like 2006, 2007. So it was, no comparison. It's on my wall right now. Do you? Nice. It is a great picture. They don't give you the rating for the 2K on here. That's unfortunate. How old is Anchor Bay now? Well, they don't really exist anymore. They were swallowed by Lionsgate. So as far as I know, they're kind of gone. But when they started was like the mid 90s, because I know they did put out some stuff early on VHS. I think that they were rebranded from a company called like Video Treasures or something like that. One of the lower VHS companies tried to make a name for themselves. And then they were, a mainstay during the DVD era. But then when it came time for Blu-ray, they were on their way out. Once they got swallowed by Starz, and Starz being swallowed by Lionsgate, that was kind of that. Where was I? In terms of your audio, your video on this, I mean, you can already see. Dolby Atmos, Dolby True HD, LPCM 2.0. I think the surround sounds might be the same mix, but I don't know if they are, because I don't think I ever noticed that same problem with that rear dialogue. Oh, okay, cool. And can you find Thomas the Tank Engine? If you ever want to check, Blu-ray.com is a great site. Blu-ray.com is a great site. I've never watched Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas and Friends, you've got The Great Race, the movie. That must have been released through Shout Factory, because I recognize the top of the disc. Tale of the Brave, the movie, which was released by Warner Brothers, it looks like, or Universal. Not great ratings on that. King of the Railway, the movie. That looks like that's got to be a Universal. And Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure. So yeah, you got 4 Thomas movies on Blu-ray. Seasons 1 through 4 of Best. I don't know anything about it. I know nothing about it. I'm sorry. But yeah, Ghost in the Shell. I want to say the sound was better. Now, it does have the making of it. The one good thing they did, it does have, this one has some extras, not meaty extras, but extras. You've got an audio commentary. You've got 2 featurettes on the 4K disc. Or actually, no, these must be on all. I think these would be, because these ones are listed Blu-ray only. Okay, these features must be on everything. So it's a BD50 disc. It's got multiple, it's got 3 featurettes. I think the making of Ghost in the Shell is the old legacy extra that was on the Anchor Bay DVD. I don't think it transfers over everything from the DVD, though. There were a few, I want to say there are some interviews from the original DVD special edition that are not here. And of course, it does not have the 2.0 version. As for the picture quality on this version, there's some good and some bad. The good news is you don't have the safety. That's number one. Number two, it is a clear step up from the previous Blu-ray. That's great. But the 4K disc has some issues. There are some problems with the HDR color grading. There are some areas from what I've read in reviews where the colors get completely blown out. I don't know if they were using an AI algorithm to do their HDR grading or what. But the 4K disc is probably a step down from the Blu-ray, I would say in that case. I mean, they rate them the same here, but I'm going to say I think it's a step down. That said, it's a great looking Blu-ray. This would be representative of the Blu-ray disc, and it's a great looking Blu-ray. Who's the girl dancing on the screen? Man, you sure love Ghost in the Shell. No, we're just talking about the releases. I like the movie. No, if you want something that I can, talk for hours about and love, Superman the movie 1978, that'll buckle up. Star Trek the Motion Picture, buckle up. Oh, the girl dancing, we don't know, we just call her Wednesday. She showed up in one of our NSFW streams, and she just likes to hang out. She doesn't ask for any extra pay, so we're okay with it. Evidently, yeah, about a music substitution over the film's closing credits. Yeah, that's true. I don't know which version this has with the closing credits, because I know that... I want to say, chat, and this is a weird thing. I want to say with the closing credits on this version versus the old one, if you listened to the English audio... Okay, so previous home video releases always had some different music substitution techno track over the closing credits on at least the English dub. I want to say this version does not have it on the English dub, but it's got it on the Japanese audio. I don't understand that. And of course, the 2.0 release doesn't have that audio choice at all. It's just the original scored closing credits music. If I'm being completely honest, chat, if I am being completely honest on where I'm going to place this, I am putting it on a C. And I'm putting it on a C because of what's not there. I'm putting it on, well, for a few reasons. A couple things that aren't there. I'm putting it on a C because it does not include the 2.0 version. I would like to see it preserved. I'm putting it on a C because it is missing some of the extras from the DVD, as I mentioned. I'm putting it on a C because of some of the color issues with the HDR, and I'm not an HDR person. Anyone who's a longtime viewer of this of my streams knows I'm not big on the 4K. Yeah, I'm putting it on a C. And I'm going to take a hydration break real quick from there. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. Let me go ahead and knock out Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence. So there are 2 releases of this currently on Blu-ray. One of which is out of print. Let me see if it's even shown. Yeah, there's an older edition of this which is out of print. It was from Bandai. The audio on it was all Dolby Digital, so it was lossy. The movie itself had, an adequate bitrate. I used to own this version and sold it. The only thing that was a selling point on this was, and it doesn't show it on the back, this version of Ghost in the Shell had 2 different English dubs. It had the Bandai dub and the manga UK dub. But the manga dub, for some reason, they had screwed up the pitch. They must have slowed down a PAL copy, so everything sounded like... everyone sounded an octave lower. Well, maybe not a full octave, but a half octave. And again, lost the audio. So yeah, I no longer have that version. The current version is from Funimation, which means it's Crunchyroll. It's a Blu-ray DVD combo. I do love that artwork. I've always loved that artwork. Much beefy and insanely beefy bitrate there. 33.34 megabytes per second. Dolby True HD audio. Good. It only has the Bandai dub. It does not have the manga dub. Which is fine because the Bandai dub is the one that matches the Bandai dub is the one that matches the dub for the original Ghost in the Shell. So if you want dubs which have the same casts that match, there you go. Boom. Special features, it's got audio commentary, a stock featurette, and trailers. It does not have the music videos. What do I mean by the music videos? There was a DVD chat of Ghost in the Shell, the music video collection or the music collection, which was like, it's just like a half-hour long. It's just a whole bunch of music videos created from the movie's score. None of that is included. It doesn't include any sort of an isolated score. You might know the Speed Racer, all the season is in Blu-ray is really old. It's an older transfer. I will review that one because I've got some issues with that set. It's one of those sets, if it's still in print, it's a good it's worth it for the price. But Funimation kind of dropped the ball with it. We'll get to that one. That'll be a good place to go next. But Ghost in the Shell 2, again, inherently soft image. That is just the way the movie is meant to look. Kudos to Funimation for not putting safety on the sides, so at least it looks proper. Greetings, Flash viewer. Welcome in. We're just yapping, so, feel free to take a nap and whatnot. Hope you're having a good Friday. I got it as well. Yeah, it's something I'm glad to have. I used to have Speed Racer. I used to have the DVDs. I did used to have the individual volumes, the DVDs, and I'm glad that the Blu-ray set was a clear step up. But it's a clear step up. But, and I'll come to that. But yeah, Ghost in the Shell 2. I disagree with this video rating. It says shows a few warts, fairly stable. Noise is most readily visible. See, I didn't notice any noise problems. And anything with, to me, this has just always been the natural look of the movie. It's always had a naturally fuzzy, naturally soft look, just like the first one. So I don't necessarily agree with that on this review. If I had to rate it, I'm going, it's, again, I gotta be honest with it. I don't think it's a bad Blu-ray, but I think it's a, oh, wait, no. I don't want to change the tier. I don't think it's a bad Blu-ray. I'm going to put it the same as that, and that's being generous. I am being, no, but should I? That one was a clear, Ghost in the Shell was a clear step up. Oh. I really don't know. Nope. C. I'm putting it C tier. These two, yeah. Be honest, I am going to put it C. It's subjective anyway. I think it's a worthwhile disc. Now, that said, Crunchyroll is supposed to be putting out a new 4K Blu-ray combo, which, once that comes out, this might move down, feel like it should move down a step, but yeah, being honest, yeah, I'm going to leave it. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah. It's a good disc. The thing is, though, it's a good disc. It's not, remember, chat, when I rate something a C, it's good. It's still a very good disc. It's just stuff needs to really shine for me to, in fact, some of these I might shift as we go on through the night. We'll see. Let me pull up Speed Racer just real quick and get that knocked out. Yeah, I might. A C? No! I just feel like it could be better with the series. In fact, this one I'm gonna hammer. Okay, it's out of print now, but Speed Racer on Blu-ray. When this was released, this was a great price for what it was. It was a 5-disc set. It was the complete series, but it was the complete series in English. So here's what Crunchyroll did. That's weird. It shows that is not right. That right there is not right. It says Japanese. That is not right. This is a different edition. That cannot be right. That is not right. No, 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 no. No, that is a bad picture. It is only English. It's a classic indeed. The bad news is that, so the the Blu-ray release of Speed Racer was just the American English dub. I'm okay with that because when it comes to Speed Racer, wait, what? Oh dear. When it comes to Speed Racer, I'm okay with that because, at least for US, because to me, Speed Racer versus Mach-A-Go-Go, I associate this more with being like a Saturday morning cartoon. I associate Speed Racer with being more Saturday morning cartoon than anime. So the English dub for that is fine. That said, if I can find it, there is a version that has the full Japanese version. It is this edition. They released a giant box set, which I would never want to own. That was overpriced. That included both the Japanese and English versions. It had both versions of the show. The problem with it was the cover. Yeah, well, let me find the cover if we can find it. Okay, that's about the only... It was packaged... There's no good pictures of it. Let me find a Google image. Google Images. Speed Racer Blu-ray. Come on. Okay, there we go. No, why can't you just show me the... Okay, open image in new tab. So here's the problem with Speed Racer if you bought the collector's set. I do need a hydration break. I'll do that in a moment. This is the way it came packaged. In a giant Speed Racer head. Not in like a Mach 5 car, but in his head. All the back of his skull flips open and all the discs are in there. First of all, that's a nightmare for scratch discs. You cannot tell me that these are not going to be all scratched up. Number two, that just looks stupid. I'm sorry, I don't want a bust of Speed on my shelf. If they would have put these discs inside a Mach 5, yeah. Now, the old DVD set that was put out, they put out a series set on DVD, and it was in the Mach 5. There was a version of it that was in the Mach 5, and you opened it up, it folded open, and then they were in a regular DVD case. That was nice. This is just nightmare. I want my Madamus bus to cram my discs into. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't even sell that as merch because I'd feel awful. I was just going to say that. Yeah, it's a shame. It's really a shame because it could have been. Now, in Crunchyroll's defense, they might have been limited with what they were allowed to do with this. Now, the real problem with Speed Racer on Blu-ray, let's just judge it for what it is. Okay, this version you used to be able to pick up for like $15. It was cheap for the whole series. $15 for the whole series. That is a lot of content. That is lovely. I love everything about that. The problem is that English audio, they used some PAL sources and they used some US sources. And so some of the PAL sources were clearly sped up. And when they were sped up, the tone changed. So what they had is they had a bunch of PAL audio, UK, that the pitch was higher. And when they slowed them down to fit the NTSC, the original film, they didn't lower the pitch. So you have about half of the episodes on this, the pitch is correct. The other half of the episodes, the pitch is like an octave higher. It goes from "Go Speed Racer, go" to "Go Speed Racer, go." I didn't get that right. You know what I'm saying. It's a little pitch higher. That said, it also, it falls into that beggars can't be choosers This falls into the category of it is what it is, and the price reflects that. Funimation had something really special. Funimation could have done something really special with it. Funimation did what Funimation does, and there's no extras. No, all of the extras are on that big giant Speed Racer head edition. Buy from Right Stuff Anime. Do not rub that salt in the wound. Right Stuff Anime does not exist anymore. Do not pour salt into the wound. There's not even a review of it. But that said, let me go back and get the picture. That said, it's one I can't hate because of what it is. For the price you used to get it. Why didn't it clip? Okay, hold on. Copy image. Okay. Upload. There it is. I still think it's D. Because there's a lot of stuff on there. It's a lot of value for money. There's nothing horribly wrong with it. They aren't edited episodes. It's not missing anything. There's no real picture quality issues to speak of that I remember for what it is. Yeah, it's a bare bones release. I would say, I'm gonna say it should probably be more of a D- because it's, because of the PAL to NTSC conversions. But, yeah. But that said, I'd buy it all day long. This isn't a release I would have ever hesitated on. There's no, because that issue with the audio, with the PAL to NTSC, where some of them had lower pitch than others, that was on the DVD releases too. So that seemed to be baked into whatever masters was on hand. But it's something that Funimation could have corrected with ease. It is really easy when it comes to pitch correcting audio. It is much easier to lower the pitch of something and keep the original length than it is to raise the pitch of something and keep the original length. Because when you are lowering the pitch and then you crunch it to keep the original length, it's easier to compress it than it is to stretch it. I don't know. Well, it's easier to stretch it and then compress. How do I put it? Yeah. It's easier to pitch correct it by stretching it and then recompress it to the right length while preserving the pitch than it would be to compress it to up the pitch and then stretch it out and keep it. I was pitch correcting stuff as a whippersnapper lazy. Yeah. And obviously, and then Twin. It's easier to go, from higher pitch to lower pitch than it is from lower pitch to higher pitch. Because a lot of the computer tools then to keep the, to make it higher pitch and keep the length, a lot of them, sound wonky. Well, there was an interview with the voice of Trixie. Was there? Let me open that up. I'm not changing that. I thought it was bare bones. I'd swear it was. I believe you. It doesn't say on here. I believe you. Hold on. There's something stuck in my sock. And it's stabbing me. I think it's a piece of grass. Something I probably picked up in a shoe or an... Yeah. Yep. I had to walk through some weeds today. Long story. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to the main of the library here. Oh, I'll go ahead and rate this one too. This is gonna be a low rate. Oh. You know what's sad? Sailor Moon on Blu-ray is better than Speed Ray on Blu-ray. Speed Racer on Blu-ray. It all comes down to the companies that own it. It all comes down to fun. Because even Sailor Moon has issues on Blu-ray. I don't own any of them, but I know they've got issues. Yeah, a lot of times it comes down to licensor. Because I do know that, from what I understand, Funimation did... I don't know if they had to do the Speed Racer head, but they did have to, they were limited that they were only able to put the Japanese version in the collector's set. I think they were required by the distributor to only put the Japanese original in the collector's set, which is funny because you'd think it would be pirate. Oh no! You would think it would be, you would think it'd be the opposite. In current age, you'd think it would be a case where you could only get the Americanized, the Westernized, the localized version in the collector's set. It's on the last disc. Gotcha. Okay. Let's just do Gotchamon the movie real quick. I can knock this one out real easy because I'm not a big fan. So Gotchamon the movie. Wow. I feel like selling mine. I never used the word of course not. Monkey Island. Shame on Monkey Island. Extra-wise. No, I get you. Yeah, a lot of times that has to do with the, well, Funimation has never been good at special features, generally, with a few exceptions. The only time they ported stuff over well has been from Bandai. The stuff they got from Bandai, they were usually good about porting over their extras. And we'll get to a few of those. But as far as doing their own stuff, they've never been good. And in a lot of cases, when it comes to anime and Japanese movies like Godzilla or anything, they run into problems with the studio not letting them do extras or not letting them bring extras over. I don't understand it. It's always, well, Disney's even bad. With third-party companies, that was the whole, the dust-up between Anchor Bay and Disney, which sort of began with Watcher in the Wood and then Woods and then bled into everything else. It all came down to Disney saying you're not allowed to do anything. I always liked the design in this one, but I've hardly seen any episodes. So here's the thing. Yeah, before I even talk about Gotchamon the movie. So Gotchamon was a TV series in Japan. It was localized to the United States as Battle of the Planets. And when it was localized, I mean, it was beyond Speed Racer localized. They completely changed the plot to be more Star Wars-ish. Whereas the original was all taking place on Earth, they changed it where now they were going to alien planets. They cut out different scenes of violence. In the process, they animated all these brand new sequences with an R2-D2 C-3PO robot called 7 Zark 7, and did a brand new score and everything, and Battle of the Planets is phenomenal. I love Battle of the Planets. I was just getting to that. Then some years later, they localized it again as a series called G-Force. G-Force, they redubbed the whole thing. It's closer to Gotchamon. The music on G-Force sucks because they didn't want to they didn't reuse, I don't know for licensing or what, they didn't reuse much of the TV score, but they also never scored it. So almost every single episode has this just single running music bed throughout the entire episode. This just from beginning to end. Twitterpenny, if you want to hear a banger theme song, I can't play it on stream. Look up the theme to Battle of the Planets. You are freaking welcome. I got a CD. I don't have Battle of the Planets at all on DVD and it's not available on Blu-ray in the US, but I got the soundtrack CD. Holy crap. It's a banger. The voice of the robot was Casey. No, close. He voiced this guy. Casey Kasem voiced whoever the main... I think they called him Ace McCloud in the series. 7 Zark 7 was voiced by... I don't know who it was. Some comedian or something. Center Neptune Control. 7 Zark 7. I've heard it. It's epic, ain't it, though? So, yeah. So, okay, so G-Force. Let me get back. I gotta get my brain going again. So then, now, in recent years, they've gone back and dubbed it again into English as Gatchaman. There is a full English dub of the original Japanese series Gatchaman. You can buy that currently from Sentai. Unless it's out of print, Sentai sells a complete series set with the English dub. Sadly, they offer Battle of the Planets for streaming. They do not sell it on disc. Which brings us to Gatchaman. Oops, I bumped the mic. Which brings us to Gatchaman the movie. This is a weird thing. This is an odd duck. From what I gather, and I'm going to see if it says anything in the description. From what I gather, in Japan, Tatsunoko took like 3 or 4 episodes of Gatchaman and just a few key episodes, re-edited it into a movie and changed a bunch of dialogue to fit it, and they rescored the whole thing. It still uses the same like themes, the same songs, a lot of it, but they rescored it trying to make it sound more, to borrow Twin Opinion's word there, epic. I genuinely think this thing is boring as sin. I love Battle of the Planets, the episodes I've seen. The episodes I've seen of Gatchaman have been okay. I think Gatchaman the movie is just boring as sin. But even, okay, let me see if it says right here. It doesn't really say. It doesn't really say. Fans of the original may feel a bit of deja vu for good reason in a Gambit, which was perhaps less ubiquitous in 1978 than it is today. The film version simply assembles footage from the original series together with a few animated newly animated bridging sequences. Okay, so there's a few new pieces of animation. I never knew this. Film quickly, sets it up. It's just the series, truncated into 90 minutes. Visually, I think this Blu-ray looks fine. It looks exactly how it should look. Film grain, to me, looked natural when I watched it. There's a few knocks of film damage. It is what it is. But Sin is not boring, it's super fun! Oh, dear. This makes me want to play Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Haven't touched it in years. I've never played it, but I've heard so many good things about that. I've heard that is so wonderful. Video quality, they're giving it 4 out of 5. I'd agree. I think it looks fine. Audio quality, for what it is fine. It's a 5.1 mix. Sadly, it does not have the original mono mixes. And there are absolutely no special features whatsoever to even mention on this. Nothing at all. But I am darn tempted to sell my disc if they're going for, used even for $84. Holy crap. Because, like I said, it's not good. Oh, 90 minutes? I was wrong. It's almost 2 hours. And it feels like 3. But that said, I can't knock the quality of the Blu-ray too much. I can bust it for not having the mono mixes, but I could say that about anything. Video quality's good. I'm putting it D tier just because there's nothing there Blu-ray. It's a bare bones thing. This Blu-ray would have been really nice if they would have put on it some sort of a quick featurette to explain what this movie is. everything I just read, that Tatsunoko cut together episodes into a movie and they did bridging segments. A really quick featurette just to explain what Gatchaman the movie is. Maybe with the bridging sequences singled out would have been nice. But it's not there. So. Oh well. Okay. Anything. I'm gonna take a hydration break before I do this one because this one's gonna really. I'm gonna give a D tier one. Y'all are about to see a D tier release that is loaded with special features. Hydration break, got a drink, take a drink, hydrate, blah, 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 blah. This is Double Dragon 3. I haven't played this game in forever. And I always sucked at it. I really like this song, though. Okay. I'm going to real quickly just since it's right here staring me in the face, I'm going to do y'all are going to see one that's a lower tier than you would ever expect. But hopefully yeah. First of all, this is an expensive set. This is from Criterion. This is Godzilla, the Showa era, 1954 through 1975. This is a collection of 15 movies. 15 classic Godzilla movies. From Criterion, the company everyone, equates Criterion with, oh, that's a standard. This is a Blu-ray standard. This set sucks. This set really, legitimately. Yeah. All right, let me see if it's got pictures of the inside. I don't want to show the back of it. Do we have okay, front, back. Okay, that's the same thing. Okay, I did the slip back, didn't I? Yeah. Let me see if they show a picture of it inside. Or am I going to have to go to Amazon for that? I'm going to have to go to Amazon for that. Okay, buy now on Amazon. I'm not buying it now, but whatever. So, there. It's packaged in a giant digibook. All of the movies are in little sleeves in just this first area, I think, right here. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, da, 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 da. Each disc has more than one movie on it for the most part. This book is really oversized. This is a book that does not fit well on a bookcase at all. It is tall. If I had to guess, this is it's well over a foot. This is probably about 14 inches. It's about 14 inches tall. So it's not great for shelf display. And yet it's a small spine, so it feels like it's small. Where to begin with this one? And everywhere it goes wrong. So the movies that are included on this are... That's not it. Okay. Are the Japanese version of Godzilla, Gojira, the Americanized version of Godzilla, Godzilla King of the Monsters, Godzilla, yeah, but I can't give it a high mark, Emilio. This one's a giant set of disappointment. Godzilla Raids Again, Japanese version, King Kong vs. Godzilla, the Americanized version, but not the Japanese version. That's going to come into play later. Mothra vs. Godzilla, the Japanese version. Ghidorah, the three-headed monster, the Japanese version. Invasion of Astro Monster, aka Godzilla vs. Monster Zero, the Japanese version, which also includes an English dub track. Ebra, Horror of the Deep, which is Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, the Japanese version. Son of Godzilla, Japanese version, but also includes the English dub. I'm sorry for saying this, but the Batman season packaging is really bad. I don't hate it entirely, Judd. I don't hate it entirely. There's worse. I don't hate it entirely. It's not my favorite, though, I'll agree. I don't hate it. I think it's okay, but it could have been better. I love how Matt rates the Blu-ray quality. Oh no, we'll do a tier list of the movies someday, Luciano. I'll do a tier list of movies someday. I'm just doing for Blu-rays today. I do not know if you. Oh yeah, I do. Oh yes, yes I do, Judd. And yeah, no, it's. I've got the earlier release where it was in a chipboard box, but yeah, no, it's not my favorite. Destroy All Monsters, Japanese version with an English dub with an English dub. All Monsters Attack, Japanese version, aka Godzilla's Revenge. Godzilla vs. Hedorah, aka Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster, Japanese version. Godzilla vs. Gigan, Japanese version. Godzilla vs. Megalon, Japanese version plus an English dub. And it's not showing disc 7 on here. It also has Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, Japanese version with an English dub, and Terror of Mechagodzilla, aka Mechagodzilla vs. Godzilla, with an English dub. Here's where it all goes south. Very quickly. First thing that you're going to notice, maybe, is with the exception of Godzilla King of the Monsters, and with the exception of the Americanized release of King Kong vs. Godzilla, all of the English dub tracks are Dolby Digital 1.0. They are all DVD grade, lossy audio. The Japanese audio is LPCM 1.0. That's fine, lossless. But the English dubs are all DVD grade. Number 2, every single movie that is on this set has an English dub or an English version. The ones where they had alternate English versions, the alternate English versions are not included. The Americanized version of the westernized, localized of Godzilla vs. Monster, DVD grade is DVD quality. So they basically have, instead of being like a lossless, uncompressed track, they have a compressed track that is equivalent of the track that would have been on a DVD. So Dolby Digital is what you would find on a DVD. And I believe they are really compressed DVD grade too. So they're probably like, I don't know, 96 kilobytes per second, something like that. So they're the compressed quality tracks you'd find on the DVD disc for the English dubs. Japanese audio is fine, but the English dubs, with the exception of Godzilla King of the Monsters and King Kong vs. Godzilla, are lossy. Secondly, like I said, there are a number of movies which had alternate English versions. The alternate English theatrical cuts, they are not included. They were not allowed to include the westernized Gigantus the Fire Monster, which was Godzilla Raids Again, Godzilla vs. The Thing, which was Godzilla vs. Mothra, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Godzilla vs. Monster Zero. Even though it's got the dub track, it's missing the like the video inserts of like newspapers that were in English. Yeah, I think that's about it as far as those. But leaving aside Godzilla Raids Again, Godzilla, Mothra vs. Godzilla, and Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, every single one of these movies had an English dub. The Japanese version was dubbed into English. There's an English dub for Ebirah Horror of the Deep. There are 2 English dubs of it. There are 2 English dubs of Son of Godzilla. There are 2 English dubs of Destroy All Monsters. Only one is included here. There's an English dub of All Monsters Attack. There's an English dub or 2 English dubs of Godzilla vs. Hedorah. There's an English dub of Godzilla vs. Gigan. And yet, they are not included on the disc. For whatever reason, Toho would not allow all of the English dubs to be included, even the ones that they themselves had previously authorized to be created. A few of them there are versions, English dubs, that Toho didn't authorize. For instance, I said there are 2 different English dubs for Destroy All Monsters. One of them was authorized by Toho. One of them was done by Titan Studios back in the 60s, and it was not authorized. For whatever reason, though, Toho wouldn't let that stuff be included. Secondly, Toho insisted that Criterion use only their video masters. They would not let Criterion use anything that was better. Criterion could have gotten masters for a lot of these, not all of these, but a lot of these, from Sony. Sony had superior video masters from when they had previously owned these and released for Ebra. They had a better master for Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster, for Godzilla vs. Gigan, for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, and for Terror of Mechagodzilla. Toho would not let them use any of those. Why? I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to it because, wait, there's more. Criterion was not allowed to include any special features except a tiny few that Toho had authorized. And then we've got King Kong vs. Godzilla. You'll notice that I said this is only the English American version. Why isn't the Japanese version there? Well, the Japanese version is included. It is on a bonus disc. And the reason is Toho would not let Criterion use anything except their old master that was created for DVD. Their old master of Godzilla, of King Kong vs. Godzilla, was like half high definition and half standard definition. Now, Toho had done a full HD restoration, but they did not want Criterion to use it. They would only let Criterion use the substandard master. So it got relegated to a bonus disc. From what I understand, Toho also did not want them to include the American theatrical cut of King Kong vs. Godzilla. But that's one of those things where Toho didn't have any control because the US version of King Kong vs. Godzilla is owned completely and totally, to my knowledge, by Universal. So Criterion was able to get that from Universal, and Toho can't stop them. Now, the answer of why. Why was this edition... Why was this box set kneecapped? Oh, Megs! Welcome in. I hope you are having a happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. We're talking about one of the most disappointing releases I've ever come across. Godzilla, the Showa era from Criterion. Why was this edition handicapped by Toho? Whoever is in charge of Toho right now, it's almost like there's an axe to grind. It's almost like there is it's almost like there's an anger because of the previous versions that had been released over the years, or the way that Godzilla was treated throughout the 60s and 70s, almost as like a joke. So it all seems to come down to ego. That is genuinely my only answer. Why did they not let Criterion use better video masters for the films other than the first one? It came down to ego. Toho did not like anyone saying that they had something that looks better than Toho had done themselves. Why did Toho not allow all the English dubs to be released? I genuinely don't know. I don't know other than ego. Why did Toho not let the King Kong vs. Godzilla, the remaster, be included? Part of it is because I guess their Blu-ray hadn't hit market yet, and they were afraid of people importing it, but that is really a stupid excuse. Again, I think it comes down to ego. I think they just didn't want this set to outshine anything they were doing. And it has 3 stars. Oh, well, that's for the movies themselves. I don't base on that. Say good night to the bad guy. Welcome in, patrons. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good Friday. So I disagree with a lot of this. They're saying the video is 4. They're saying the audio is 4.5. BS. BS. This thing is handicapped and kneecapped all over the place. The video masters are... The only thing in this that looks good, really, the only things in this that look good are King Kong versus Godzilla, which looks adequate because it was Universal's old release. It was basically the same transfer Universal had already released to Blu-ray for the U.S. theatrical cut. And the first Godzilla, the Japanese version of Gojira and the Americanized Godzilla King of the Monsters looked good because that was recycled from a previous Criterion, which I'll come to. Criterion previously did release the first film on its own Blu-ray. And they were not handicapped with that. Like, at all. Oh, good night, Judd. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. So, yeah. This is an edition that should have been a no question banger release. And instead, it is one of the worst Criterion Blu-rays that has ever been put on the market, in my opinion. And even the packaging. From my understanding, chat, the packaging, including the giant book that's oversized, was all mandated by Toho. Toho seemed like they wanted this to not sell, or it was like they maybe wanted it to not appeal to any Japanese consumers who might want to import it. Because the thing is, Blu-rays and DVDs in Japan sell for did sell for like 3 times as much as they do in the US. A movie that we sell for $20 would translate to $80 in Japan. They sell things for a lot more expensive. So they've had a problem over the years with Japanese consumers wanting to import stuff from the US. And that's one of the reasons a lot of times you'll buy a Japanese movie and subtitles will be hard-coded. And they would do that purposely to discourage Japanese consumers from importing it. So yeah. This is, now, I'm not saying don't ever buy this set because it's a beggars can't be choosers release. It is a beggars can't be choosers release. I don't care that it's got that much, and I want to add to it. At that price, $162, the list price is $224. So if you get this thing on, even with when Barnes & Noble does their 50% off on Criterions and Amazon matches them, that's going to knock this thing down to $112. At $112, it is worth it just to have the movies alone. If you just want to have the movies and you can look past the presentation. Which I obviously could. Which, so, yeah, let me follow that up real quick. But you're saying this set has got to go. You say it's got to go. It's got to go. I don't know the song, but I'm not saying don't buy it. It's like Speed Racer. I love Speed Racer. I don't love the Blu-ray. It's not F tier. Godzilla darn near is everything about that release disappointed me so much. I would love to make it F tier, but I can't do it in good conscience. So let's talk about this release, which is now, I guess, out of print because they do have a 4K release, I think. Well, maybe it's not. Let me see. Is it actually out of print? Is it third party? Yeah, it's out of print. Okay. So before that set was ever released, Criterion released this of the original Godzilla. Now, this artwork I'm not a fan of. Once again, this artwork was mandated by Toho. I don't know why. Because Criterion probably would have used like something that looked like the original poster, but they weren't allowed to. This old Blu-ray is pretty nice. This is a nice Blu-ray. It's a nice Blu-ray with a lot of extras. It's got the Japanese version. It's got the English version. It's got bunch of special features. Booklet. Nice little digipack packaging other than the cover. The review on it, I mean, the movie kind of is what it is. The movie has a lot of film damage, but it looks the way it should look. It looks like what it is. It looks very much like what it is. Do they have a screenshot of the English version? Because the English version looks really good on it too. And special features, this is pretty much most of the special features even on the other one. Commentary for this one, trailer. They call the American version a special feature, but I consider that sort of a big, I mean, to me that's a selling point. I would want the original English version. Or I did want the original English version. Featurettes, feature interviews, short featurettes, multiple interviews, even though they're a little dated, recorded in 2011. It's a nice set. This is a good set. It's not perfect, but it's a good set. Yeah. So Godzilla, King of the Monsters, Gojira, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to put this Blu-ray in... I'm going to put it B tier just because it does fall a little bit short. There are a few things I would have liked to have seen done, and I would like to see the Americanized version treated as more than just a special feature. And that would have been Toho's doing. But, yeah, we've got our first B tier, which nudges its way into A. Now, one of the things that's interesting to say about this, there is a 4K release out now, and it includes this Blu-ray. So it's a 4K Blu-ray combo. The US theatrical cut is only on the Blu-ray. From what I have read, the 4K release of it from Criterion is not hot. It really is not a showcase piece. In fact, it would probably get C tier just because the 4K brings it down a notch. The Blu-ray disc is fine, but the 4K brings it down a notch. It just doesn't. And it sort of goes back to my thoughts too. I don't see the point of black and white movies in 4K. I get that the whites are whiter and the blacks are blacker, that some of the contrast levels are more inky, but for my money, it's pointless. A solid 2K transfer. You're not normal. I can't even say normal people. You can't convince me really that anyone's going to notice, especially if you were comparing them head to head. If you had a Blu-ray and a 4K based off the exact same master, and you were to put them on TVs side by side or switch back and forth and were at a normal viewing distance, like not right up on it, I'm not convinced you'd see the difference. Or if you did see a difference, it'd be so slight that you'd really be like, okay, I really don't care here. Me too, yeah. Okay, all right. Doo-doo. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I gotta open a new seltzer. Here's your ASMR. Yay! I want to get off of Godzilla and stuff. I want to get off of that. I'm going to pick a different page. I might come back to this one eventually, but let's go lucky number 13. Actually, 13 is usually not lucky, but we're going to go number 13. What's on page 13? What's on page... Why aren't those loading? Okay. Ooh, okay. We got some interesting ones here. We got a few interesting ones here. Some of these, we got a few releases that I haven't even watched. This page has some discs I have not watched. Where's a good one to start? I want to do something that's going to be a banger release. I know one that's a banger release, and it's an out-of-print release, unfortunately. I'm going to just do, and this will be a quick one, but it'll be an interesting one because I get to talk a little bit of film history. How the West Was Won. There are 2 releases of How the West Was Won. Oh, new from 2287. Wait a second, is that third party, or are there any that are from Amazon themselves? I just want to see. Other sellers. No. Okay, I bet that's probably not true. So this is the Digibook, the 2-disc Digibook release of How the West Was Won. And this is the way to own it. And it's not because of the packaging. There's a single disc release, and there is this 2-disc Digibook release. What separates it, what really makes this a special disc, is that it includes the standard widescreen version of this movie and a special Smile Box transfer of the movie. So what the hell Smile Box? Why do we care what Smile Box is? Well, we care what Smile Box is because of this, Cinerama. If you've never heard of Cinerama, it was only used a handful of times. It is a super widescreen format that was designed to be super immersive. It wasn't 3D, but it was super immersive. Picture this. Okay, you've all seen those TVs with the curved screen. Picture a movie theater with a giant curved screen where the screen wraps around you just shy of 180 degrees. And it's a screen which the process required there to be 3 different projectors. One for the left side of it, one for the right side, and one for the middle. And to try to get the color and the timing had to be right perfect for both of them so that everything would match. And the color had to be perfect so that it would match. And you still couldn't get away from it. You'd see stitches a little bit on there. There would always be lines in the screen from where the left and the right connect to the middle. But it was a process that used 3 projectors, and when the movies were shot, they were shot with 3 cameras simultaneously. So you had 3 cameras all angled so it would be shooting like a 180-degree vista. So if you saw it in theaters, there would be scenes like in the case of this where maybe there was a stampede and a bunch of cows were running towards you. And right when they got to the front of the camera, suddenly they'd whiz off to the left and to the right. Super immersive, super expensive, and made the movie difficult to bring to anything outside of Cinerama. This is where the problem lies. If you just were to watch this movie in a flat widescreen format, it is super wide, insanely wide. But then when you get those scenes where things are rushing towards you, it's like they just suddenly make a turn. A cow is running towards you, and then suddenly it just turns to the left. It doesn't look like it's whizzing past you. It looks like it just turns. A scene with a canoe in a river, where if you'd seen the canoe in the theater, you might have seen it slowly make its way from one side to the other. Now, it just suddenly looks like it's going in a circle for no apparent reason. And that's where the Smile Box presentation comes in. And that's what makes this Blu-ray so interesting to me. Let me find the screenshots. Okay. So this is an example of how it would look flat widescreen. And this is the disc you'd get if you bought it standard. Okay, the standard single disc edition. Okay? Stay with me now. Here's a good example. If you watch it Smile Box, this is the way it looks. The image has been purposely bent to try to replicate the look of the curved screen. So if your screen is big enough or you're sitting close enough, it replicates or attempts to replicate the look of Cinerama at home. Now, something else I'm going to point out. You'll notice if you're looking at this, You're not seeing it. There should be lines. Like I said, you watch in the theaters, you'd see lines. They did an incredible job with this Blu-ray to match up all of the projected images, so that there very rarely will you see any sort of a stitch between the screens. They should just release this for VR headset. Oh, you could probably watch it on a VR headset easily. Yeah. You could probably easily watch it on a VR headset. Yeah. This is and I want to say too, let me point out, this is an old Blu-ray. This is one that Warner Brothers knocked out of the park early on. When was this released to Blu-ray? 2008, y'all. This Blu-ray is nearly 20 years old, and they knocked it out of the park. 4.0, I disagree with that. I think this is really... Now, the audio is 5.1. I do believe it was a 6-track surround mix in theaters, even at that time in 1962, because there were some. So I think that that's probably accurate enough. Plus, it is a nice cover, digibook. Special features-wise, this thing's got some good extras. Specifically, it does have where do they even... I don't like the way they mention it here. But it's got the documentary Cinerama Adventure Explains the technology. Because there were a lot of Cinerama movies that aren't movies in theaters. There were like A Day at the Fair, where they just would use Cinerama to like put you on a roller coaster. Yeah, this would look great on VR headsets. That's a good point, Luciano. I'd love to watch it on a VR headset. I would love to watch it on a VR headset. Cinerama features multi-channel sound. In fact, it also uses 7 channels, which begs why Warner didn't issue a 7.1. I didn't know that. That's interesting. So Cinerama was 7 channels, and Warner chose to only do a 5.1. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. And How the West Was Won, let me tell you, it's a really long movie. As you can see here, this movie it's just shy of 3 hours. It's 2 hours, 45 minutes. This is a long movie. If you're looking for a Western epic, it's a long one. And it's one that kind of fell apart at the end. I didn't ever like the last act that well, which is the act with George Peppard. But, which I like George Peppard. I don't know if this is when he was, drinking heavily. Probably. Who knows? But this is good disc. I'm sad that this version is out of print. This is one of those ones where I'd like to see a 4K release. Just out of curiosity, I wonder if they would make it better. We are going to put this one in A tier. I think How the West Was Won is an A tier release. That with the smile box, the inclusion of the smile box and the flat presentation, decent features, digibook packaging, which I like, and a good digibook that talks about the movie. And digibook packaging can sometimes make up for a lack of extras. Liner notes can sometimes make up for it. In this case, I think it does. I'm putting that A tier. Okay, let me pick another one off this page. Hydration break, gotta drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. I don't want to do Hitchhikers yet. I gotta think about that one. Does Matt have a VR? I do not. I've thought about getting, though. I keep looking at not VR. I've looked at some of the VR headsets. I've been looking at also just movie watching headsets, just because I keep thinking for space saving, get rid of the TV in my room and just use that type of a setup. So no, I don't. I just got the 3D TV that's still kicking it, and yeah. I should at some point. Like I said, I've been pricing, but I'm so cheap. I'm always trying to find one. To me, it would be, for me to spend the money, it would have to be, I'd have to know it was a really good quality thing to begin with. I'd have to know it was a good headset. Yeah, I don't know. It's still, it's that price tag, isn't it? It's that price tag with anything. And it's weird because I think about, you know, you talk VR and, well, that would work for the 3D movies. And yet I'm more willing to spring for a return of a 3D TV than I am for a VR headset that would accomplish the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I need to start looking at it again. And I started looking at even like the AR glasses, the augmented reality, because some of those claim they can handle like Blu-ray 3D, but all of those, it just felt like more of a headache. I'm gonna just pick an ease. I'm not even gonna pick that one. Oh God, that's almost F tier. Okay, I'm gonna pick a hammer. We're gonna, no, yeah, let's pick a hammer real quick. Horror of Dracula. This is one of those Warner archives that fell short for me. I love Horror of Dracula. Horror of Dracula is the first Hammer Dracula. It's the first one with Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing as Van Helsing, Christopher Lee as Dracula. I love this movie. I'm not a fan of this release. It falls short, and I know that there are better editions. There's a Blu-ray in Japan, which is better. They don't even show the back. It's not a black and white movie. It says right here. This explains part of what's wrong with it. Note, this presentation of Horror of Dracula is based on the British Film Institute restoration of 2007 and additional elements subsequently discovered. As such, it bears its original UK release title of Dracula. So here's the problem with this one. It is largely based on the BFI, the British Film Institute restoration. The British Film Institute restoration of this movie just doesn't look quite right. It looks too bright, for one thing. It looks too bright. The grain structure is good to me. The colors are a bit mixed. To me, the colors on this one have always looked a bit pale. They don't pop the way I feel like they should. Yeah, it even says the disparity, disparities in cut. While the Warner is deeper blacks, the LG is brighter. Okay, the LG Blu-ray. 2013, the Lionsgate Blu-ray. That must be one of the overseas version. Seamless brand compilation. W present believed to be consistent theatrical ratio. That's another thing about this. Because it says right here, talking about the LG Blu-ray, seamless branching for the compilation print. So there are two versions of this movie. Well, there are 2 and a quarter versions. There's the general release version, which is the same in the US and the UK, except for the title. In the UK, it's just called Dracula. In the US, it was called Horror of Dracula. This print just says Dracula, even though the cover says Horror of Dracula. There is also a Japanese version of the movie, which is longer. There are some additional scenes that were cut by the British censors that made it into the Japanese cut. That Japanese cut has been fully restored, from what I understand, but it is not included here. I don't know why, and that surprises me, because Warner Archive is usually pretty okay with that. They usually do pretty okay. Plus, they usually do their own restorations, so I'm surprised they didn't restore their own print of Horror of Dracula. I'm surprised they didn't use a 35mm interpositive. Long Raid? What? I don't know, Who is Mr. Long, and does he need to be banned? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Mesman. Welcome in.
Hi. Click the link and subscribe to Mesman right now.
Oh, okay. Welcome in, Mesman. There's Mesman's channel. Be sure to subscribe to Mesman. He streams as well on the YouTube and the Twitch. Welcome in, Raiders. It's a manual raid. Welcome in, Moo. Happy belated birthday again. Long raid.
Hi. Click the link and subscribe to Moe Moo right now.
You should do that. Welcome in. Welcome in. How was the rest of the stream? Did you do it? Did you break the record, Moo? We need to know, did you break the record? How did it go? In fact, here, let me see. I'm going to open it up. I'm opening another tab. Oh, no, he's opening a tab. World attempt zone 560. 10 hours, yo. Oh, my goodness. Someone chasing my bat and Kaitos. Zone 269. Oh, well, still, that's a heck of a feat. 10 hours. 10 hours. Wow. Well, 10 hours I consider to be a win, Moo. 10 hours I consider to be a win, because I can tell you, once I get past 6 hours, I don't know about you, Moo, but once I hit the 6 hour mark, I start to feel it. And even though I've gone longer before, I know that once I hit like 12 or whatever, I was dead. We're going to keep going, but streaming for that long hurts my brain. Yeah, no. How do you do that so I don't do that long so frequently. I could do 6 hours. I could do 6 hours easy, but once I pass 6 hours, I do feel it. And the couple of times I've gone long, I've really been miserable, and my energy has just been dead. My energy has just been wiped. In fact, I had someone come in, I had another streamer come in and even say one night, I was going to say something. I was going to say hi, but your energy was so low. And I just felt so miserable when she said that. It was like, I love you, but that breaks my heart. But for those of you raiding in, if you don't know me, I'm Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. I play a lot of retro games, some modern games, do a lot of yapping, occasional Lego hand cam streams, unboxings, things and stuff and whatnot. Thank you for raiding in, but if you need to get good low energy nerd, no! If you need to take off, if you need to get some rest, which Moo needs rest, if you need to get a snack, which Moo probably needs a snack after that, or some uppers. Don't do the uppers. I will get in trouble. Or if you need to do more work, whatever, feel free to take off, but I appreciate the raid. I really appreciate the raid. No, I will be the whole time. We have at least 12 more hours this... Are you serious? Are you serious? Forget about the uppers. Forget about the uppers. You don't need the uppers. We definitely do not keep methamphetamines around here. No! Oh my gosh, I said that out loud. I'm chilling. I'll be lurking here. Enjoy your lurk. Appreciate it. We have at least 12 more hours in this run. Moo, just be careful. Look after your health. If you are serious, look after your health. Take care of yourself, because I can tell you it takes its toll. I know you know, but just, don't make yourself sick. It ain't worth getting sick. Yes, we do have a lurk command if you want to lurk. Exclamation lurk will cause Library Bot to feel up on you just a wee little bit. The maths do be calculate, indeed. I need the sweet, sweet leaderboard aura. Oh, man. Just be careful. Just be careful. We love lurkers. Indeed, we do. Godspeed, Moo. Yes. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid, and good luck with the rest of your stream. Chat, be sure to check out Moo, and if Moo's still going, be sure to, tune into her, see the progress, etc. and so forth. I freak you with the Library Bot. Hydration break. If you gotta drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. We're just yapping way too much. We're talking about Blu-rays and ranking them in the library. So it's just a yapping stream. Right now we're on Hammer's Horror of Dracula, the Warner Archive release, which is one of the Warner Archives that should have been a contender, could have been a contender, isn't really. And there's nothing on it as far as I remember. I don't know. It might have a commentary. It's one of the reasons I hold on to my DVD of this one. I've always held on to my DVD of this one. Yeah, it doesn't have anything on it. This one was a letdown, which is too bad because Christopher Lee as Dracula is iconic. Y'all might think of him as Saruman. No. Christopher Lee is Dracula. Christopher Lee is Dracula. Christopher Lee will. Bela Lugosi, I love you. I love you, Bela Lugosi. Christopher Lee is Dracula. He's Dracula. Where should I rank it? I love the movie, but I don't love this Blu-ray. And it's bare bones. I gotta be honest with you. Yeah. Again, it's not at F tier. We haven't gotten anything that's F tier. Godzilla collection wanted to be, but it's going to be a D tier. It's a D tier just because so little was done on the disc. So little, and not even the best transfer, because Warner could have done better. Warner has done better. In fact, where's an example? Let me find it. Let me go ahead and yeah, I think this is the right page. Yes. Here's a good example. There. Warner Archive Collection followed up their Horror of Dracula Hammer, their Horror of Dracula Hammer release with The Curse of Frankenstein. And unlike Horror of Dracula, this was a 2-disc special edition. Even though, is it a better movie? No, they're both great. I prefer the Dracula. But it was a big hit. With Christopher Lee as the monster, I might point out. That is Christopher Lee. And the makeup on this one is pretty freaking amazing. For 1957, and this movie looks incredible. It looks like a 50s, 60s movie, but, oh, and there is, by the way, there is a 4K release, and apparently there's a reissue Warner Archive Collection too. I'm going to open that up just to see what the difference is in it. But because I do not have that one, but this is a really good disc. Disc 1 has the movie itself in both the 185:1 US aspect ratio and the 166:1 UK ratio from 4K scans. Probably the same scan. I don't think they would have done a new scan for that 4K release. And disc 2 is a bunch of special features. It has an open matte version. For those of you who don't know what open matte means, a lot of times, even up until the 80s, because James Cameron used to do it, movies would be shot in 4:3 full screen, and then they would matte them to widescreen. So a lot of times, if you were to remove the mattes, you might see microphone booms hanging down, or camera setups, or something you weren't supposed to see. I know that was a case with Evil Dead 2, that there was something that you could see in the 4:3 version, because then with open matte versions, when it would come to home video, instead of cropping then the matted widescreen video for a 4:3 TV, they'd just say, oh, just take the mats off of it. Just open it up again. Terminator 2 is a great example. Terminator 2, it was opened up for the old VHS release, and probably the would have been the Laserdisc. Bunch of other documentaries: Resurrection Men, Hammer, Frankenstein, and the Rebirth of the Horror Film, Hideous Progeny, The Curse of Frankenstein, blah, 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 bunch of stuff. Bunch of good features on this. And this transfer is great. Audio-wise, original mono. We love that. And it's DTS HD mono. And I got to point out DTS HD mono. Warner Brothers has a very bad habit over the years, especially with their Looney Tunes. Stuff that is mono for Blu-ray, they seem to think they do not need to do a lossless track. It's sort of like that Godzilla set. They, with Criterion, they thought they could just get away with doing DVD grade Dolby Digital tracks. I don't understand this, but that was only with Warner with their regular on-the-shelf line. Warner Archive was different. I've never seen it on Warner Archive that I know of, except for maybe some Warner Archives where they've just reissued previous Warner discs, which there aren't a lot, but there are a few. Yeah, video 5.0, audio 4.5. Extras 5.0. This is a banger disc. This is a banger release. And like I said, it's not even my favorite of the Hammers. A lot of people love love Hammer's Frankenstein. It's not my favorite. When it comes to Hammers, the Hammer classic monster trilogy of Dracula, Frankenstein, and the Mummy, I think Dracula's the best. I think their Mummy is next. I mean, in terms of the first films, not the subsequent sequels that they churned out incessantly. But I think it was Dracula, Mummy, and then Frankenstein. For me, I've never been the biggest Frankenstein person, just in general. Again, A-tier release, not S-tier, just shy. We do... Hey, Madamus, are you ever going to have any S-tiers? Yes. Are you ever going to have any F-tiers? I don't know. Because I don't know if I own anything that bad. I've already said that. What's the difference on this version? Currently not available. What's the difference on this version? I'm just curious. What is the difference on this version? It's for Fullerson. Please see. Okay. Longtime viewers, Boutique Baby, be curious why they decided to improve their 3-disc 4K edition, materialized alongside the recent parallel. Big Bone 6-disc 4K Blu-ray combo comes with an exclusive bonus disc and printed swag. 3-disc Blu-ray editions offered as well, all of which were okay. Much like the earlier, includes the 3 framing options. All of them sourced from the same newish master. This new 2025 master, as printed, isn't transformative compared to use the same outside of 2020 represent. Okay, so basically, this one seems like it's not really. It's got more special features and more. Wow. I didn't know it had this much. I'm going to tell you right now, chat. I'm not ranking it because I don't own it, so it wouldn't be fair for me to. I'm going to tell you right now, this edition, is it just out of stock or is it coming back? Oh, no, it's available. Yeah, it's available. I don't know why it's saying it's not. Apparently, this would probably get the S tier release ranking from me. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna rank it because I haven't seen it, but I believe this reissue, while the one gets A tier, I would give it S tier if all that's accurate. Although I like this cover art better. Oh, what does, let me just real quickly, what does Christopher Lee look like as the monster? For those who have never seen him, even though that's the big reveal in the movie, I don't know if any of y'all are going, yeah. There's Christopher Lee as the monster, if you've ever wondered how he fared as Frankenstein. I mean, not as Frankenstein, in Frankenstein. Good movie, though. Good movie. Where else? What else should we pick? You know... Huh. I don't want to do stuff that I've got to give a low ranking to, so, wow. Wait, what? Spoilers? Karen? Oh, sorry for the spoilers! I don't know if I want to, I don't know if I want to do some of these animes just yet, because I have to give them a low rating, because the Funimation just releases aren't that great. Let me pick another page. I'm going to pick another page at random. Because I want to pick something that maybe people know what the hell I'm talking about. Madam is with all these movies that no one knows what they are. Where's a good one? Where's a good example? I'm not going to do this page. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, here we go. This is a decent enough page. Let's do the Peanuts movie from 2015. This is a real, for me, this is a, okay, I disagree on that right there. Konosuba, you know, Moo, oh, let me just tell, Konosuba is one of those things I am so mad, so, like, I could bite a nail into mad at Crunchyroll for their handling of it. Because Konosuba, we still do not have the movie Legend of Crimson on Blu-ray in the United States, and they have no plans to do it. So the way Konosuba sort of started was Crunchyroll licensed it out before they, Crunchyroll licensed, so seasons 1 and 2, Crunchyroll licensed out to Discotek. This is before Crunchyroll bought Funimation. Okay, so before that whole mess happened and everything was folded in. Crunchyroll, I don't know if they thought it wasn't going to sell or what, but Discotek swooped in and they licensed it out. So season 1 and season 2 were released by Discotek. In the midst of all of that, Crunchyroll bought Funimation, and then the rights went back from Discotek to Crunchyroll. And while all this is going on, Funimation in the UK releases the first 2 seasons and they release the movie. But in the US, it's like the movie got sort of trapped in limbo because of the purchase of Funimation and because of this Discotek license. I think Discotek was planning to release the movie, but then when Crunchyroll swallowed Funimation, Crunchyroll stopped licensing most things out to Discotek. And for some reason, the movie's just kind of trapped in limbo with that. So Crunchyroll now that they own Funimation, they've released released the Konosuba prequel series. They've released Konosuba season 3, but they won't release the movie. And it's just not even on their radar. I've emailed them directly, and they've just sort of been like, oh no, we have no plans to release it. Well, can you explain something? And the problem with importing it is the UK release of the movie is region locked. And I believe the Hong Kong releases, in addition to not having the dub track, which I do really like the Konosuba dub track. I don't know where you fall on dubs versus subs. I think it's a great dub track. I don't think they even have the English subtitles. So Legend of Crimson is stuck with streaming. Really, the only hope that I sort of have for it is it was so popular. Yeah, that's why it doesn't make sense, Moo. It makes no sense because it's an instant. And the UK Blu-ray, all they have to do is literally just reissue it here without the region lock. That's it. Instant money. That's one that would just sell so easily. Because Konosuba always sells. It doesn't make sense. My only hope at this point is if this, I hate putting it this way, when the series ends or gets canceled or whatever, if Crunchyroll ever decides to put out a complete series set on Blu-ray, some sort of an overpriced set, and you know it's going to be overpriced because it's Crunchyroll, is that they'll include the movie then. That's all I could think. Unless, I mean, there's always a possibility they could license it out, but I don't think that's going to happen. Because people have been thinking for years that that Crunchyroll was going to license out Tenchi Muyo. Because Tenchi Muyo, I don't know if you're a fan of Tenchi Muyo. Tenchi Muyo is not in good shape on home video. Most of the stuff is only on DVD, and they are not good DVDs. They are bad DVDs in the US. And it's the type of thing that Discotek would probably release in a heartbeat, but Crunchyroll won't let it go because of the streaming. Even though they probably could still keep their streaming rights and just give a physical license, you know and I know Crunchyroll sucks. I mean, that's what it all boils down to. Crunchyroll really sucks as a company, and they've been worse. And Funimation was never good. But, I mean, everything got worse when Crunchyroll bought Funimation. like Funimation, one of the things that they used to do is they used to release things in an expensive Blu-ray DVD combo at the beginning. So take, we'll pick a Steins Gate. They would release it in a Blu-ray DVD combo, and they would split it up to make more money into part 1 and part 2. So they'd have Steins Gate Part 1 Blu-ray DVD combo, the first 12 episodes for $50. Then they'd release Part 2, same deal, $50. And then after a few years had passed, Funimation would reissue things as like essentials or I don't know. There was some other line they had, but we'll just say essentials was their last one. They would reissue it as essentials. They would remove the DVD bonus copies, and they would just put the complete series, no longer split as part 1 and part 2, as just a singular discount-priced Blu-ray set. So whereas before you would have been paying $100 for the series, if you waited like 3 years, you could pick it up, the whole series, for probably like $30, $40. Once Crunchyroll bought them, that ended. So, like, for instance, Steins Gate Zero, I don't have Steins Gate Zero because I never saw it coming. I assumed Steins Gate Zero would be treated like the first Steins Gate and would be eventually released in an Essentials pack. Instead, it's just gone out of print, and out of print it shall stay. Yeah. Crunchyroll. You talk about a company I would not be sad to see go under. Like, completely go under and just let the vultures come in and pick the corpse. Crunchyroll. They're like right up there with Disney for me. I know, it sounds cruel, but the truth is, Greg, it would be for the best, because I'll tell you... Oh,
of course you do. That's because I'm famous.
Thank you, Clover, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Back Library. If you came from a short, then you're not seeing me now. But if you are currently lurking in chat, thank you, thank you, thank you. What was I saying? Oh, something else that Funimation did. If you want to hear something where Funimation customers got done dirty, when Crunchyroll, because Funimation used to have digital copies. They started doing, the streaming thing. Funimation started when you would buy your Blu-ray, it would include a free digital copy. You put in the little code, you got the digital copy online. When Crunchyroll bought Funimation, they discontinued Funimation's digital video service. Okay, fine. They did not grandfather anyone into Crunchyroll. If you had a digital copy of anything from Funimation, whether it was included as a bonus or you paid for it, had is the operative word. It is now gone. Crunchyroll just said, thank you for being a customer, now rebuy it. Hope you kept the DVD. If it came with as a bonus code, hope you kept to that DVD or Blu-ray. That is one of the dirtiest things. That's still one of those things with Crunchyroll that just makes me raise a few eyebrows and say, wow, oh, so this is how we're playing. And it's also a reminder, honestly, it's a reminder, you want to know why I buy physical releases? That is why. Right there is why. Because they can take it away from you. You might think you own it digitally. You don't. It can be taken away at any time. We look at things like GOG. As much as I love GOG, and they talk about how you own it forever, the fact is, someone could swoop in, buy GOG, shut it all down, and if you don't have those saved on a hard drive, your games are gone. Or even if you've got them saved on a hard drive, that hard drive gets wiped out, your games are gone. That is, and again, if you buy a physical copy, sure, something could happen to it. It could be rendered unplayable. I know that there are a lot of Blu-rays and DVDs that have gone bad over the years. I try to keep up on this on discs affected by laser rot and whatnot, just like it happened with Laserdisc. And there are some, especially, Warner Brothers. There's a whole mess of Warner Brothers, like, produced between certain years where they went bad. And I have been affected by a couple, and one can't be replaced. Well, it can be replaced, but I would pay more than it's worth to replace. But yeah, stuff like that. That's another reason that Madamus sticks to his boomer style physical media. The Peanuts movie, which is out of print. This is out of print. I don't know if the 2D version, which Disney has, is out of print, but this is the original 20th Century Fox Blu-ray 3D plus Blu-ray plus DVD plus digital combo. I had some DVDs lose their chromatic coating and crumble out of the plastic. Okay, I've never had anything like that, Luciano. That is a new one. I've never had that. I've had some that looked perfect and just stopped playing, and it had to do with it had to do with like the dual layering inside, that there was a defect in the adhesive that broke down over time. And I think I've had some DVDs that are getting they start developing this weird, like, oxidized coating to them. They start getting this white pattern look, and I don't know what causes it. I've heard that it's caused by the off-gassing of the Blu-ray cases. I've had a number that have gotten like that, and they still play. I've never had anything like that. Holy crap. I hope it wasn't anything really precious to you, man. That is, wow. You're making me want to go back through all my DVDs and check them tonight, and I don't have time. Peanuts movie. First of all, I really liked the Peanuts movie. I really enjoyed it. I mean, it was a bit uneven, but I really enjoyed it. Another thing to say about this, it was a direct digital to digital copy. DTS 7.1, as it was originally. Blu-ray 3D. This is one of my favorite looking Blu-ray 3Ds. Of an animated movie, this is my favorite. Above even Finding Nemo and Finding Dory, which look amazing. No, it was some DVDs that I burned from Blockbuster. Oh, okay. Okay, burned copies, maybe. I've never trusted burned ones. That's one reason I'll buy Blu-rays from Warner Archive, but I will never buy their DVDs, because DVDs from Warner Archive, with a few exceptions, they are burned copies. They are manufactured on demand, as they put it. I'll never buy those because I don't trust the life expectancy. But Peanuts... is one of my favorite Blu-ray 3D releases. If you ever get a chance to watch Blu-ray 3D format, to watch 3D TV, Peanuts is gonna be... Peanuts is one of those system sellers. To me, it's a showcase piece. I used to buy blank DVDs, rent from Blockbuster, and copy them. Oh, dear. I'm gonna be honest with you, Luciano. So here's something I would do. I did something like that, but it was never to keep. Okay, you want to... Here we go. Madamus is going to talk piracy. I did, when I was a little Madamus, I would rent things from, like, those red boxes. The little boxes that you'd see at convenience stores to rent movies. But I would rent things when I had coupons, but I didn't intend to watch that night. So I used to rent things. I would make a copy of it on a blank DVD, get around to watching it eventually, and then after I watched it, I would throw the DVD out, or I would go buy the movie. I'd either go buy the movie. If I loved it, I'd buy the movie. If I didn't, I just tossed it. So there's, there's a landfill with Madamus' name on it. Because Blockbuster had a rent 5 for 1. Yep, there we go. Over a weekend, but could never watch 5 movies in a sequel weekend, so I copied them. There we go. Okay, so Luciano, you and I are on the same page. That's the same way it was with me with the red boxes. I'd have a coupon code or coupon codes, and I couldn't do them all at once, or it was bad timing. Yep. Hope that never happens to me, especially my most beloved Blu-ray Transformers: A Land of the Fallen. I've never seen Land. Oh, Transformers. I don't know if I've ever seen. Is that one of the movies? I don't know if I saw that one. I saw most of the Transformers movies. I have the Blu-rays of those. They're all sealed. Those you're not going to see ranked. Revenge of the Fallen. Okay. I do have it in 3D. It's never been opened. I picked them up at some point. They were all like next to nothing. And I picked them up just to sit on them. All the Transformers movies in 3D and the limited edition IMAX of the second one, and I hate it. I'm just not a fan of them. But I didn't throw them away. My brother still have some that didn't go bad. Well, that's at least they kept. I'll tell you what ruined me with, there we go. I'll tell you what ruined me, Luciano, with that. I've told a lot of you I used to do custom DVDs as a hobby, like restorations of things. I didn't keep, I did. I had my, the hard drive, external hard drive that I had kept all my backups on went bad. For all these projects I had poured hours, weeks into, months, and money with the Laserdisc player and capture equipment. And then I went to check the discs that I made, my own personal copies. And a lot of them had gone bad. Every one that was a burned double layer disc, they had gone bad. And I don't know why, unless it was a temperature thing when I was moving. That broke my heart because I had before, now it's available on 4K now, so it doesn't matter. But I had done a widescreen restoration of the television cut of Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which I never distributed online even. And some of my stuff I did used to for these restorations. You could find them certain places under a much different username. That one I didn't, and I'd given it to a few people, just a few friends. My copy went bad. I reached out to those friends to ask if I reached out to them. Hey, do you still have it? Can you send it to me to borrow, or can you rip it for me? Not a one of them. Well, one of them replied. Not a one of them replied except one. And the one who replied, once I tried to set up for him to send it to me or to rip it for me, never got back with me. And so at that point, it was just like, you know, this hobby's kind of dead to me. This kind of killed this hobby. Now, that said, I did do a few other things as digital files, and I do have them saved. I do have my Star Wars stuff saved as digital files. I do have a restoration of the Mechanic and extended English cut saved as a file, and a few other things. But yeah, I kind of stopped doing that. Besides, I don't have time. I'm a VTuber now. I don't have time to play around with that stuff. I barely have time to watch any Blu-rays. Yeah, it's the horrible one. It's like 2.5 hours. That feels like 20. Yeah. Only one I liked. I liked the first one okay. I thought the first one was okay. There were things I didn't like it, but I remember enjoying it when I saw it. I don't know how I'd feel about it now. So yeah, Peanuts. I'm getting distracted. I like the extras on this one. It does have okay extras. They're cookie cutter extras because of the time period. But it's a great presentation, and the Red Baron scenes, especially in 3D, are fantastic. I do like Shia LaBeouf's acting. He's kind of here's the thing. I never hated Shia LaBeouf as an actor. I think as a person, he's, a bit one flew over the cuckoo's nest and whatnot. And I have no doubt that he was probably a challenge to work with. But I can't say I ever saw a movie where I disliked him. And that includes Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Everyone hammers that. I never had a problem with Shia LaBeouf in that movie. I had a problem with a lot of the CGI in that movie. I thought things like the refrigerator thing was dumb. I really wish Spielberg would not have done the alien thing, and they could try to dress it up and say interdimensional beings. I don't care. It just wasn't the right direction, and I don't know why they did that. I don't know why he did that. But I never disliked Shia LaBeouf in that movie. I have a problem with Shia in any movie he was in. You know what? Fair. I hate his acting. Fair enough. You know what, Luciano? Everyone's got their tastes and ones that they absolutely hate. I get it. I'm sure if I was to start picking apart, I could pick some things. The kid who played the Flash, I didn't care for him. I can't think in I never even saw the last Flash movie. I didn't care for him. That Ezra Miller, didn't care for Ezra Miller. I've never been a Sean Penn fan at all, and it's not even the political, because I do get annoyed when a lot of folks go heavy politics crap. I just never cared for Sean Penn. Yeah. That refrigerator thing was really disappointing. What was disappointing is the fact that it didn't end the way it should have. The moment that refrigerator landed, the door should have opened. It should have just been a pile of red jelly that poured out of there. I'm sorry, I didn't want Indiana Jones to be muerto, but I'm sorry that I understand you're supposed to suspend disbelief. Sometimes you can't. I think my favorite Shia movie was Eagle Eye. I don't know if I remember it. I know I saw it. I'm sure I saw it. But I will say I don't know if I liked him as well in Holes when he was first. But that's me with most child actors. I'm generally, when it comes to child actors, I'm not that keen. Peanuts, before I get too far. Peanuts, if you want a showcase piece for Blu-ray 3D, I do think this is one. This is a great presentation of, I've always felt, a solid movie. Sadly, it's out of print. Good audio, good video. Special features on it are adequate for what it is. For the time period, because everyone was doing kind of cookie cutter. In fact, we should be happy it even has special features, because this is sort of when we were in the era of the golden age of DVDs was over. Hope that you kind of have to be thankful for any special features. I'm giving this another A tier, just because I do think it's a solid presentation. Which, of course, is why now it's owned by Disney, because it was Fox, and so it's out of print. Few child actors can be a natural Macaulay Culkin. And that's the thing. I liked Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone and Home Alone 2, but at the same time I am going to say, looking back on it, it doesn't feel natural to me. It does feel to me at least, it does feel like he is acting. It doesn't feel like he's reading his lines, but it does feel like it doesn't feel natural. But that could just be me. That said, I love those. I mean, obviously, who doesn't love the original two Home Alones? Hard to believe there are 5 of them, isn't it? The other 3 are pain. He's not in them. Doesn't matter. The other 3 are pain. Oh, does it not? Oh, God, they are awful. They are awful. They are awful. I don't think they're even on Blu-ray. I gotta check. Nope. Home Alone 3, which did make it to theaters, never made it to Blu-ray. Home Alone 4 and 5 were were made for TV. Or maybe there were only 4. No, there were 5. French Stewart was in one of them. What can you do? Okay, let's pick another. That's an interesting set. But I'm not going to do it just yet. I might come back to that one. Oh, let me just go ahead and knock out the Pink Panthers real quick. The Pink Panthers this is one that makes me sad in all cases. So first we've got the Shout Factory Pink Panther collection. Now this isn't, now it's not a complete collection. This was the Blake Edwards, the Pink Panther film collection starring Peter Sellers. So it's none of the non-Peter Sellers movies. This was released by Shout Factory. It is out of print. It's going for a lot. obvious. I mean, you could see. I think you can find it a little cheaper now. They kind of botched. No. I'll tell you everything wrong with it. But it's got the Pink Panther, A Shot in the Dark, Pink Panther with a decent amount of special features. Okay? These are all ported over from the DVD. A Shot in the Dark, no real special features. DTS, in the cases of the audio, Pink Panther has 5.1 remix and mono. Shot in the Dark, 5.1 remix and mono. The Return of the Pink Panther is only mono. It is only mono because Return of the Pink Panther, they had to sub-license from... All of the Pink Panthers are owned by MGM, except Return of the Pink Panther. It is owned by... it's owned by Universal now, but it kept changing hands. It was one of these that I don't know if it was like released by the film investors. I think it was a company, Filmways. I don't know who released it, but it's something where Universal has it now, so... even though they're not credited at the bottom there, but it was something that they had to sub-license. So, they weren't able to get a remaster of this, a remix of the sound. Pink Panther Strikes Again, 5.1 in mono, and it does have a special feature added. Revenge of the Pink Panther, 5.1 in mono. Trail of the Pink Panther, 5.1 in mono, the one that barely stars Peter Sellers because they were just recycling a bunch of old deleted scenes to try to make a movie out of it. So here's the good thing about this. The very good thing about this is it includes the mono mixes of everything. That is wonderful for me because I like having the original mixes along with a remix. Always the original mix first. But then we get to the movies themselves. A Shot in the Dark, Return of the Pink Panther, Pink Panther Strikes Again, Revenge of the Pink Panther, and Trail of the Pink Panther all look good. They don't look great, okay? These aren't 5-star video releases. These aren't 4K masters, but these are solid 2K Blu-ray masters. They all look good, in my opinion. But then you get to the first film, the one that should be the knockout, the Pink Panther. For whatever reason, and this is wrong, this video rating is so wrong. Giving a 4.0 is so wrong. So wrong. And I don't know if I can find a comparison here. Let me see if I can find a comparison here. The video on the Pink Panther in the Shout Factory, there are two big problems. First of all, the video is stretched. It is stretched so everyone looks slightly taller. Circles look like ovals. For whatever reason, they screwed up the master and it is stretched. Second, there is a song in it, Meglio Stasera, which is in Italian. It was always in Italian. It now has hard-coded, non-removable subtitles translating the Italian to English during that song. That was not in the original. There were no subtitles for the song. You just enjoy the song. I don't care if you know what it means. That was the movie. Let's see, Pink. Maybe, no? Do they not have oh, they don't have a comparison on here. They do not have a comparison on here. That's too bad. Unless it's under the, I don't think it is. No, because the. Ah, welcome in, Anami. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good night. We're just doing a lot of yapping. A lot of yapping about Blu-rays, mostly about quality, not the movies themselves, whether they're good or not, but some of the Blu-ray qualities of the Blu-ray. Let me see if I can find an example with the circle. You can barely tell it, but it's stretched. You can tell it when it's side by side with another. But the image never should have been stretched. I don't like this edition. And also, again... Oh, wait. Yeah, this is the Shout Factory release. Okay. And, well, like I was saying, it doesn't have a wealth of special features. So it's really it's an adequate set for everything except the first movie. Let me get a picture for it. Copy image. And by the way, if you've never seen the Pink Panther movies, I'm not going to come out and say that they are drop down, knee slapping, you'll go nuts, hilarious. They're kind of an acquired taste. And they're not all even. I enjoy them for what they are. They do get me a feeling of warmth, but I'm not going to call them the funniest movies of all time. This Pink Panther set, I am going to put it in C tier I'm going to put it in C tier. I would have given this a B, probably, if the transfer for the Pink Panther itself had been better. But it is not. Which brings us now to this. This is the Kino reissue of the Pink Panther, which just came out, was it this year? Yep, just came out in January. There's also a 4K release. From everything I've read and seen, the 4K accomplishes nothing. Basically, the Blu-ray and the 4K visually are both five-star video presentations. They look fantastic. I disagree with this rating, giving the audio 5 out of 5. It doesn't say it here. It doesn't say it here at all. But this version does not have the original mono mix. It has the 5.1 surround sound remix. It has a 2.0 stereo remix. The same mixes I'm pretty sure that were on the previous release. If not, I'd be surprised. Because it sounds about the same to me. Maybe it's a bit beefier. I don't know. Let's find the screenshots for this edition. Does it have that the thing for the stretch so that I could compare? Yeah, maybe you can. Okay, I'm going back to this. Let me see if I can compare that for you, chat. If you are interested. If not, then I'm sorry. Okay, where is it? Screenshots. No, I don't want pizza. Well, I mean, I do want pizza, but I don't want pizza. You know what I mean. Where is it? There it is. There we go. This is a comparison. Here we go. New York style. Ooh. Those are the thin ones, right? See, I usually like a thicker crust. I like a lot of bread. And stuffed crust. Give me a stuffed crust. Stuffed crust. Okay, pay attention to this circle. Oh, let me get it centered the same way. See how round it is there? Ah, like a Chicago. Chicago's good. I can do a Chicago. Just even a regular hand tossed is fine with me. I'm not super picky. I'm more picky, I think, about the sauce and to a point about the toppings. That said, I mean, I'm fine with pineapple. I know a lot of people can't stand it. You can see here the circle looks super round. This one, it looks slightly oval. Also, the colors are more muted in the Shout Factory release. They're much more vibrant in the Kino release. But the Kino release adds no new special features and removes the mono audio mix. So what do you do with something like that? I mean, you got something that looks great, but it loses something key with the audio. Muted and cooler, yeah. And as far as I know, the Kino, they went back to like the inner positive, I think. I think they got the colors matched supposedly really well for the 4K release, and they based that with the Blu-ray, and yeah, I think it's a great looking disc. It's a great looking disc. It's just it loses a bit with the sound, and it loses with the special features. So for me, I have to put it C tier also. If the audio would have been there, it would have been B. If it would have had some new special features, it would have been A. I don't know what would have made it an S tier title for me. I don't know what would have made it an S tier, really. How long have I been going? Oh, only 3 hours? That's not long. Na 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 na. Let me pick some. I want to do something that is an S tier. Something I know offhand is an S tier. Let me go to it. Let's find it. Yeah, I think it's page 3 it'd have it. Yeah, page 3 will have an S tier. We'll have to rate the Bond one for sure tonight. The Bond set. Okay. Yes, I can pick an S tier. This is another Hammer release. Not currently available. Check back for updates. I'm glad I got this one. I did. It's a limited. It was a limited collector's edition, and I did not pay anywhere near the list price of $120. It's a UK release, but it's region free, and they did sell it here. You could get it from Amazon. You could get it from Barnes & Noble. They knew they were going to be selling it everywhere. This is, not that you could tell from that cover, this is, and there are probably some pictures of the packaging. This is Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter. This is the 4K Blu-ray combo pack. It is a 5-disc set for the one movie. Do we have any pictures of the packaging? There's got to be some pictures somewhere of the packaging. Let me see. Ah, there we go. The packaging on this thing is huge before we even talk about the movie. That's the outer box. Thick. The inner box, it's got this. It comes with a bunch of books. It's got the graphic novel. A reprint of the graphic novel. Posters. It's got a fold-out poster, too. That's the inside of the case when you fold it open and completely. And this is when you fold in the other pages. Or no, that's one side and the other. I don't remember. In any case, that's the case. It's really well done. As far as your discs, disc 1 is the 4K. It's got the UK theatrical version, which is 1.66:1, and open matte as filmed full frame version. Disc 2 is the widescreen US theatrical version on 4K. Then on the DVD discs, you've got the same thing, the UK and the open matte, the widescreen US, and then you've got another disc of documentaries and interviews. And each of these discs also has a bunch of special features on them. They've got introductions for every version, including an introduction, which I didn't know this. They've got an introduction with the director, Brian Clemens, where he talks about how this is one of Peter Jackson's favorite movies. Apparently, Peter, Lord of the Rings Jackson, came to, they met at some convention, or they met at some point, and Peter Jackson revealed to Brian Clemens that when he was a little kid, he completely remade this movie in 16mm with himself as Captain Kronos. That's how much he loved it. This movie is... I know I wasn't going to talk a lot about the movies. I was just going to talk about the discs. This movie is really something special because it's not the typical horror movie of the time where the focus was on Dracula or on Frankenstein or on the bad guy and the hero character was sort of forgettable. In this case, the focus was on the hero who was hunting down the vampires. And this is, you cannot, because in Japan, they liked a lot of the Hammer films. There are references to like Hammer Dracula in Castlevania. I have no doubt that this was one of your big inspirations for Castlevania. I have no doubt that this was a big inspiration for Simon Belmont, was Captain Kronos. This is a precursor to a lot of the cinematic universe stuff we have now, because at the time this was meant to be, and it bombed. It failed, and it failed because Hammer didn't put it in. Hammer just like set on it. They didn't know how to promote it, and so they didn't. They kind of just dropped it into theaters a couple years after it had been made, and it came and went. It found its audience like on TV years later. This thing was meant to like bridge all sort of Hammer franchises. You got Captain Kronos in this film hunting vampires who are related, it turns out later on, to the Karsteins. So that relates to the Hammer, like Twins of Evil and Lust for a Vampire movies. They were planning to have like Captain Kronos eventually against Dracula, presumably Christopher Lee. Captain Kronos may be getting involved in the Frankenstein mythos, in the Mummy mythos. It was supposed to be something that this was supposed to be their big hero character for the whole Hammer cinematic universe, and it just wasn't to be. In a lot of ways, this is also a precursor to a Captain Kronos cinematic universe. Yeah, the Hammer Kronos cinematic universe. And that was, and I didn't realize this, the name Kronos, he specifically picked that, even though it's a different spelling, because time. Because the thought was maybe he's a hero that's timeless and they could start sticking him anywhere. In a way, it's a precursor to a lot of comic book movies. This thing, I mean, there's a graphic novel included that's based on it, but it feels like a comic book. This thing feels like a comic book. And the music on it is dynamite too. The music is Laurie Johnson, who did the music for the original Avengers TV series, a lot of the seasons of that. When I say the Avengers, I don't mean Marvel, I mean Steed and Peele, which Brian Clements also created the Avengers. Was one of the writers and the directors of the Avengers. Alex, welcome in. But yeah, this is a huge 4K Blu-ray set if you can find it now. Visually, it is perfect. I disagree with this rating where they say the Blu-ray is a notch below the 4K. This thing looks perfect. Also, hi man, I had a headache for the past hour. I'm sorry to hear that. Medication has only just now kicked in. I'm glad it's working for you. You know, I had a headache when I started stream too. I had to take some ibuprofen right out of the gate. Thanks for giving me something to listen to. No, absolutely. I hope it hasn't given you even more of a headache. It is, this movie looks fantastic on Blu-ray. And it looks great in motion too. It looks even better in motion than it does in stills. Usually things do look better. It hasn't. Well, good. Oh, I thought that was a bad thing for a moment. I'm glad. Oh, I love this movie. And this movie's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means. But yeah, loads of great visual quality, great audio. It does have multiple sound mixes. It's got Dolby Atmos, as you can see here. Dolby Atmos, True HD. It's got, it does have DTS HD master audio for the Blu-ray discs. And it's got the original mono and LPCM, which I'm always a sucker for an LPCM track. And in terms of special features, disc 1, both and 3, the Blu-ray and the 4K, the same discs, basically. One's 4K, one Blu-ray version. You've got audio commentary. You've got an introduction by actress Carolyn Monroe. She was so gorgeous. You've got introduction by Sam and George Clemens, who are... I think they are film historians. It was shot near the family's home. Okay. Oh, only new restoration. Oh, Brian Clemens' father. Okay, their father was Brian Clemens. And then the other disc, it has an introduction by Brian Clemens from 2013. Original trailer, UK censor card. Oh my gosh, they put the censor card on there. I didn't notice that. Reunion from 2008, an old 30-minute like a Comic-Con thing. Hammer in the 1970s, anything goes. Yeah, there's a lot of things. They threw a lot of darts at the wall in the 70s. Disc 5, loads of stuff. Hour-long interview with Brian Clemens from 2000, an old stock interview from 1991. Another thing just about Brian Clemens there, the director, that's an hour long, and writer-director. An interview with actor Horst Jansen from 2010. Wow. Oh my gosh. Printed material. Yeah. I love this release. I haven't even finished all the special features on it. I've watched a lot of them. I haven't watched all of it. I haven't watched it all, but I've watched enough to know that... Oh, why isn't it letting me copy it? Oh, I guess I gotta do this one. You don't get much better than that release in terms of preserving the movie properly, and extras, and the packaging is phenomenal. Everything about this release is money. And that said, I might as well hit the other one. Then you got the Shout Factory release. The Shout, I don't know why. This is such a big movie, and yet Shout Factory gave it one of their most lackluster Blu-rays. Shout Factory released a lot of, and still are releasing a lot, and the Shout Factory one's still in print, as you can see. So if you just want to see the movie, you can always, it's fine. It's just not great. The Shout Factory release, I'm sort of surprised that they didn't do much with extras for it. Shout Factory's really hit or miss. All they did was use the U.S. theatrical poster. This is another reason why it didn't do that well. This right here, this artwork, this is one reason why it didn't do great in theaters. That is the theatrical poster for the thing in the U.S. It didn't have much of a poster. Look at that. It's just black and white, couple shots put together, even though the movie's, color from the 70s. Seriously, why would you go see that movie? I wouldn't have. I would have never seen this probably. And the old home video, I could tell you the DVD release of this doesn't have a good cover either. It's just like a scene from the movie. None of the home videos can't even make it out from the distance. Yeah. 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 And the DVD releases and the home video releases, I don't know how it did so well on like VHS and whatnot, and on DVD. I've got the old DVD. I'm gonna, let me pull up the DVD cover. I do want to show that. Captain Kronos. Yeah. That was the cover on DVD. That's not even Captain Kronos. That's Dr. Marcus. The EP has one today. Have a great stream. Hey, no worries, Omegs. Thanks for hanging out. You have a wonderful night. I mean, it is a boring stream, man. I'm just yapping about Blu-rays. Aha! You have a good rest. We'll see you next week. We'll see you next week. Yeah. I mean, that's not even the main character. That's Dr. Marcus. I saw this cover. I thought that was Captain Kronos. Every yap is the best yap. Oh, bless. Appreciate it. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dehydrate. Yeah, I don't know why. I do not understand that cover. So in any case, yeah, the Shout Factory release. What does it have on it? It's got a few things. It did have a new audio commentary at the time. They did, Shout Factory included that Anything Goes featurette, which I think was also done for the UK. They did include one of the old audio commentaries there. Legacy ones. Trailer and TV spots, nothing much. Nothing really special to this. Visually, it still looks okay, but I don't know if you could tell it. It isn't as good. It's clearly an older master. It's fine. It's fine, but it's just a... Yeah, right there. What does it say right here? This settles it. It's a BD50, so it had a healthy bit rate at least. Paramount gave Shout Factory either an inner negative or an inner positive that struck from a dated source. Yeah. Pictures presented the U.S. isn't the same print that appeared on Shock Entertainment. I don't know anything about that. Shock is brighter by 2 shades. So the Shout Factory one's a bit dark. The hues in the painting of the page stand out greater. Added exclusive bonus. The Shock did the open matte, but didn't have room to add captures. But definitely hasn't been panned and scanned. It's gorgeous. The Shock. Okay. Yeah, so it's... This release is... fine. It's fine. That's sort of where I'm at with it. It's fine. So if I were to rate this edition, because I remember I wasn't unhappy with it. I was just let down. I wanted more from a Captain Kronos. I'm giving this one a C tier. Because it is a better release than that A Horror of Dracula, for sure. Okay, let's pick another random one. I don't want to rank that. Okay. Let's rank something that really pissed me off. Something I love that makes me angry. This is Battlestar Galactica, the definitive collection. And this is of the original TV series. So it's Battlestar Galactica, the original series, Galactica 1980, the complete series, and Battlestar Galactica, the original movie. So the theatrical cut of the pilot movie. This is a wonderful example of why studios should never use the word definitive unless they are actually releasing something that is definitive. Because this, again, falls into a category for me of a beggars can't be choosers edition. For starters, it makes a really weird decision. With the TV series of both the original and of Galactica 1980, they decided to matte it to widescreen. Let me see if there are some comparisons of that. Yeah. There we go. They decided to matte it to widescreen. So originally, pillar boxed on the sides, bars on the sides because it was 4:3 full frame. Universal decided to matte it to change it to widescreen. For whatever reason. In the process, they also completely changed the colors. This color right here probably represents much better the way it would have been on TV. The widescreen version, which loses information at the bottom more than the top, a little bit at the top, but mostly at the bottom, is much more muted. It's much cooler. It's muted and it's cooler. For whatever reason, Universal thought including this widescreen version was a really good decision. In fact, they even touted it as being the big selling, remastered in widescreen for the first time. The Ultimate Collector, its original television, and in widescreen for the first time. They were convinced that this is what everyone wanted. Everyone wants this to be cropped to fit your widescreen TV. No one wanted that. No one really wanted that. Oh, all hail from Rhineland. The rest will oh, that's fine. You don't have to tell me until they raid in, but welcome in, Agnes. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night. It's good to see you. Hope you had fun. Rhine was playing Resident Evil 4, wasn't she? I hope she had fun with it. Was it the remake or the original? I know Evie was doing more was it Forza or no, she was doing Cyberpunk. Okay. Why am I keeping track of all this? Blah blah blah. Oh, well, but welcome in. We're just doing a Yap stream. We are talking about Blu-ray, just ranking some Blu-rays, not necessarily the shows themselves. No! Oh, I didn't mean that to be an admonishing thing. Honestly, my brain isn't braining. Welcome in. No, you're good. You're good, believe me. You're fine. We're just doing a Yap stream, talking about different Blu-ray releases. The remake? Okay. I'll have to check out the VOD on that. I was watching it in the background while I was working. So Battlestar Galactica, the definitive collection, nothing definitive about this. First, it includes the series matted to widescreen and original full screen. Okay, good, great, wonderful, at a glance. There are all sorts of compression issues. For whatever reason, the widescreen version has even though that's the one they were touting as their most important one, it looks compressed. There are some pixelated moments. They don't stand out heavily. There's sort of a blink and you'll miss them. If you're watching it in motion, oh, this is live action. This is definitely live action from the 70s. For whatever reason, the widescreen matted version, there are some moments of pixelation, but they're minor. There's a bit more edge enhancement too, so they've gone back and sharpened it. And I've said they tweaked the colors. There's also some major picture problems with one of the most important episodes. There's an episode, part 1 of The Living Legend. For some reason, they went back and applied some extra noise reduction to it. And as a result, the picture noise, like grain reduction. The star fields on that episode blink in and out. The stars seem to just constantly be blinking in both the widescreen version and the full screen version. I have a theory. My theory as to why that is I had heard rumors that Universal was debating doing a sort of a Star Trek style remaster and redoing all the effects, and that they were going to do it with that 2-part episode, The Living Legend. I think they had gone ahead and super hard cleaned it of any grain because they were preparing to do that, and then they never did, and they never went back to the pre-degrained episode for the set. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is the audio. Right here, where is it? Oh no, I'm wrong on the, okay. Problem number 2 is the audio. This is wrong. This is wrong. Hold on. This is not right. I know that this is not right. DTS Digital Surround 2.0. Yeah. The other problem, I was right, is the audio. Battlestar Galactica, they did a 5.1 remix. The sequel series, Galactica 1980, is 2.0 audio. So it's not even a 5.1 remix. And neither one of them includes the original mono. They do not have the original mono. So they only have a remix, and it's not even like the same remix for each series. So they don't match. Number 3, the special features on this are just carryovers from the DVD. There is nothing new added to make this definitive. Number 4, the true pièce de résistance that fans have wanted that would make it definitive is missing. And that is bedtime for me. Hey, thank you for hanging out. Hope we didn't, I assume we put you to sleep already. Thank you for hanging out. Hope to see you again. Have a wonderful night, Jake. Appreciate it as always. We'll see you later. What was I saying? Oh, the pièce de résistance that's missing from this is there were alternate versions of a whole bunch of episodes that were shown on syndicated television in the 1980s as movies. They took all of the two-part episodes, edited them back together, and put deleted scenes in. They took episodes that were similar, edited them together, and put deleted scenes back in, and broadcast them on TV and syndication. None of those are included, the syndicated movies. Next, this thing, as I said, includes the theatrical cut of the movie of Battlestar Galactica. It's actually the 35th anniversary DVD that they just stuck back in. 35th anniversary DVD for being labeled 35th anniversary. It includes no additional special features. It's just labeled 35th anniversary. The video is encoded in an older codec, the VC1, which is not as good as... So it's got a lower codec than the rest of the series. The only thing it's got going for it is it has the DTS HD Sensurround track. Is syndicated TV the regular TV? So what syndication is, I'm glad you asked. Syndication was shows that local TV stations would buy to broadcast. So they weren't things produced by a network. So like, for instance, when a local TV station, when NBC originally ran Friends, that was network. But then after it ran in its original broadcast, they would sell it to other TV stations, and that was called syndication. So the idea of selling TV shows to other TV stations for them to run is syndication. So like if you saw reruns, if you watch reruns of Seinfeld on a TV station now, that's syndication versus when they were originally broadcast. And so a lot of times for syndication, movie studios would sell movie packages to be broadcast on TV. So when a lot of TV channels would run movies in the afternoon. Back in the 80s and the 90s, movies being run on TV stations during the afternoon was a common thing, at least in the United States. So companies like Universal, like the famous PBS, I saw Channel 15. Close. PBS is more of a public broadcasting thing. Syndication would be more of the ad-run television. But a lot of channels... So, how do I put this? It's so hard. It's easy to explain, and yet it's difficult. So you'll have a local channel. Like, let's say, let's pick, just toss some letters out. KXZA. And let's say they are an NBC affiliate. During their primetime hours, they run programming from the NBC network. But during the rest of the day, they have to fill it with other programming. So that other programming they purchase. Talk shows like Oprah Winfrey Show, syndication. Dr. Phil was a syndicated show. Star Trek The Next Generation during its entire run was syndicated. So, and that's the reason why Star Trek The Next Generation always ran at times like 6 p.m. It never ran in prime time, because it was a syndicated show and prime time was reserved for network. So yeah, a lot of studios would also sell movie packages. And Universal, because there were only 24 episodes of Battlestar Galactica, that wasn't enough to syndicate. The rule of thumb used to be, at least like back in the 60s, 70s, and into the 80s, was a TV show needed to have 100 episodes to be syndicated. Battlestar Galactica was 24 episodes. So what did Universal do? They took the episodes, they cut them into movies, and then they sold it as a movie package. So TV stations would buy this Battlestar Galactica movie package and run these Battlestar Galactica movies in the afternoon. That's the best way I could think to explain it. But then there were also the theatrical movies. The original pilot movie of Battlestar Galactica was shown in theaters in a different version than was shown on television. And to this Blu-ray that's included in the box set's credit, it does have the original theatrical Sensurround track. What Sensurround is, this is another just random thing out there. Sensurround was a mono mix with a super heavy bass channel that could break a building. Why do I say this? Apparently, it used to, when it was being tested, it caused like tiles to fall from ceilings. So theaters with Sensurround used to have to install safety nets to prevent pieces of the ceiling from falling on the audience because the bass was that heavy. It was designed to make you feel the action. Nothing like the subwoofers you got today. This Sensurround was aggressive. That'd be horrible and so wonderful at the same time, isn't it? I like legitimately want to see a movie in Sensurround. But like I said, this has the Sensurround track. Of course, a home theater, your home surround system can only do so much. But it's a good replication. The point is they put the track on the disc. Good for them. What else? But this is where it's missing something else. That's unsettling. Yeah, they didn't make a ton of movies with it. Oh, by the way, in a wonderful twist of irony and being completely appropriate, one of the movies with Sensurround, which I believe was the first movie with Sensurround, was a disaster movie called Earthquake. So you want to really feel an earthquake, huh? Boy, have we got a special ticket for you. And the Blu-ray of Earthquake does include the Sensurround track. I do not own it, but it does include it. And I love that. But here's where this box set is missing also and not definitive. It includes the theatrical cut of the Battlestar Galactica pilot movie, but there were 2 more theatrical Battlestar Galactica movies too, in addition to the syndicated movies. There was a movie called Mission Galactica, The Cylon Attack, which was a theatrical re-edit of 3 different episodes, 1 2-parter and another episode. It was shown in theaters overseas and in South America, I believe. And it was released on home video in the United States. And then there was another theatrical movie, which was called Conquest of the Earth. It was re-edited from some episodes of Galactica 1980 with a few little bits and bobs they stuck in from the original Battlestar Galactica. It was shown theatrically in a few overseas territories during the Star Wars boom, and was released again on home video in the US on VHS, not on Laserdisc, that one. Neither of those are included with this. So you've got subpar video, you've got okay audio, you've got special features that really aren't that great. They're just carryovers. Some of them are nice, but there's just carryovers. There's nothing new exclusive to it. And you've got a bunch of stuff that would have made this definitive collection actually definitive that is missing. I love Battlestar Galactica. It is one of my favorite sci-fi shows. It is one of my absolute favorites. And I have to put this in the D category because I don't like the quality of this set. There is also another edition of this labeled as the Remastered Collection, I think. Let me look. I know there's another edition. I think it's just the it is just the widescreen remasters. It does not have any of the full screen, so I don't know why anyone really would buy it. Star Galactica. Yeah, the remastered. Which is just the widescreen cropped versions. So, whatever. Hydration break, chef. You gotta drink. Take a drink, hydrate, or dihydrate. And I am very quickly, chat, going to take a little Madamus break. I will be back in just a few minutes. Okay, sorry about that. Lurk, thank you for lurking. It's the Shy Siren. I see I just missed you. Thank you for lurking. Have a great stream. You as well, Siren, in chat. If you have not checked out the Shy Siren, be sure to do so. She does a lot of cool content, including tonight she was doing an Elden Ring collab. I hope that went well. I know you're lurking. I don't want to bother you too much, but I hope you had a great stream. I hope it all went well. I'll be sure to take a glancey glance at the body VOD. That sounded weird. Why do I keep doing the baby talk like that? That's starting to becoming a thing, and I don't like that. Oh, sorry for that, chat. I got myself a cola. Why did I get myself a cola? Well, I'm glad you asked. I don't know. I just thought I'm gonna grab cola. That's not the best thing for my throat, but I don't know. Maybe the caffeine will open my capillaries or something. I don't know. Is that a bad idea? I usually, whenever a lot of times I take pills, I will take them with cola because I read somewhere about it opening up your capillaries. So my thought was, great, it'll get into my system that much faster. I don't know. Where was I? Oh my gosh, my brain. Let me check one thing, chat. Okay. What's a good one to pick? Okay, I don't want to do the Ultraman stuff just yet. Oh, well, you know what? Here, we're on a good page here. I might as well, let me go ahead and voice the ring so ancient that it's considered Elden. Indeed. We got all these remakes of The Ring, and then they finally got to the Elden Ring. Welcome back, Judd. You know what? All right, there's a few good ones on here. There's a few interesting ones on here. Let's go ahead and do the Bond 50. Let me knock this one out. The Bond set that I'm not at. This hurts me, chat. Because this is one of those sets I want to love, and I can't love it because what it has and what it doesn't have, or where it went wrong. Okay, so the Bond 50. This was the first bit. So, Bond on Blu-ray. Let's talk about Bond on Blu-ray, shall we? James Bond on Blu-ray started with an individual release of Casino Royale from not MGM but through Sony, because Sony had like the home video rights to Casino Royale locked up. And a number of individual releases from MGM. I want to say they released like, I don't know, 10 or 11. Let's just say let's say 9 or 10. There we go. 9 or 10 of the Bond movies, okay? And they were all sort of at random. Then they went back to, I'm curious in your opinion, Blu-ray beat. Oh yeah. Why Blu-ray beat HD DVD? Okay. First of all, in terms of which one's the superior format, I have to be honest, Blu-ray is the superior format. HD DVD, the discs could not hold as much information. Okay. That's the benefit of Blu-ray. The benefit of HD DVD was they used the same laser type system as DVD. So in terms of production, they would have cost less to be made, for studios to make. So it's kind of strange that Blu-ray beat them. I think it all comes down to Sony and the PlayStation. It all comes down, Blu-ray beat HD DVD because you had sort of a war of studios. You had Universal releasing stuff on, Universal and Paramount were HD DVD. Warner Brothers and Sony were Blu-ray. And Disney was Blu-ray as well. And so Disney's a major factor too. But for me, the killing shot was PlayStation versus Xbox. Sony had the PlayStation 3 immediately able to play Blu-ray discs. Immediately. Xbox you had to do an upgrade to play HD DVD discs. It could play them, but you had to pay extra for the feature. That to me was the kill shot there. If Xbox would have been immediately able to play HD DVD versus Sony immediately playing Blu-ray, I think we would have had a genuine format war. But yeah. And by the time, really, it seemed like a lot of studios like Paramount, it seemed like already, like at the beginning of HD DVD, their heart wasn't in it. It seemed like they were sort of releasing stuff because they were already obligated to release stuff on HD DVD. But they were kind of running out the clock until they could switch over to Blu-ray. Universal, I think, was one of the more main driving studios with HD DVD. But yeah, no, my reasons that my opinion is PlayStation did it. So the Bond Blu-ray set. So they released a number of the movies individually on Blu-ray, and they were fine. The transfers were okay. They were what they were. They're good enough transfers. They're good HD transfers, but there are some issues with them. They carried over just about all of the special features from DVD, if not all. In most cases, all. I think there were a couple that were missing a few little things, but mostly they were minor. But they had very different cover artwork than we'd get later. MGM goes back, and then they decide they're going to release a box set of everything after they've already released some individually. When they do that, they do not announce individual releases of the movies that have not been released individually. So, never watched Blu-rays, only DVDs. Well, I mean, the only way to describe it, I guess, is to say one is standard definition and one is high definition. DVDs are standard definition, so the most you can get out of them is 480i. The video would be 480 lines interlaced up to 480p progressive. Blu-ray is 1080p full high definition. And then you've got the 4K UHD Blu-ray discs, which are 4K. But those, I'm not really a fan of the 4K discs. So most of the reviews you're going to see are going to be just the Blu-rays. Let me take another hydration break, chat. Got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Welcome in, Reiko. Welcome in. Hope you are having a good night, a good Friday. It is Friday. Oh, well, I mean, the time zone.
Hype. Click the link and subscribe to Reiko Star right now.
Indeed. Welcome in. There is the link. Be sure to subscribe to Reiko Star. Lots of cool stuff, lots of cool VOD content, lots of cool shorts. How are you? Hope you are doing well tonight. We're just yapping. I'm just going through some of the Blu-rays in the library and putting them on a tier list. And so far we're getting a lot of D tier titles. And I'm not ranking them based on the quality of the movie. It's based on the quality of the Blu-ray releases. So it's a bit more nerdy even than it probably should be, as opposed to just ranking the quality of the, ranking whether I think the movie's good or not. It's just really, is it a good Blu-ray or not? But the Bond 50 set. So the moral of the story is MGM kind of screwed over the existing people who had purchased the Bond Blu-rays. Eventually, they did release the rest of the movies individually, but they were in different packaging, too, from the first round, so nothing matched. As for this set, I'm not a fan of the packaging. It is a digibook, which I usually like digibooks. Let me find a good picture of is there a good picture of the inside? Well, it's a set of 2 digibooks, really. Just about to shower, so maybe lurk mode. Hey, thank you. Appreciate your lurk. Appreciate your lurk. You have a good night. Let me see if I can find a picture of the insides. That's not it. And there's 2 editions of this, too. There are 2 editions of this. I'll talk about that momentarily. Oh, well, there's a look at the inside. So it's a set of 2 coffee table books. They open up like this, showing each individual, showing the year. Then you got the movie disc, and each one has the appropriate Bond girl. All the way through Quantum of Solace. So it's got the first 2 of the Daniel Craig movies. And it also has a place for Skyfall. And this is where it gets annoying. So at the time with the original release, it didn't include Skyfall. They just left an empty space with the year and no picture of a Bond girl to slip your Skyfall disc in. Nothing in the booklet, nothing in the packaging indicated Skyfall at all. It just had a little empty space for you to stick it. Now, they went back and reissued it, and they reprinted it at the time to fix that, but still, I thought it was really, I don't know, I thought that was kind of an ugly decision. I don't like the size of this one. I love digibooks. I do like digibook packaging, even though they can be hell on discs, unless you handle them the right way. But I don't like these ones that are super wide like this, because they stick out from a shelf. Leaving that aside, let's talk about the quality. This is sort of a subject to interpretation. There are a lot of people who do not like this set because a lot of the movies don't look... Yeah, there we go. This space reserved for Skyfall. Annoying. I just don't like that at all. I can't say visually they're accurate to what the original theatrical presentation would have been. There's been a lot of debate on whether the colors are accurate. In some cases, the movies have been over-sharpened or over-cleaned. Some of the movies are slightly window-boxed on the opening titles, meaning they added black bars around the whole thing to shrink it because they were worried about the safety on TVs, because TVs used to crop 10% of the image. They don't anymore, or you can put most of them, even then you could put most of them in a full panel mode that wouldn't crop it. But they still did that with the discs, and I don't know why. The discs do not have their original sound mixes, so that's a big negative. In the case of GoldenEye, the transfer is the worst of the bunch. For whatever reason, while all of the other ones have a pretty healthy amount of grain, GoldenEye is over-cleaned, and it looks pretty darn waxy. No one knows why GoldenEye is the only one that got hit with this. The version of Casino Royale, the disc that's in this, oddly, is missing pretty much all the special features that were on the Sony Columbia Blu-ray releases. Specifically, the Sony Columbia Collector's Edition. It's missing a lot of the extras from that, including it might even be missing the trailer. Likewise, it's got apparently a different sound mix. I want to say the collector's editions had, they might have been PCM. We'll check that. But I know that there are some differences where this one's slightly less beefy. And then you've got my main misgiving. I really wish that, leaving even those things aside, I wish this set did not include any of the Daniel Craig movies. Not just because I'm not a fan of the Daniel Craigs, but A, because the Daniel Craig era was a reboot. It was a reboot. At first, you weren't really sure if it was a reboot. It was kind of a soft reboot. So is it a remake? Are they rebooting? What are they doing? And then by the end, it was, oh yeah, it's a reboot. So the fact that it's a reboot, I wish the Daniel Craig years would have been left out. I wish it would have just gone from Sean Connery through Pierce Brosnan and left the Daniel Craigs in a separate set, which is the way it is right now in 4K. They sell a 4K collection of just the Daniel Craig movies. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of this packaging, even though I like digibooks. Don't like having the Daniel Craig stuff in it. The transfers range from generally really good to they're kind of I would say the transfers range from good to, in the one case, poor. In the case of GoldenEye. Special features, there's a lot. The bonus disc is kind of annoying too. The bonus disc of this includes it's kind of a waste of a bonus disc, but the bonus disc in this set has a montage of all of the James Bond opening sequences to that point, the opening credits, but their audio is lossy DVD quality. For whatever reason, that bonus feature is DVD grade audio. Don't ask me to explain that one. This is a minor one, but I'll mention it anyway, because they are not considered official Bond movies. It does not include Never Say Never Again. Never Say Never Again is a remake, even though MGM owns it now, or owned it at the time, because they were connected to 20th Century Fox at the time. I don't know who owns it now. I think it is still MGM, but I don't know. It's a remake of Thunderball that came out of a legal disagreement, but a dispute, and it stars Sean Connery. Nor does it have the comedy version of Casino Royale, which I understand not including that. I wouldn't have included that either. And Never Say Never Again, I could see it, but it would have been nice. I love James Bond, but my love for James Bond does not equal I love the Blu-ray set. It's not a total misfire. It is not a total misfire. I am going to put it in B. Because it does, the thing is, at the end of the day, though, there is a lot of content. It does have a lot of special features, but I don't feel it comes even... Yeah, because it's... I can't put in the Pink Panther thing. We'll put it there. All right. Yeah, it's B. It's B. If anything, God's... And when I say B, I mean it is B minus C plus. Let me go ahead and knock out some of the other Bond stuff while we're at it. In fact, let me do Casino Royale, since we were just talking about that. Why do I have multiple Casino Royale? Don't ask me these things. The original Sony... Okay, so Sony released two... Before MGM dug their claws into it, got it into their set. Sony released two editions of Casino Royale. They released their first Blu-ray, which was it was one of the early Blu-rays. It was one of the early Blu-rays for Sony, one of their early big ones. And then they reissued in a collector's edition. The collector's edition is, I don't remember if it's one disc or two. Is it one or two? It's 2 discs. It's a 2-disc collector's edition because they put a lot of special features on it. DVD, it was 3-disc. And DVD, I remember it was in not a digibook packaging, but it was a thick digipack. I don't know why I have this other than I'm a sucker for special features. Again, because I'm not a fan of the Daniel Craigs, so it seems weird that I'd repeat them. Okay, can't zoom that in? Fine. Can we zoom that one in? No. Okay, let me just go to the Blu-ray review. It's a good disc. They say 4.5. I give it a little higher than that. I think it's a good presentation. I know that song. Oh, what? This song? No, this isn't Jaws. This is, this is Wizards and Warriors. It does sound similar to Jaws, though. There is a little bit of a Jaws sound to it. Good call. 1080p is the same. Okay, it's the same transfer. I think the other one might be a little bit better on the transfer, but not as good at the sound. The audio on this, I always thought was a big one on this. I thought it was good, though the entire throughout its entire Dolby True HD track, because it doesn't disappoint, but how it differs from earlier one. Oddly, I found the True HD version to be better than the previous PCM. So this one doesn't have PCM. Okay, I thought this was PCM. No, it's Dolby True HD. Interesting. See, and I'm usually a sucker for PCM track, and I don't know why. A lot of special features. What all does it have? 23-minute featurette there. Okay, also 5 different documentaries. It's got a lot. Does it have the Bond Girls Are Forever? No, that was on the other. Okay, the other James Bond set does include the Bond Girls Are Forever documentary. I think they put it on the disc for Casino Royale too, for whatever reason. I don't like the movie, but that doesn't mean I can't respect the disc. And it's a good quality disc. It is a good B tier disc. Falls a little short. It's not quite A tier. Especially, it's hard to get A tier when it's a newer movie. Because the newer the movie, the more they have stuff on hand. So it doesn't feel like they have to do as much work to get special features and whatnot. Because during this was a time period, chat, where you got to remember golden age of DVDs still coming off of. Studios were always prepping to load their discs with special features, so they were producing stuff and planning to produce stuff as the movies were in production. It's only when the movies bombed that they, tossed everything. Dun dun dun. Let's see. Okay, after Casino Royale, okay, Quantum of Solace was in the box set. Skyfall would be the next one. Let me find Skyfall. Let me find Skyfall in the library. Skyfall. Skyfall, there's not much to say about it. It was the collector's edition. It was a Blu-ray DVD combo. Yippee skippy. It was fine. It was a good quality disc. They gave it higher marks with the video and audio. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to go wrong because they're going directly from digital to digital, In terms of the special features on it, I don't remember if it had a ton. Yeah, about the same as the other. Just a bunch of featurettes. Commentary. Shooting Bond, okay, an hour-long documentary. Premiere. Promotional spots, sneak peeks. Oh, that's nothing. That's just for other movies. Okay, who cares? Where would we put you? I feel almost like Casino Royale is slightly better, but I'm going to put it also B tier because it's a solid disc. I love the theme song to Skyfall. The movie for me was decidedly average. Only thing that I don't like is Blu-ray is the digital copy. Yeah, no, I agree. A lot of people do like that, Judd, but to me, I could live without it. And I wish it wasn't listed on the cover, and the reason I wish it wasn't listed on the cover is because they expire. So having it now with the advertised digital copy, which I never activated to begin with, is kind of advertising something that's not there. So yeah, no, I agree. Now that said, I understand why people love that. And that was a big selling point. Honestly, digital copies were a huge selling point with Blu-rays. More so probably than even the DVD combo. Now with 4K, I would argue that the Blu-ray combo is a big selling point, but studios don't seem to think so. So, I mean, it's a big one for me, but apparently not for everyone else. Okay, so you had Skyfall. What was the next one? I don't remember what the next one was. Spectre. It was Skyfall and then it was Spectre. Okay, let me find Spectre. Very next page it should be. So Spectre, I'm kind of lucky on this. I've got a few more bonus features, so I have to give this one a little higher rating because I've got an additional. What's not much. I've got a Target exclusive that had a bonus DVD. No DVD copy of the movie with this. It's just the Blu-ray and digital copy. Plus a bonus DVD, which is odd. I am going to say that's odd. It's odd to have a Blu-ray, and this happens sometimes even with regular releases. Evil Dead did it with their limited edition, which I don't own the limited edition on Blu-ray. I resold it because everything that was on its disc I already had on other DVDs, and the disc was a bonus DVD with all the special features. Yeah, bonus DVD includes extra from the title to song. The reviews of this one, I'm sure, are just about the same. Let me find it. I like Skyfall. It's okay. I'm just not a fan of the Daniel Craig movies, so to each their own. I think Skyfall is probably one of the better ones. I do think, it is odd. It is. I do think Skyfall is one of the better of the Daniel Craigs. In fact, it might be the best. I think between it and Casino Royale are his best ones. I definitely don't like No Time to Die. No Time to Die just, yeah, made me angry, that one. Is this the right Blu-ray disc review? Okay. I just wanted to find the right one for the review. Spectre, this one I'm noticing they're hammering with the extras. I like Skyfall, it just doesn't feel like a Bond movie. I'll take that assessment, because I feel that way with the Daniel Craig ones in general. I feel that way with the Daniel Craig ones in general. Casino Royale, I thought the first 2/3 of it felt like a Bond movie, and I felt like that last act, where with him, you know, in like emotional tatters, it got to be too much. It just didn't feel right for me. I compare that to On Her Majesty's Secret Service and George Lazenby going through something arguably bigger, and the way he handles it, doesn't even cry. To be fair, digital copy is a priority for consumers. Oh no, I agree. It is truly a matter of unimportance to corporate with their streaming ambitions. Agreed. Ubisoft and Funimation are perfect examples. Yes, we talked about the Funimation thing earlier. Yes, Daylin, we talked about the Funimation thing earlier. Oh, I agree. I don't like the digital copy thing, and I don't like that they expire. I think that's the thing more than anything. I don't like the expiration date, but I understand that kind of has to be. But yeah. The more militaristic aspect of Daniel Craig's movies takes away a lot of the magic of the Bond character. Yeah, no, I can agree with that. And you could see that even to a point with Pierce Brosnan, but never as bad. Excuse me, my voice broke there. Never as bad. Yeah. And I always got annoyed with his movies because it was like he kept disappearing and like resigning but not resigning. Just make up your mind, dude. And then No Time to Die, I just hate so much. Yeah, like I said, I wish they were not a part of the box set. I would repurchase the Bonds on Blu-ray or 4K if it meant I could eliminate the Daniel Craigs from my collection. Just because they're not something I'm going to watch again. My favorite was A View to a Kill. Really? Okay, that's interesting, because I know a lot of people don't like that one. I think it's fine. I do like the score to it. I think John Barry a lot. I think there's some really interesting music cues in that too, like with the some of the hanging from the blimp music cue with the slower version of the theme. Where was I? Okay, so Spectre. Spectre does not have that much as far as special features. This is when they... that's the front of the cover. This is when they were starting to really cut back. This was when they were starting to really cut back. Yeah. Special features, look at that. You got a featurette on the opening sequence. You got video blogs and a gallery. It doesn't even list the trailer. In fact, is there anything else on it? Let me look here with the extras here. Does it list them? It does have the trailers. But that's it. It's just got a 20-minute featurette on the opening sequence, 10 minutes of video blogs, photo gallery, trailers. And even with the bonus DVD disc I have, that's just, it's nothing. It's nothing. Let me copy this. In fact, I'm going to copy it from this edition, not even mine, because it would be the same either way. Amazing, and here we're listening to music from James Bond Jr., which is, I need to play that game again. This one is going to be a C. Didn't mind the transition from Pierce Brosnan to Daniel Craig. I didn't mind the transition. It's one of those things which, for me, it is a reboot. It's not just changing the characters. It is a reboot. As it goes on, they kind of make it clear more and more that they're starting over. And then, of course, you got No Time to Die in the way it wraps it up. That's why, for me, since it is a reboot, a restart, I'd like to see them out of the box set. Because to me, it's like a separate series. You've got the original series of Bond that goes from Sean Connery with Dr. No through Pierce Brosnan with Die Another Day. And then you've got the next series starting with Daniel Craig, which also ends with Daniel Craig. Sort of like Godzilla. Because Godzilla, you've got the different eras where they don't really connect. You've got the Showa era, which is the original Godzilla through Terror of Mechagodzilla. And then you've got the Heisei era, which is the original Godzilla, then none of the other ones from the sequels, and then Godzilla 1984 through Godzilla vs. Destroyer. And then you've got the Millennium series of Godzilla, which is just kind of all over the place, so I don't know how to pin that down. I know you said I didn't like Batman in 1960 on Blu-ray, but it has a lot of extras. It does have okay on the extras. I'll tell you what my problem... Okay, when we finish with the Bonds, I'll do Batman 66. I've got a problem with some of the video restoration on it. There is a glitch they introduced by accident. Get it? No Time to Die. No, that was just a crap way to go out. And apparently there was a lot of last-minute tweaking to that movie. Because they were really apparently setting it up for Bond to be replaced by, in the series, his female replacement. Whatever the character's name was, the new 007, they were setting it up because they wanted her to, they really were looking to spin it off into a new character other than James Bond. And they realized they had it's sort of like Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. They realized they had a bomb on their hands. So apparently they cut a lot of her scenes where she was just constantly like belittling and berating Bond, and where they were painting him as being nothing but a throwback, is my understanding. So yeah, there's a lot of, from the behind the scenes stuff I've read about that movie, it was not pretty. Let me see. No, and that brings me to No Time to Die. Let me do No Time to Die. That'll be in ends. Let's try 22. Is that in? No, those are R's. 19. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and Never Say Never Again. I can knock that out real quick. Nothing But Trouble. No Time to Die. This is the only one I got in 4K because it was the same price at the time. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. First of all, this is kind of an odd situation right here. Oh. If you can see that, Universal Studios. MGM was changing hands a lot. So No Time to Die should have been an MGM thing, or an MGM Fox thing. MGM had been in trouble. Casino Royale was MGM, and Columbia. Then Quantum of Solace was MGM and 20th Century Fox. And now No Time to Die is Universal and MGM. So this is making issues even with getting box sets. Not that I care, really, for me. James Bond, Temecti reboot. What do you mean by Temecti? But they are doing another reboot. They're planning on another reboot. Apparently, they're casting to reboot again. It's sort of one of those things with me, like with so many TV shows. I mean, with so many movies, I kind of lost my... Oh, typo. Oh, okay. Don't worry. What, was it supposed to be time to reboot? Or no time to reboot? Yeah. Let me see how long the features are, because it shows a few features there. Visually, it looks fine. Audio is fine. It's a perfect representation of the theatrical cut, no doubt. In terms of extras, what does it have? Nothing. You got an 11-minute featurette, you got a 6-minute featurette, you got another 7-minute, you got another 11-minute, and you've got Being James Bond, UHD exclusive. Okay, that's better. It's a retrospective featurette. That's 45 minutes, 46 minutes. But time to reboot, yeah. I don't care what they say on Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb. I hate this movie. And as for the disc, it's gonna fall the same as Skyfall, because I don't think that is a great disc in terms of extras. I don't think it's good, really that great in terms of extras for being a collector's edition. But whatever. Skyfall hits closer to the mark. I don't think Quantum of Solace was a great disc either. Real quickly, since we are in the ends, let me go ahead and do Never Say Never Again. Never say never again. This one is out of print, sadly. Yeah, very out of print when new ones are selling for $150. So Never Say Never Again is the unofficial James Bond movie. Sean Connery comes back in the 80s for a remake of Thunderball. The movie itself is not nearly as good as Thunderball. The soundtrack, other than the theme song, is really, really weak. The direction is okay, but there's one big continuity error where one of the characters is wearing a scuba mask and then isn't. Oh my gosh!
Hi. Click the link and subscribe to Ruka Erica right now.
Better do it. Welcome in, Ruka. Welcome in. Hello, all the best. Have a great day. You as well. We're just yapping till my throat completely gives out about Blu-rays in the back library. Hope you are having a good day. Good to see you. There's Ruka's link chat. Be sure to do the subscribey thing and whatnot. Sorry if I break the topic. Was Sean Connery a good Bond? I think he was a good Bond. Yeah. I mean, he's usually considered the standard bearer. He's a good Bond, and I do like his portrayal of Bond in this, because they portray him. That's one thing this movie really gets right, because they brought Sean Connery back in the 1980s. They made it a point to have him playing an older Bond who is on the edge of retirement, which is what it should have been, and it worked great. He did a great job in this movie. The movie's just not that great. It's got some weird, really uncomfortable lovemaking scenes. It's some of the cinematography isn't so hot, but yeah, Sean Connery was good. Each of the Bonds I'd say was good in their own way. I liked Sean Connery. George Lazenby only did one Bond movie, On Her Majesty's Secret Service. That movie is amazing. That movie is an S-tier movie for me. It is in my top 5 favorite movies. At least it used to be. I kind of waffle. Then after him, you've got Roger Moore. Roger Moore was a very fun Bond. Roger Moore was the more comical. His were more tongue-in-cheek, but he was good. Then you had Timothy Dalton. Timothy Dalton is my personal favorite Bond. He only played Bond twice. The Living Daylights, great, great, great movie. License to Kill, a movie that I didn't appreciate at the time as much as I do now, but it's still a great movie. To me, Timothy Dalton is the peak Bond because he plays it with a good, deadly seriousness, but also with still enough of an amiability, something. He's like Daniel Craig with some extra secret sauce behind it. Some extra, I didn't mean to say secret, really weird. Some extra secret sauce in there. He's got the seriousness of Craig, but also the fun. And the Daniel Craig ones were missing the fun for me. And Pierce Brosnan was a great Bond too. Pierce Brosnan was a lot of fun. But yeah, I like Sean Connery. I like Connery's Bond. Not all of his movies are the best. I don't think Diamonds Are Forever has a great score, but I do not like the movie. And a great theme song, but I do not like the movie. Never Say Never Again. Visually, I'll tell you, this Blu-ray is kind of subpar. It was just using the HD transfer they had. Audio-wise, it was 5.1. It does have the theatrical stereo mix, but it is, as you can see, it's in Dolby Digital DVD grade quality and definitely DVD grade at 224 kilobytes. So it's not really served very well with its sound. That said, the 5.1 mix is good. In terms of special features, studios sure had a license to kill the Bonds. Yeah, yeah. Well, it used to be that it was all one studio. It used to be it was United Artists and just the Albert R. Broccoli Productions, Eon Productions. United Artists got bought by MGM, and everything was still fine. It sort of fell apart in the late 80s because License to Kill didn't do so great, and MGM was in heading to bankruptcy. So there were quite a few years, several years between License to Kill and the first Pierce Brosnan movie, GoldenEye. So that's where it all started. It's when MGM themselves were going downhill. It's just like you can look at Carolco Pictures. Carolco was a small studio, but they had the movies that should have kept them afloat. They had the Rambos. They had Terminator 2. But then they made Cutthroat Island and went out of business. My favorite Bond song was For Your Eyes Only. That's a great song. I like that song. That's a great song. There are very few Bond songs I don't like. I don't know if they're... I don't really like License to Kill, the song. It's okay. This one, in terms of special features, I know it's got an audio commentary with the director, Irving Kershner. It's not the best commentary. I did listen to the whole commentary on it, and it's more him just describing each scene. The Big Gamble featurette, Sean is back. The featurettes that this had, except the girls of Never Say Never Again, the featurettes of The Big Gamble and Sean is Back are fine. They go into a bit of the history of the film. The problem is they're still handcuffed by the studio, so they can't go into all of the real fists being thrown. Because when this movie was being made, it was in court. The dailies were in courts every day because MGM and Eon Productions were trying to prevent it from being released. They had settled it out of court over the rights to Thunderball and given the permission for this remake to be made. And then once it came time to be made, they were trying to fight it. They didn't want it to. They went out of business because Cutthroat Island, it is a pirate movie, which is really fun and really good. But yeah, I know. Cutthroat, it's funny how it works that way, isn't it? Perfect name. There's an irony to it, isn't it? There's an irony to that Cutthroat Island is what killed Carolco Studios. It's a good movie. It's a fun movie. It's very worth seeing. It's a pirate movie. If you like, it's not a ghost pirate thing like Pirates of the Caribbean, but if you like a fun pirate treasure hunting movie, it's good. It is a movie that was in all sorts of production hell turmoil. It lost one of its big stars, Michael Douglas, because the director was married at the time to the female star Gina Davis, and he kept increasing her role and decreasing the other one. So Michael Douglas walked and was replaced with Matthew Modine. The budget just got insanely out of hand, where there was no way it could ever have hoped to get its money back. It was one of those cases where I think they realized they reached a point, Karolka, where they realized they weren't going to get their money back. And they just said, that's okay. Spend everything you want. Just keep spending because we're already gone. And there you go. I don't even know if it's broken even to this day. It used to be regarded as the biggest box office flop of all time. Disney might have beaten it with Snow White and some of their stuff recently. But that's about it. So Never Say Never Again. Let me see what the review was on the... because I know the picture quality was average at best. The extras, yeah, they were short. And it's too bad because I wanted more. This movie has so much history behind it. Being a pirate without being a pirate. It's a fun movie. It's a good movie. Yeah, visually you can even see it's not a great transfer. I mean, it's fine. It's serviceable. It's one I want to give a higher mark to, and I can't. I don't hate on it too much, but I gotta be honest. Darn it, I hate being honest sometimes. I really hate being honest sometimes. Never Say Never Again. I want to put it in C, but the Blu-ray deserves a D. It's just not a good Blu-ray. That said, if you ever see it and it's cheap, you should definitely pick it up because it's selling new here for $150 and $82 used on Amazon. It is sought after. Batman. Let me go ahead and do Batman real quick. Actually, I should do the last Bond. Let me do the last Bond. I'll look up for it then. Good luck. I'm glad I've got mine. I didn't pay. I paid $10. I mean, back in the day. Okay, the other Casino Royale. I should do the. Let me open another tab. I should do the other Casino Royale. This was at one time a Best Buy exclusive. You could not get this thing in other stores. This is the 1960s version of Casino Royale, which was a comedy. This movie is also production hell. It stars Peter Sellers. Peter Sellers was fired from the movie and is only in it for like 20 minutes. And they tried to edit around him. He was difficult to work with and wasn't showing up to set. And so they wound up then, once they tried to make it into a series of James Bond comedy shorts, and that didn't work. So then they tried to string them all together with actor David Niven and actress Ursula Andress as sort of the thread that tied everything together. Part of the reason Peter Sellers wasn't showing up was because Orson Welles, he and Orson Welles hated each other. And whereas Orson Welles could be right back getting something for dinner, okay? While Orson Welles was able to be a professional and be on set and, was going to act because he was hired to act, Peter Sellers kept calling out and calling in sick. Plus, Peter Sellers was going through a divorce at the time. So, yeah, they wound up firing him and using what footage they could of him. This movie is a Frankenstein. It is a monster. The parts of it that are funny are very funny. The parts of it that are unfunny are very unfunny. The music is something, though, that is very special. If you've ever heard the song The Look of Love, the look of love is in Your eyes a look your smile can't disguise. If you've ever heard that song, that is from this movie. That was written for this movie. It was Burt Bacharach. He did the score. He was asked to write a song. The producer of the thing hated that song, wanted him to write something else. Burt Bacharach went to one of the directors, because it had a ton of directors, the supervising director, and basically said, hey, I'm never going to write something as good as this again. And director said, don't worry, just ignore him. It's in the movie. And it's in the movie, and thank God, because the scene with that movie, which is this beautiful scene of like slow motion and sped up normal speed and then slow motion with these fish tanks. It is such a beautiful scene for such a beautiful song. The movie is still a mess. As for the Blu-ray, visually it has a very beefy bit rate. 35.99 megabytes per second. Huge bit rate. But it's a dated master. They were using an older MGM master, so you can put as much, it's sort of like some of the old DVD super bit releases. You can put as much of a bit rate behind it as you want. It's not going to matter. Trash in, trash out. Not a bad transfer, but a dated bad transfer, bad master, but a dated one. Audio-wise, disappointing. It has DTS HD master audio, a 5.1 remix. It does not have the original mono, not even in a lossy DVD grade track. The DVD releases of this did have the original mono mix in addition to the 5.1 mix. For whatever reason, this was that period where, and some companies are still like this. Warner Brothers has been really bad about this, where the school of thought is, all you need is the surround sound remix. You don't need the original audio. That's one of the things that Laserdisc is so good about. Laserdisc is almost always the original theatrical sound mix, untouched, completely lossless. And there is a Laserdisc of this. In terms of special features, this thing is good, but then it falls short in a big way. First of all, it's got this, it's got audio commentary. Okay. It's got a making of special, which is a 5-part documentary. It's a good documentary. There was another version of this on one of the DVDs, which did not transfer over. And I also know from when I was a tiny Madamus, there was a good documentary or something on AMC, which has never made it to any disc. This set also or no, it doesn't include the other thing. Okay, never mind. There was something I thought was on it that is not on it. The documentary that is on this is a good documentary, though. It's a pretty honest documentary. That said, I know there are other ones that I wish were included. I've also heard that there are other versions of the movie. I've heard that there's a version that does not start. It starts out with this weird pre-credits teaser that makes no sense, which is like a scene from later in the movie that they just stuck before the opening credits. I've heard that wasn't part of the original premiere cut, that was changed for TV or home video or something to try to make it seem like a regular Bond movie. I don't understand it. I also know there's some differences in the ending, alternate versions of it that aren't on here. There's a version, I guess the original theatrical cuts used like a cardboard cutout of Peter Sellers with angel wings for the final shots, which they changed later on, and this is the later on version. So it'd be nice to have all that. As far as my review of it, it's got a good document. Movie 1 star. Oh no, it's not that bad. Video 3.5, I could buy. Audio 4.0, yeah, I could buy. It's a good remix, but it doesn't have the surround. The extras, I do think it's a good, like I said, it is a good documentary. It's got visually, yeah, it's a bit lacking as an HD transfer. This thing needed some love. I don't know where I'm going to put it. It's a long movie, too. It's over 2 hours for a comedy, which is pretty... I mean, outside of its mad world. Doodly-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. I am going to, because of the documentary on this, which is a good documentary. I don't know if I should put this in C. I'm going to leave it C. It is a C. It's a step above Never Say Never Again, but that video, it could have used better. Yeah, I'm going to leave it C. It's just, I mean, it's not like it's a special collector's edition. It's just but it is an exclusive thing. It was an exclusive thing. How much is it going for on Amazon? Man, you can't even, oh, wow. Used on Amazon from $187. But I'm not selling my copy. I hope it gets reissued. This one has not been, no. I'm waiting to find something. I know I've got to have something for an F tier, Luciano. I've got to have something. I know there's something. Give me time. Give me a moment. Maybe I'll find something next. Maybe I'll flash through them. Hold on. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. My throat is really bad, y'all. I might. There's some Mill Creek titles. Let me see. I gotta find one before we call it a night, don't I? Let me, I'll do that first. Okay, looking at this. No. Ooh, that comes close. No. Oh, God, that almost makes me want to, but no. That one makes, You just found one, Luciano. Because it's got a big... Because this is one where I actually will go back to the DVD. Let me find the other one. It's a sequel to something, so let me do them both. Let me find the first one, and then we'll come back to it. Okay. He wants F tier, give him F tier. Just a minute. H-I-J-K. Okay, there we go. Okay. King Solomon's Mines. This is not the F tier one. Released by Olive Films on Blu-ray. King Solomon's Mines, we did a watch-along of this. It's Indiana Jones at home. Canon Films did a remake of King Solomon's Mines that really is nothing like the original King Solomon's Mines. It tries to be an Indiana Jones movie with Richard Chamberlain and Sharon Stone, who absolutely cannot act in this movie. And I guess got along with no one, and yet she still did the sequel. Amazing soundtrack on this. I love the music, and I love this poster art too. I love this artwork. The Blu-ray is absolutely bare bones other than the trailer, I think. I don't even know if it's got the trailer. It's just the movie. Stereo, I don't even know what, it's DTS with the stereo, the original theatrical stereo audio. DTS Master Audio 2.0 mono, that is not true. This is in stereo. It says it's mono. Maybe it's time to pack it up for the night. It says it's mono, but it is stereo. This is a stereo release. Visually, it's a good enough transfer. They gave it a 4 out of 5. I'm going to say probably for not being a new transfer. This film is so awful, it is actually borderline brilliant. I don't think it's awful. I enjoy this. Well, it's not a good movie, but I enjoy it. Visually, it's a good enough transfer for what it is. Audio. Stable and clean. It is stereo. I don't care what they said. Extras, it has nothing. Not even the trailer. It has nothing. Not even the trailer. It is an acceptable transfer with nothing but with nothing but the movie. Of a movie that I enjoy, is one of my favorite guilty pleasures. What's mono? Mono is, it's one channel only. So stereo, you know what stereo is. You have sound coming from left, sound coming from the right. Mono is the same coming from both channels. So it's all one-dimensional. A lot of older movies are mono only. Like my complaint about Casino Royale that we just rated is that it doesn't include the original mono from the theatrical release, because Casino Royale was released in the 60s and its sound at that time was mono. It's only got a stereo remix. So yeah, stereo, 5.1, multiple channel, mono is mono. A lot of TVs didn't have stereo. True. They didn't start adding TV, stereo to TVs until like the 1980s and 90s. So a lot of times movies would be stereo, but you'd only be able to watch them at home in mono. And so you wound up with, in fact, a lot of VCRs I know didn't always come in mono. You had to pay extra for stereo VCRs. Not that I was there. I'm just, saying. So King Solomon's Mines is a good enough representation of the presentation. Okay? D. You wanted F tier, Luciano? You wanted F tier. And this will come back to the word mono because of F tier. Well, I mean, that's not why. It's just that you'll hear me out. The sequel to King Solomon's Mines, Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold. Again, Richard Chamberlain, Sharon Stone, killer cover art. I mean, the original poster, I love that artwork. Theatrically, this movie was in stereo. Mono in Spanish is monkey. It also means one. Okay, so one. Then yes, mono would be for the one. There you go. I think it's short for monaural. Oh yeah, monaural, because mono-oral. Oral A-U. M-O-N-A-U-R-A-L. Single ear. Okay, Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold. On Blu-ray. Same company, Olive Films. No special features, not even a... I remember setting up my PS1 and my TV didn't have the red plug for the stereo. Honestly, Luciano, I remember at least one of my parents' TVs growing up not having that. I remember they didn't immediately have at least one of them was mono, I know. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well, yeah, and even my my NES, my Nintendo NES, it's only got one output for audio. It's only got the red plug. It doesn't have white. So yeah, because NES is mono. Where was I? Okay, Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold. Theatrically, this movie was stereo, just like King Solomon's Mines. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. First of all, visually, this transfer is not as good as King Solomon's Mines, and it even has a single ear. Gotcha, monomatty. I guess, I mean, I got both ears working, but... But yeah, my mic is mono. And really, the music I'm playing right now is mono. Huh. Yeah. Some of my BGM stereo, but not the NES BGM. Why did my voice go high just then? I don't know. Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold does not have as good of a video transfer as mono. One sound, stereophonic, solid sound. Does it mean solid? I didn't know it meant solid. And then there's surround sound too, which could be 2.0 and where it intermixes for the rear channel. A discrete channel or something like that. Okay, I'm getting distracted. First of all, the video of this one is not as good as King Solomon's Mines. The transfer has even some digital ugliness. There's at least one scene where the sky... I've only seen one scene, but there's a scene where the sky runs into some pixelation, some bad compression. Okay? The audio is the big problem. They gave it 4 stars because don't distract me out of us. They gave this audio 4 stars because they don't know what they're talking about. Or because they didn't actually rewatch it or watch this Blu-ray. Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold was theatrically in stereo. My family had a VHS copy growing up that was stereo. I've got a DVD from MGM that is stereo. Olive Films screwed up and released it in mono. They claim they were only given a mono source, but they never tried to get the stereo source. If you buy this Blu-ray, if you buy the German edition, there's a release in Germany. It is stereo. I keep hearing Solomon's Salt or Salty Minds. Oh, no. King Solomon. Yeah, no. Solomon, like Solomon from the Bible, King Solomon. He famously apparently had diamond mines that have never been discovered, which are presumed to be hidden in deepest, darkest Africa. Man, my throat. Hydration break again, chap. You gotta drink, take a drink, hydrate or dihydrate. Yeah, so moral of the story, this movie is stereo, but this Blu-ray is mono. And it's mono because Olive Films screwed up. And they never tried to fix it, ever. They never looked into doing disc replacements, nothing at all. King Solomon's Mines is honestly, I will usually watch the DVD copy instead of the Blu-ray because the DVD of this looks good. It is a solid 480p, 480i, but progressive enough where it can lock onto it visual with stereo audio. Don't worry about it. Not going to get this movie. Yeah, I don't blame you. I love it. Like I said, guilty pleasure. It's out of print too. I'm hoping that Kino will. I'm really hoping Kino buys these. I don't think it's going to happen, but I hope Kino buys it. Minecraft Mines. The children yearn for the mines. Okay, there. So there, you got an F tier. Are you happy? Are you happy, Luciano? You got one F tier. One darn for sure F tier. Let me do Batman real quick. Okay, let's go ahead and do 66. Yay, F tier, let's go! Batman. Okay, first of all, Video 5, no. Okay, there's got to be other reviews. So this was released in a few different packagings, chat. Several different packagings. Okay, no. So it was first released as a limited edition coffee DVD. I want one. Coffee DVD. So Batman was first released in a limited edition that came with a little toy car, Hot Wheels replica. Had the discs packaged in fold-out digipacks for each season. Came with art cards and whatnot. Warner Brothers had to do disc replacements right out of the gate because they screwed up some chapter stops. It was missing some scenes on at least one episode. There's at least one episode where it was missing William Dozier's narration. Will the dynamic duo escape? Something like that. And I want to say there were a couple other things. There were a number of... I hope you got your discs replaced. Because I know Warner Brothers offered disc replacements on this one. Because there were some issues. And they replaced 2-3 of the discs. Because I had to get them replaced too. Excuse me. The version that I've got is in the regular packaging. The reissue packaging seen here. I think it's this one. Or is it this one? No, it's this one. Is the so the edition I have is this. This is the standard digipack. It was just a chipboard box and has the discs in fold open digipacks. It doesn't have any of the extras. Big problem with this one is they used AI to clean the video. No, I don't know about it, but well, hopefully you got it a little later and you didn't get hit with that. Because I know they did do the replacements, and I don't know, you might still, I don't have a link for you, Judd, but if you want to look into it, you might still be able to get replacement discs. You'd probably have to email Warner Brothers, but they might still give out replacement discs if you contact them. Usually what they'll do is ask you to send a picture of the disc or whatever, which verifies the serial number. At least that's what happened with me, because I did have to get the discs replaced. Because I bought it in the digipack and they still hadn't replaced the discs at that point. So two of the problems with this release, two of the big problems that I've got with it, and let me go back and open up that other edition again, because it lists all the special features. Two of the problems that I've got with this release are, number one, the audio. I mentioned this earlier about Warner Brothers being a culprit where they will use DVD grade audio. So the entire series is only in Dolby Digital Mono, not DTS HD, not Dolby True HD, and not PCM. It is in DVD grade, 192 kilobytes, Dolby Digital. That is a major knockdown. Now, the audio sounds fine, but they shouldn't have done that. Number two, it has a very anemic bit rate for the episodes. They are 14.92 megabytes per second, average. That is low. Is it the same? Yes, it is. So it has a low bit rate. Number three, they used digital cleaning methods with the video to remove a lot of grain, and they did a lot of early computer prediction stuff with that. And in the process, it removed things that weren't grain. Specifically, there is an episode which they did not correct on any of the disc replacements. Dolby. DOLBY is just a sound company. The main types of usually when you're looking at sound on home video, they'll either be Dolby, DOLBY, or DTS. Same with theaters. DTS, I don't know what it stands for, or Dolby. And then sometimes you get the other format, which I'll mention, which is PCM or linear PCM. That's just like a raw analog turned digital thing. But Dolby is just one of the two audio options. Dolby, there are Dolby tracks that are lossless, lossless uncompressed, like Dolby True HD or Dolby Atmos. But then there's Dolby Digital is lossy, DVD grade. Dobby is from Harry Potter. Yeah, Dobby love Harry Potter. I don't remember what all he said, but I remember Dobby. I remember giving him a sock or something. Okay, like I was saying, they overcleaned the video. My bad. No, you're good. It might be me too, because I feel like I'm slurring my words like a drunkard. I'm tired and my throat is wrecked. We'll just go for a little while longer. We'll wrap it up pretty soon. I want to get a few more things in. They overcleaned the video, so specifically there is an episode where Batman is being tortured by, I forget who, but it's a 1,000 pebble or a 5,000 pebble torture where slowly he's having just these little pebbles dropped on his head. And when the last pebble falls on his head, you hear it, but you don't see it. The algorithm they used to clean the grain picked up this little pebble and decided, oh, that must be grain. And if you freeze frame it, you can see the outline of where the rock was, but the middle of it just looks like it's clear, the background. So, yeah, this set is a letdown. This is one of those sets that was... No one ever thought that this would ever be available on Blu-ray or DVD or home video at all. Batman was stuck in rights hell because Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox were both trading blows over who owned it. You couldn't even watch it in syndication anymore on TV. It had reached a point where syndication was gone. So when this was released, this set should have been given the most premium white glove treatment that was given to any set ever. Rest well after stream. I know you already know that, but still. No, I appreciate it. I'll try. I probably will. I'm sure I will. I'll take it easy tomorrow. So yeah. Warner Brothers dropped the ball on this. I hope someday we'll see a better release. Also, in terms of special features, and this is where I want to look at this edition and see what it has as far as if it lists everything. I thought it was a little light. Hanging with Batman, it's got a 30-minute, portrait of Adam West, memorabilia featurette, 30 minutes. Batmania Born, The World of Batman, principal creators of the series, design no longer with us. Documentary celebrates basically the set design and everything. Bats of the Round Table is okay in a variation of Independent Film Channel show Dinner for Five. Batman theme group roster could say Adam West. Okay, that's okay. Inventing Batman, the words of Adam West, because unfortunately Adam West had passed away by the time this set was released too. So he'd wanted to see it, available for people for years and missed it by that much. Batgirl pilot, brief introduction. Okay, Burt Ward's screen test. It's got some good things. I'm going to tell you what it's missing. There is a spin-off series with Adam West and Burt Ward, which I think is called like Legend of the Heroes or something like that. It only aired for 2 episodes. Only aired for 2 episodes, and it was immediately canceled. It was done as like one of the roasts, like a comedian roast, with like Batman and Robin as the roast masters for like other DC characters. So it wasn't a good idea. It is available on DVD from Warner Archive, but it was not included in this set. That should have been in here as an extra. That's my main complaint. That should have been in here because Warner Brothers owned it. That and the video thing. I get so annoyed about them cleaning out that dropping pebble and the audio, digital mono. I don't think this is a bad set, but it doesn't live up to expectations. I am going to be gracious with it. I am going to be gracious with this one. With that anemic bitrate, I really should put it, no, I'm gonna be honest. It belongs in C. Oh my gosh, we've got a...
Hype. Click the link and subscribe to Neko the Space Mage right now.
You better do it. Welcome in, Neko. Welcome in, Raiders. Neko Raid. The kitties are incoming. Not the kitties. I love kitties. Welcome in. Welcome in. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? We're just doing a yappy yap. What were you up to? Let's see what you were up to. Let's take a look. Take a look. Why do I keep doing the Reading Rainbow thing? I gotta stop doing the Reading Rainbow thing. Neko was... Oh, Stardew Valley. Okay, nice. Fun. We like that. Nice and nice. We went from Stardew to Slay the Spire 2. Oh, well, I hope you had fun. Hope you had fun with Slay the Spire. I have not played either of those. I haven't played, I guess, all 3 of those. I haven't played Stardew. I have not played either of the Slay the Spires. I've watched a few I've watched streams. I cannot speak. I cannot speak at all tonight. I've watched streams with all three. Slay the Spire always seems like it'd be really fun. And then I never play it anyways. But chat, those of you in my chat, if you have not subscribed to Neko the Space Mage, what are you doing? Be sure to do so. She plays a lot of stuff, including a lot of Danganronpa. If you're into that, show her some love. Click the link, do the thing. And anyone rating in, if you don't know me, Madamus, former Cosmic Defender, archive curator. Tonight we're curating the archive. I'm doing a tier list of Blu-rays in the back library. I am not... Neko needs food, though. And for those of you rating it, if you need to take off, get some food, get some rest, drink heavily. You shouldn't drink heavily. Why? Look, I'm not your mom, I'm not your dad, but I'm just warning you, you shouldn't drink heavily. But if you need to take off, feel free to do so, but I certainly appreciate the raid. Thank you for lurking, and for those of you rating in, we're curating the library. We're tier listing some Blu-rays in the library, not based on whether or not the movies are good, just based on whether the Blu-ray is good. So we're going extra nerd style, which probably makes it less interesting, but I never promised to be interesting. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. I'm going to pull out this cola. Which I should not be doing because it's probably not the best for the throat, but I'm doing it. Madamus! Why does chat smell like liver? Oh, Neko. Only joking. Good to see you. Indeed. Indeedly, deedly, deedly. Where was I? Okay, we did Batman and I gave it C tier. Let me do the movie, though. We did that. There's the Batman the movie. 1966, Batman the movie. Special edition. So the whole point of this movie, if you've never known with the Adam West Burt Ward movie, this is released through Fox. It's also very out of print now. This was released through Fox. What does curate mean? To collect and take care of. In fact, let me look up the word exactly for you. I know basically what it means is like to organize, to take care of. Curate meaning. Don't give me a... Okay. One who... Oh. Okay, I don't like that. Okay, verb, curating. To select the best or most appropriate, especially for presentation, distribution, or publication. To select and organize artistic works for presentation in something such as an exhibit. So organizing, to select and organize. Organizing and selecting. I organize the library and I select the things that are in it. That works. So Batman the movie, special edition. Special edition because they did treat this Blu-ray as a special edition. It's pretty much the same features that were on the DVD. There was a DVD release of this in two different covers. This is the second one. I'm not a fan of the cover. I really wish they would use the theatrical poster, even though it's not a great poster. Batman the movie came about because they were trying to... they were going to start showing Batman in the UK and other overseas markets, but specifically in England. And DC Comics wasn't really a thing over there, and they were looking for a way to introduce the series beforehand. So after the first season of the series, they made the movie so that the movie could be shown in the UK before the series started running. So it was basically a post-season 1 pilot for the series for everyone else. And then it was released into theaters in the US also because Batmania was really popular at the time, and there you go. As for the disc, does Matty curate his house? I try. I mean, these are all Blu-rays that are in my library, so I try. I try to keep my place nice and curated and whatnot. Visually, you got good enough bit rate, much better than the series had. And this is an older Blu-ray, 2008. The series Blu-ray that we just had, let me reopen these in separate tabs. The series Blu-ray release was in 2014, and it was given this crap bit rate. Yet the movie came out in 2008 on Blu-ray, and it's does Madamus curate his bro-hams? Cured ham? No, I'm not a big cured ham person. I love the taste of ham, but it's just so hard on my kidneys. The salt of ham is really hard on me. I don't know what it is. Bacon is fine, but ham I have issues with. That's why anymore it's like, please let it be a Christmas turkey. Please let it be a Christmas turkey. Please not a ham. Let it be a turkey. But then my mother, who, bless her, she hates to cook, so whenever I join my family for Christmas dinner, it's usually going to be a ham. What was I talking about? Oh. Good enough bitrate with the video. Audio, this thing falls a little bit short. It's got a DTS HD 5.1 remix. Great. But then the original theatrical mono mix is Dolby Digital DVD grade lossy, only 224 kilobytes per second. It sounds okay, but it is lossy. Also, something I'm going to mention with the special features, it has the isolated movie score, lossless. It is an incomplete score. Whatever their source is, I could tell you there are music cues missing where it goes silent and there is music in the movie. So there must be, unfortunately, the music for this movie must be partially lost. The scenes with Miss Kitka approaching whatever the villain's hideout is missing. That said, it's got some good features. I'm going back to it. 2 audio commentary tracks. It's got the featurettes on this, I believe, are the same ones that were on the DVD, but it's still a good set of features. 2001 featurette. I don't know if there's anything new specific to it. Visually, it's an older master, but it's I believe it was created for the DVD, but it is a good looking one. It is a good. That's an awful picture of Burt Ward. I do feel like the colors are a little muted, though. I do wish the colors were popped a little bit more. As much as I don't want this to do the 4K HDR thing, I do feel like it's a little dark and it could use a little more saturation at times. Yeah, the audio quality, I agree, is a short point. Special features, some are new, some are old. Yeah, the 480p ones. So yeah, it's got some new ones and then it's got some old features. But this is a nice set. Except for the small gripe I have about the audio, this is a good edition. This is a solid edition. This is a much better release than the series itself got, which is very sad. Where should I put it? C or B? Well, obviously, I'm going to put it in B if I'm giving that a C. Yeah, I'm giving it a B. Because I do think, and being an older film, again, legacy stuff, special features for catalog releases, older movies, there's more effort to those and more time and money to those than special features for a modern movie, where they're able to do the interviews at the time. It's a difference between doing interviews with Daniel Craig on the set of Casino Royale at the time versus going back and doing an interview with Roger Moore 30 years later to talk about Live and Let Die. I'm going to hold off on the Batman set there. You know what? We're running a bit out of time. I do want to there are a couple things I really wanted to get in here. Let me find them. Let me see, where are they? A couple things I wanted to get tonight. And we'll do another one of these streams, but these will just be an occasional. I'll save the tier list, and it'll be occasional. I wondered where the Batmobile sensor with the red light going back and forth from left to right was, and then it dawned on me that wasn't the Batmobile. That was Kit from Knight Rider. Indeed it was. Michael, I can only use my turbo boost once per episode. That didn't actually happen. Plan 9 would be a low-rated one. Maybe I should do that one next. Let me find. Okay. Let me knock out a few things that are going to be S tier, and okay. Yeah, we could get a few more. Yeah. All right. Where is this volume 3? Which one's volume 1? This one's volume 1. Shawscope. Volume 1. This is a giant book-like case like the Bond set, but for some reason it doesn't bother me as much in this. I don't like how wide it is, but I like this packaging better. This is a collection from Arrow. It is a limited edition set. Most of the stuff in this has been released individually since. But of Shaw Brothers movies. Shaw Brothers is a Hong Kong film company. So this is a bunch of martial arts stuff. And it doesn't really... That's not what I was looking for. Overview. Front is just going to be the same thing there. No. I could also imagine Kit saying, "What can I do for you, Mr. Matthews?" I don't remember nearly enough Knight Rider. So the packaging on this here we go. This is before the artwork was revealed, but it's a really nice digibook packaging. It has a separate, it's got one digibook is for the movies. The other is just a book with all sorts of liner notes. It includes, it says 12 classics on Blu-ray. That is true, but it's not 12 Blu-ray discs. It includes King Boxer from Shangtung, 5 Shaolin Masters, Shaolin Temple, Mighty Peking Man, Challenge of the Masters, Executioners from Shaolin, Chinatown Kid, The 5 Venoms, Crippled Avengers, Heroes of the East, Dirty Ho. I didn't name it. Mr. Feeney from Boy Meets World. Same actor. Yes, William Daniels, right? Visually, this set is generally good. It varies from movie to movie. Arrow did... It was sort of a mix. Some of the transfers on this, a few were done by Arrow themselves. Most of them come from, what's the name of the company? Celestial... No, I can't remember the name of the company. Hold on. Let's see if it's down here. Celestial Pictures, who owns the Shaw Brothers library now. That said, they're really good HD transfers. Audio on everything is lossless. And in this case, in the case of this set, every single one of these movies has both the English and the English dub and either the Mandarin, the Cantonese, or both. And in a lot of cases, it's got multiple versions of each movie. Like, for instance, I think King Boxer has alternate stuff. It might have alternate titles. Let me see. Does it list about the commentary? Well, it's got the U.S. opening credits as a special feature is what it is, because there were alternate titles. This was, King Boxer was also released under the title 5 Fingers of Death. So it's got that as a special feature. But the ones on this set, it is loaded with special... It's loaded with quite a few special features. Not a ton, but enough. For these type of films, enough. Especially like audio commentaries. And it does include 2 bonus... I thought it just included 1. It says it includes 2 bonus soundtrack CDs. I think that might be incorrect. I think it's 1. But it does have music CD with different soundtrack cues. I love this set. They gave it 4 and 3.5. Extras, they gave it 5. It's a really nice set, though. This is the Volume 1. It is out of print, unfortunately. Shawscope Volume 1. I am darn near tempted to put this S tier. But there are some issues with the video and the audio in some cases. So I'm putting it A tier. And that's pretty much going to be where all of these fall that you're about to see right now. Shawscope Volume 1. Shawscope Volume 2, the one with the orange case, includes all 3 of the 36th Chamber of Shaolin movies. Mad Monkey Kung Fu, 5 Super Fighters, Invincible Shaolin Kid with the Golden Arm, Magnificent Ruffians, 10 Tigers of Kwang Tung, My Young Auntie, which is one of my favorites. And it's got alternate versions on some of those, like My Young Auntie. Some of them, it's got some like standard definition transfers because they couldn't get their hands on high definition. So they put on this everything they could. Mercenaries from Hong Kong, Boxers, Omen, Martial Arts of Shaolin. And again, soundtrack CD. I think this one's got at least one movie that is, yeah, the Boxer's Omen is does not have English. And what's one of the ones with the multiple versions? Let me open the My Young Auntie review. Because My Young Auntie, not the highest video quality on this one, but it does include... Where's the alternate version? Where is it? Select scene, alternate VHS version. Once again, utilizes the kind of odd, arguably a truer representation of the film's original cinema release language used for blank. This has some old school tracking issues and frankly doesn't look great. Yeah, they included some of these alternate VHS versions because for whatever reasons, and I don't know what their reasons are, a lot of the Shaw Brothers movies for these HD transfers have been changed, including redoing the opening titles. They've been changed from the original theatrical presentation in a few minor ways, but I don't know why. So yeah. But again, great sets. This one they gave a little lower on... Oh no, not that one. That's not the full set. No wonder. I think they gave it still a 5. Yeah, on the extras, they still give it a 5.0. I agree on that part. Do. My apologies too if this is a boring stream for y'all. My apologies if it is. But I hope you're at least enjoying yourself. I hope at least you're able to relax with me constantly yapping. We're going to give that an A tier also. Shawscope Volume 3. Second verse, same as the first. There's not much to say about these because they're almost all the same. Because, again, Blu-ray, it has the CD for the audio, some of the music cues, so a mini soundtrack set. This one does have the entire... never boring. Your sharing your passion will always be entertaining. Oh, bless you, Siren. I didn't know you were still hanging around. Hope you are having a good night. Never got the dinner. Oh, well, I'm sorry, Agnes. I hope you could get something to eat. I'm probably going to snack after this, too. Madamus needs to eat something, but he won't eat those eggs because I think that's what made me sick. I still need to throw out the rest of those. You forgot? No, that's not good. Go eat something now. This one does have all your one-armed swordsman movies. One-armed swordsman, Return of the One-Armed Swordsman, The New One-Armed Swordsman. Very relaxing. Bless you. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it. I appreciate all y'all. And those of you who are lurking, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. Appreciate you all. I hope you've all had a wonderful, wonderful week. I'm looking forward to next week. Next week's going to be fun. It's not going to be an overkill week, but it's going to be fun. But June, I do want to do some special stuff in since we're getting close to Monetiversary or whatever you want to call it. That sounded really weird, but I like that phrase, Monetiversary. Lady Hermit, Intimate Confessions of a Chinese Courtesan, The 14 Amazons, The Magic Blade, Clans of Intrigue, Jade Tiger, Sentimental Swordsman, Avenging Eagle, Killer Constable, Buddha's Palm, Bastard Swordsman. Before I even touch this one, which really there's not much to say, it's the same thing. There are Shawscope releases, a bunch of box sets, even more box sets from Shout Factory. Shout Factory's versions I've never picked up. Shout Factory, for whatever, they didn't pour much effort into them. They seem to have just released whatever they were given by Celestial Pictures. So there's no special features, and as far as the audio goes, they are missing a lot of the English dubs for movies which have English dubs. And also the Shout Factory versions. I've never picked up any of them because I know I'd be in for a nightmare of discs. Shout Factory still uses the Blu-ray replication, if I could speak, the Blu-ray replication plant in Mexico, which is notorious for scratched discs in sets. Whenever you buy a Blu-ray and it says disc made in Mexico, for me, it's just like all the red lights start flashing. And unfortunately, that is like 50% of the Blu-rays now. Because I think there are only like 2 replication plants left. You've got the one in Mexico and you've got one in Germany. And the one in Germany does really, really good work. And the one in Mexico costs less. So a lot of companies, Shout Factory especially, will use the Mexican plant. So the Shout Factory, when you're talking about a box set that is like, say, 10 discs, multiply that with them. I think they've released like 10 volumes, so 10 10-disc volumes, which is a lot of money. I wouldn't be spending that anyway. I didn't even spend what these are asking for these. That really, yeah. Nightmare. Get ready for a nightmare of scratch discs. These are bad enough. I had to fight with these because they are in those digibook packages. Where you slide it into an envelope. So I usually, with every one of these, I had to go through a couple, 2-3 copies before I'd get perfectly scratch-free discs. Then I always put my discs and digibooks in these, what are called rounded CD covers. They're these really thin plastic CD covers that are rounded on the edges that slide perfectly into the digibook trays, the digibook built-in cover sleeves. I swear by the things. I hate using this term. It's awful, but I'm going to use it anyway. They are a smaller version of what they used to call elephant condoms. I know, just hear me out. That's what they used to call them, the plastic sleeves for laser discs, because laser discs are so large. Cool. Yeah, I really like those rounded CD sleeves. Sometimes they call them mini LP sleeves because they'll use them on CDs that are in like LP style covers. But yeah, this one, the more you went on with the Shaw scope sets from Arrow, the more they started including things that didn't have English dubs, which is fine. Speaking of which reminds me of Tiny Toons Adventure Sega cartridge set assembled in Mexico. Gotcha. Yeah, there were a lot of Sega cartridges later on that were assembled in Mexico. I'm pretty sure like a good quarter of mine are, because the later ones, especially when there was a company called Majesco Sales here in the U.S. that did a lot of reissuing of them, and the production plant was in Mexico. Which was fine for stuff like that. For whatever reason, when it comes to Blu-rays and DVDs, it's just a nightmare, though. They just don't have good quality control at that plant. And I don't know why they still don't, because this has been going on now for like 5 years. It's been 5 years since I've been seeing scratched up discs that... In fact, even right now, I've got a number of Blu-rays I still need to get replaced just from some recent purchases that have been scratched up because they came from that plant, even though they're in regular cases. One of them is a movie called Nothing But Trouble. I haven't even watched my copy yet because of that. I'm waiting. I'm still trying to get a scratch-free disc. So annoying. Okay, where was I? This one, again, I have to put these at A. None of them are S tier because... some issues with the video transfers and the sound, but generally speaking, these are amazing sets if you want fun martial arts stuff. And then there's Volume 4, which I love Volume 4. Volume 4 was really the must-have for me. Volume 4 of Shawscope includes the other stuff. The stuff that wasn't really... martial arts, so it's filled with sci-fi and horror movies. It has Super Inframan, which was Shaw Brothers' attempt to do an Ultraman Metal Heroes, Space Sheriff Gavin, Power Rangers, Super Sentai Thing, and it is amazing. By the way, I got cookies and a glass of milk. Yum, yum. Enjoy. Sounds delicious. I don't think I have any cookies. Yum, yum, yum. Oily Maniac, Battle Wizard, Black Magic Part 2. Obviously, you know, horror. Bewitched, Hex versus Witchcraft, Hex After Hex, Bat Without Wings, Bloody Parrot, The Fake Ghost Catchers, Demon with the Loot, Seeding of a Ghost, Portrait in Crystal, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, plus a bonus disc. This one does not have a music CD. It's just got a bonus disc with a few more extras. Full disclosure, there are a few movies in this one I haven't watched yet, but I've watched enough to know it's a banger set, just like all the others. Super Inframan is a real highlight for me because it has, I mean, they list LPC and mono. It has much more than that. It has the Hong Kong cut in mono, all the different tracks, but then it's got the US theatrical cut in Super Infrasound. Some masterminds in the US released Super Inframan as Inframan to US theaters, and they just gave this really bizarre stereo track and stereo music track. And they've got that on here as a special feature. They took the title, the opening and closing titles are kind of scratched up because they had to use a different print for the source, but it's a really nice extra. Yeah, this is the one which is really fun, weird movies. If you're looking for fun, weird movies. Now, the bad thing about this one also has the most that are not. If you want English dubs, this is the one where you're really out. There are a ton that don't have them because a lot of these movies were never imported into the U.S., like Bloody Parrot, Bat Without Wings. There are other horror movies also of Shaw Brothers, which are owned by other companies. I don't know if Shout Factory's done any. Another company called 88 Films has put some out, but they release them all individually, so it adds up a lot more. And I want to say Vinegar Syndrome now or Severin are doing some of them too, because there's or maybe it's someone else entirely. There's an uncut version of a movie of theirs called The Human Lanterns coming out soon to Blu-ray. I guess it's one of the most, even though it was made in like the 70s, it is one of the most grotesque, gross concepts and gruesome movies done out of Hong Kong about like skinning people and turning them into lanterns. I don't know who comes up with this stuff. I'm glad it's not in this set because I don't think I could ever watch that. Madamus gets a little bit squeamish, you know, when it comes to skinning people alive. But again, it's a banger set. These, all this Shaw, Arrow, 9 times out of 10, Arrow does a good job. And then they blow it occasionally with something like their recent Excalibur release, which the audio's out of sync. If I had that, it would be F tier because the audio's out of sync. Hydration break, chat. If you got a drink, take a drink. Hydrate or dihydrate. I'm going to wrap this up in a few more minutes. Let me just hit a couple more of these. Because my throat is completely wrecked. I want to hit the shootist, but I don't. All right, I'm going to do another TV series real quick. I should be doing the Star Treks. I mean, I always talk about the Star Treks. I should be doing the Star Treks, but we're going to do Space 1999, and we're going to do an import set, too, with Space 1999. First of all, we got Space 9. This is from Shout Factory. Me either. I'm highly sensitive. Yeah. I used to be better with it when I was younger. The older I get, the more squeamish I get. That said, there are a few horror movies that are gruesome I'm fine with. I am fine with like the original Evil Dead, and Evil Dead 2 to me is nothing, but the original Evil Dead I'm fine with. The Phantasm movies I'm fine with. Even though, and maybe it's because I saw them when I was really young and I loved them then. I should have hit those tonight. I even talked about those. Okay, Space 1999. If you've never seen this series, season 1 is really worth your time. It sounds stupid, but it's so amazing. I'll go ahead and spoil the pilot episode for you because it's the whole plot of the show. A nuclear accident occurs on the moon and blasts it out of Earth orbit. And now the crew of Moonbase Alpha are on the moon, flying through space, trying to find a new home. So it's almost like a pre-Battlestar Galactica thing. A pre-Star Trek Voyager thing. I mean, it's very, very much variations on that theme, and yet it's before them. The effects on it are really great for the time. This series looks dynamite. It's a British show, but they wanted to cast 2 leading American actors at that time because they wanted to sell it to American audiences. So Martin Landau and Barbara Bain, who were both on Mission Impossible together. They didn't want Martin Landau. They wanted Barbara Bain, but it was a package deal. Apparently, they wanted Robert Culp originally, but it was sort of Barbara Bain was sort of, you want me, you take my husband. So there we go. Over-the-top gore is fine, exaggerated because it screams fake. Oh, yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. They're more realistic is where I get, yeah. And I hate things with people dying in bad ways, yeah. So season 1 is really fantastic. I think it's some of the best writing of sci-fi for television next to Star Trek. It's very much like classic Star Trek. Season 2 is a completely different tone, and it's just let's run around and shoot lasers at things for an hour. There's like 1 or 2 good episodes of season 2. It's really unfortunate. This Blu-ray set is hit and miss, but I'm going to say it's more hit than it is miss. First of all episodes are presented in their original 4:3 aspect ratio. So everything's cool. No weird changes there. Number 2, the audio. It includes both the original mono in uncompressed or, lossless, excuse me. It is compressed technically. Lossless DTS HD. And it has a 5.1 remix DTS HD. Where it kind of loses it, unfortunately, is the lack of special features. There are a lot of special features on this, but there are a lot of special features missing. And that's where we're going to come to that other set that that you'll see in a moment, which is where, almost counts as more special features for it. New Moonbase to Mission to Moonbase Alpha interview with actress Barbara Bain before she passed away. New Into the Uncertain Future interview with Nick Tate, interview with one of the directors, tour of a bunch of the merchandising, audio commentaries. Plus, it has a bunch of vintage interviews, promotional materials, featurettes, and more. There are 2 very cool special features that were on the UK release from, I think, Network that are missing from this. The first is there is an episode of Season 2, which I don't remember the name of it. But there's an episode of Season 2 which always felt like a Season 1 episode. And there is a special feature which re-edits it, if I can speak, re-edits it as a Season 1 episode. It changes the music as if it's Season 1 because they had completely different soundtracks for the season, changes the opening. I think it removes one of the characters. It's a Season 1 edit of this one episode. Number 2, there is an old special feature which was on the DVD sets. Because I've got an old DVD set of this from A&E, and it looks terrible. But it had a special feature that did not transfer over to this. And it is a 7-minute, I can't call it a featurette, a 7-minute short, 5 to 7 minute short, called Message from Moonbase Alpha. And it was made at a Comic-Con, at a comic convention or for a convention. It was made for one of the sci-fi conventions with one of the actresses from the series, Zinnia Merton. And it's a finale for the show without being a finale for the show. It's basically they built a makeshift set, put her in merchandise, toys, books, costumes, magazines, all the things that get sold. Merchandise, yes, merchandise. I say it that way because Spaceballs. Spaceballs talks. The character Yogurt talks about where the money is in movies and whatnot. And no, merchandising, because the whole joke was George Lucas had made so much money off of Star Wars just through the merchandise sales. And one of the stipulations for making Spaceballs, George Lucas basically gave him permission to do a parody of Star Wars as long as they did not sell anything other than the movie. So they weren't allowed to sell, action figures or shirts or anything like that. At least back then. I don't know about today. So, like I was saying, the British release of this has quite a few more special features, but most notably it's got that re-edited episode, and it's got the Message from Moonbase Alpha, which is Zinnia Merton in costume as her character of... I can't remember the name of the character now for some reason. I don't know why, it's just not clicking. But delivering like a finale, a final message from Moonbase Alpha to Earth, hoping that it reaches, with clever word, well, I think it was just meant to be like a New York accent on a thick New York accent on merchandise. It was her delivering a final message to Earth about what had happened to the crew and about how they were now having to abandon Moonbase Alpha after all these years, because it was finally breaking down and they found a new home to go to, a new place to call to continue their part of the human race, and begging the people of Earth, please don't forget us. And it's one of those things where it's so simple and yet it tugged at my heartstrings. There was something about just that last moment that she poured herself into it. You could tell that she was just really, I haven't played this character for 25 years. I am going to pour every bit of myself into this little 7 minutes. And sadly, that is not included on this Blu-ray. That said, this is a good Blu-ray. It's a good Blu-ray release, solid audio, solid video of a great show, or a great first season. Second season just is what it is. One last mention. The UK release also included, from what I understand, a bunch of movies of Space 1999, where episodes were re-edited into theatrical movies and home video movies, which is going to bring us to the next thing momentarily. Copy image. This is a good set. It's not a perfect set. This is a good set that is not a perfect set. This one's easily a B. Actually, you know what? I am going to give this an A, because I do feel this is a solid set. I wish they could have gotten those extras, but it's a solid set. Okay. Which brings me to the rest of Space 1999. So this was a limited edition release, basically a reissue from Australian company Imprint, but it was made available in the US region free. Space 1999 Super Space Theater. This was included on a lot of the UK releases, as I was kind of mentioning a moment ago, of the series. This is 4 movies of Space 19... Actually, it's 5. It is 4 movies of Space 1999 that were made specifically to capitalize on Star Wars. 2 of them were put into theaters. They were just episodes that were re-edited together into movies. 2 of them were put into theaters. 2 of them were direct to video. They have been reconstructed on this set. As for the reconstruction, the 2 that were made for video, the credits on the new HD copies look nothing like the original. They tried to recreate it a bit, but they couldn't really recreate it. The set includes multiple audio mixes. It's got the original sound mixes from the home video releases, some of which go really weird with the pitch being uncorrected because they slowed it down, I guess, from a PAL Master originally. And they also included brand new sound mixes that changed the music cues with music from the series. They changed some of the narration because there's some really stupid narration that was added to some of these movies. And then it also includes a movie called Spazio 1999. Spazio, or Spazio 1999, is an Italian theatrical release. Somehow, Italy got their hands on Space 1999 before it even started airing in the UK, or a few episodes of it. And they recut like 3 episodes into a movie. The movie is presented in Italian with English subtitles. Do they have anything of the back? They don't show the back. Special features, it's just got a few special features. This doesn't have a ton of stuff on it. The packaging is really nice. Audio quality is good for for everything that it is. The only complaint that I had was, I think it was the Spazio 1999 movie. Like the very last frame during the closing credits, there's a visual glitch where the bottom of the screen like turns gray. I don't know how something like that wasn't caught, but it's there. But like I said, it's like the very, very end of the closing credits. Let it go. Again, not a ton of special features, but it does what it needs to do. It's all the movies, and it's there as a novelty. I look at this as a special feature compendium to add to the series. Just a set of more special features to add to the season set. Still lacking, though, the couple things I mentioned. Copy. I want to say that lately I've heard they're like doing a remaster of Space 1999 now, replacing a lot of the special effects also, which is odd. Now that said, it doesn't have a lot on this. Okay, it's just the movies and nothing else except for like one special feature. So it has to go in C. There's just not enough meat with this. It's a neat little set. It's a neat little set, but it's not like it's anything impressive. B or C. No, it's got a few special features that are interesting. You know what? I'm gonna give it a B. I'm gonna give it a B because it's technically enough sound. Technically sound enough, even though it is just more of a novelty thing. What else? Real quickly. Real quickly. Is there anything else I could just knock out real quickly? And then we'll call in a night chat. Oh, I don't want to do the shootist, do I? Do I want to do the shootist? What's on page 30? No, nothing there I want to do tonight. Let's go a page back. Is there anything here I want to do tonight? No. Oh, where's Haruhi? I'm gonna do some Haruhi real quickly. Let's do my anime go-to. Real quickly, from Funimation, The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, Seasons 1 and 2. This is a reissue. These were available from Bandai. I don't know much about the Bandai set. All I could tell you is the Funimation set is only $20.99. It is... If you can find this set, it's worth picking up. This is the 5-disc set. There's a 4-disc set and there's a 5-disc set. Is it really sold by them? It says ships in 1 to 2 months. Yeah, okay. Oh, wow, no, it says you'll get it June 5th. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's about 2 months. Okay, I don't know if you'd ever get it, but if you want it, there it is. Okay, so The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, which is my favorite anime. It is. I love The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Suzumiya, indeed. I love this show so much. I love even the Endless Eight. I will defend the Endless Eight. I can't defend the Blu-ray. So let me tell you about this Blu-ray. I think I watched that because of you. Really? Oh, wow. Yeah, I love the series, yes, it is so good. And I love the movie follow-up, The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. That is one of my 2 favorite Christmas movies, is Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. Oh, I love that. Okay, but the Blu-ray, unfortunately, is not the greatest. So, first of all, seasons 1 and 2 of this show are weird. Season 1 was originally broadcast out of order. Season 2 is a bunch of episodes that occur in between episodes of Season 1. So Season 2, you really can't watch after Season 1. You're supposed to mix it in. This Blu-ray set, in my opinion, rightly so, puts all of the episodes in chronological order. So it starts with the beginning and ends with the ending. It puts it all in chronological order, including the OVA episode. It sticks it right in the middle as in chronological order. I have a 3D Disappearance of Haruhi. Oh, I love that Haruhi movie poster. I love this anime. Indeed. Yeah, this is my happy place. I mean, there are a number that, don't get me wrong, there are a number of them that I love, but yeah, Haruhi's always going to be the top for me. Wait, season 1 being out of order was a mistake? No, Luciano. It was on purpose. It was on purpose. But when, in Japan, when season 2 came out, they went back and rebroadcast everything on TV in chronological order. Because of season 2, because season 2 was filling in gaps, they went back and they put it all in chronological order. This Blu-ray set puts it back, it puts it in that chronological order. That said, it does include episode guides in the cover, like on the reverse printing of the cover. It has episode guides which will show you the different orders to watch it in. It'll have the original broadcast order for season 1 telling you what order to watch them in. There's a separate like Kion's story, the order to watch that in. So they tried to, since you can't put it all on a single disc and have different options for playback, they tried to, wait, you aren't supposed, it depends, Moo. When it was originally broadcast, they didn't. They broke up the original miniseries, the 6-part Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. They showed like episodes 1 and 2. Then they stuck some other episodes in between. Then they did part 3. Then they stuck more episodes in between. Then they did part 4. Then they stuck more in between. Then in 2008 or 2009, when season 2 came out, they went back and put everything in chronological order, which is the way I prefer to watch it. I don't want to watch it out of order. I want to watch it in order. I want to watch it the way it's supposed to be. I mean, I want to watch it where it makes sense. Yeah, so yes, you are supposed to watch it in order. Well, I do. And as for the Endless Eight, it was always in order. The Endless Eight, because it's season 2, it was always in order. So it was always 8 parts of the same episode over and over and over again. It was so funny. The season finale was like episode 4, and then 5, everything was back to normal. It felt like a dream. Yeah. See, and I don't think I could enjoy it that way. I'm glad I saw it this way. I picked up the Blu-ray, I think, on a blind buy, and that's how I saw it. Now, where the Blu-ray fails, this is so weird. Season 1 episodes are all standard definition, that have been upscaled to HD, except for the opening and closing titles. They went back and did fresh high-definition scans, and I think this came out of Japan, of the opening and closings. But the episodes themselves, they upscaled. They are upscaled poorly. There's all sorts of weird frame rate stuff. There's some blending issues. They don't look the greatest. But they've got a heavy bit rate on the disc for some reason. All the upscaled episodes have a heavy bit rate. The season 2 episodes were all made in high definition. No upscaling. So they look better. But they all have a low bit rate. Next up, the sound is unbalanced. The sound is DTS HD or Dolby True HD across the board. For some reason, I think it's the season 2 episodes are all louder than the season 1. So if you watch this, if you put in the disc and you click play all, whenever it switches to a season 2 episode, get ready to have your ears blown out if you have headphones on. Very annoying. But it really added to the vibe of the story, watching it out of order. Then reordering it yourself and rewatching it in order. Gotcha. Yeah, and I do know the DVD or the Blu-ray, it removes the episode teasers too. Because the teasers that had originally been done, the post, coming up next, they were for the out of order. So that's missing from this. That's unfortunate. I wish they were added as a special feature. The volume's bad, the upscaling's bad, and the special features are kind of a weird situation. So this thing has a ton of special features. It's got over 5 hours of there it says, episodes 1 through 28 in the 2009 rebroadcast order. So they're in the proper chronological order, which is how they were rebroadcast. This thing has 1 Blu-ray disc of special features, plus 1 DVD disc of special features. And the DVD disc is the same disc that's in the DVD set because it's a different color. All the discs are red and it's blue or something like that. It's a bit unfortunate. I wish the DVD was in... I wish they would put them all on Blu-ray, but no. Special features, but it's got a lot of extras. So it's got a lot of extras, but the video quality isn't the greatest, and the audio quality is unbalanced. One other thing to mention. Bandai, from what I understand... Actually, no, it wasn't even Bandai. Funimation originally released a giant, Suzumiya complete box set that included all of this. Included the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. I think it had the disappearance of Nagato Yuki. And it had the melancholy of Haruhi-chan and Niron-kun. Which is... What that is a web-only Haruhi series of shorts that are almost like Looney Tunes. I don't really enjoy them, but I'd still love to have them on Blu-ray. The Blu-rays of those are exclusive to that giant limited edition box set. Outside of that, they were only sold on DVD, unfortunately. So, yeah. So where am I going? Okay, where do I rate this? I love the show. Niron, I think that's how it's pronounced. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, I love this show, but I don't like this Blu-ray. It's on YouTube. Is the show on YouTube? Good. I've got the old I do have the DVD because once upon a time you could get the DVD for like $10. So, it was okay, it's not on Blu-ray, fine, I'll take the DVD. And then I only watched like half of them. I need to watch the rest of it someday. It wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting more, traditional Haruhi, and it isn't. Again, I love the show, but I don't love this Blu-ray. This Blu-ray has so many visual issues. It's got a ton of extras, but it just does not look good and it does not sound good. And because of that, it's sort of like, it's like that Godzilla Showa set, which has so much content and it's botched. I'm putting the Blu-ray in D tier, and I hate that because I think everyone should own this, but I think everyone should own it because beggars can't be choosers. And let me just real quickly knock out Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, and then we'll call it a night from there because my throat is closing. The throat is closing. Where's Disappearance? Oh, man, I got something in my eye. Excuse me just a sec. Yowzers. Demon Girl Next Door. I love the first season of that. There's also funny gender bent Kyonko fan-made show. Really? Okay, I'll have to look that up too. I haven't heard about that. Interesting. I want more Haruhi. That's my biggest problem. I want more, and I guess from what I understand, and this breaks my heart, the reason we didn't get another season of Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya to cover the rest of, I guess, the light novels. Season 2 did not do very well. Why did it not do very well? Endless 8. As much as I defend Endless 8 and enjoy Endless 8, from what I understand, Endless 8 killed the chances of another Haruhi season, which is too bad. You'd think that by now they'd see through it, and realize people would like more, but whatever. Okay, The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, the original Blu-ray and DVD edition, the Blu-ray DVD combo pack, which apparently is still available. I think there is a version of this that, oh, I forgot to, season 2 Endless 8 live was a nightmare as it was weekly, the same show. Oh, I can imagine. Even though I binge watch it and I enjoy it, I think if I had been watching it every week like that, I do think that would have just ruined it. I think it's a great concept, but it's a great concept that it's one of those things that looks good on paper, you know? It's one of those things. I think if they would have done just maybe 2 or 3 episodes of it, it would have been fine. I think if you had the start episode, one repeat episode, and then the finale of it, to sort of establish we've been reliving this thing for this many thousands of years, and now it's time for Kyon to break it. I think it could have worked, or just 2 episodes, even like I said, 2 or 3. But yeah, no, I can imagine that. Yeah, that killed it. There you go. I did forget to mention with Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, there is another edition right here. This edition is the Essentials edition. It is identical to this edition, except it does not have the additional 5th disc of special features. So it's the same thing with less special features. $20.99 for this one, if they have it. Same price on this one. If I were you, I'd pay the extra. That's just me. Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya, there is a... oh no, that's an old Bandai edition. There's only one release of this. Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya is a Blu-ray DVD combo pack. I want to say a lot of the special features are relegated to the DVDs. Yeah, DVD, it doesn't say. Over 2 hours of extras. I am 90% sure that they are not all on, that they are not on the Blu-ray disc, that they're on the DVD. Because, yeah, it's, how many, I can't even read that. Yep, movie and extras on 2 DVDs. So it had the movie on one, on... There's 3 discs. The movie on Blu-ray, the movie on DVD, special features on DVD. I wish the special features were on Blu-ray. What can you do? As for this one, they don't have a rating. I think this is a really good-looking transfer. The audio on it sounds good. It does have some banding issues. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about with banding, but a lot of times with sky gradients, instead of being smooth, you'll see bands, almost as if it's lacking color and it's trying to adapt. Funimation had a real problem, always had, probably still has under Crunchyroll, a real problem with their compression of their own anime. They should be the anime experts, but they have always had problems with banding. Almost every single Blu-ray you got from Funimation had some sort of banding issues. And I can't explain why. So I love this movie. There are a lot of special features on the disc. Most of the special features are Japanese with subtitles. That's fine. It's a Japanese movie. What do you expect? Why are you complaining? As much as I do wish these special features were more on, if they were on Blu-ray, I'd probably give it A. I'm going to give it a B tier. It's a great movie. This isn't a judgment of the movie. Again, it's a judgment of the disc. And if I don't quit talking, my throat's probably going to no longer work. I am going to real quickly save the tier list that we've got so far so that we could come back to this another day. Let me get this copied to my memory stick. Hold on. Let me get my memory stick in the... Go in the hole! Go in the hole! Please? Let me see if it... Did it go in the hole? Let's see. It's not reading it. Okay, fine. Fine. I've got a USB port that doesn't like this stick. Okay, there it is. All right. So here's the way things shape up so far out of the, out of how many are there? Goal is the hole, the goal, hole, something. Out of, according to Blu-ray.com, there's like 1,300 of these. And I think we got through maybe 20, if that. So far, the tier list. The only S-tier title I've ranked is Hammer's limited edition of Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter on 4K and standard Blu-ray. If you've never seen Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter, do so, because not only is this Blu-ray great, the movie is really, it was sort of ahead of its time. It's really, from its late 70s, Hammer when they were falling apart. This was a comic book movie before there were comic book movies. This was a cinematic universe attempt before there were cinematic universes. It is such a great movie. A tier, How the West Was Won, the 2-disc Digibook edition, which included the Smile Box edition. I'm not going to go through that again. The Warner Archive release of Curse of Frankenstein from Hammer Films. Great release. And there's apparently a better release now, which I'm going to have to check out. The Peanuts movie, the 3D Blu-ray DVD combo pack. Good special features, incredible 3D presentation. The 4 Shawscope volumes, which, to my knowledge, Arrow's not doing anymore. They don't have any more of them. There was like one other Shawscope movie which they released individually. 1 or 2 they released individually. One was Come Drink With Me. And Space 1999, which I do think is a good release. B tier, the Criterion release of the 1954/56 Godzilla. The Bond 50 set, which has a lot of warts and a lot of things I don't like about this set. Casino Royale, I'm not a fan of the Daniel Craig movies, but it's a solid Blu-ray. Skyfall, same thing. I don't like it. I hate to put it there, but I have to put it there. Batman the movie from 1966. The Space 1999 Super Space Cinema Collection from Imprint. And The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. C tier, we've got the 4K Blu-ray reissue of Ghost in the Shell from Lionsgate, which is the best you're going to get of that. The 4K release is flawed, but the Blu-ray looks good. Ghost in the Shell 2 Innocence, the Funimation release. There was a release from Bandai. This is the superior release. The Pink Panther complete, like Blake Edwards, Peter Sellers collection, which is the first 6 Pink Panther movies, with a bad transfer of the first film. The Kino Blu-ray reissue of the first film, which looks not 1,000 times, looks miles better than the Blu-ray on this set, but it doesn't have the original mono, and the special features are identical, so it's sort of a... yeah. And the rest of the movies in this set look good. Captain Kronos Vampire Hunter, the Shout Factory release, which is a dated master and not nearly as many special features. Spectre, No Time to Die, I hate that movie. I hate to give it even a C, but solid enough presentation. Casino Royale, the original comedy version, which was a Best Buy exclusive Blu-ray. I'm being generous by giving it a C. Batman, the original 1966 series. This should have been a knockout release, but it's not. Warner Brothers flubbed it. Ghost in the Shell 2.0. Actually, I'm going to scoot those over. Okay, Ghost in the Shell 25th anniversary. It's just a bare bones copy of the movie. This one's better. Ghost in the Shell 2.0 was Mamoru Oshii's. Oh my gosh, Haunted Mari! Haven't seen you in a hot minute.
Hype. Click the link and subscribe to Haunted Mari right now.
You should do it. Welcome in. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. So am I. I'm getting ready to wrap up. How have you been? I hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. It's good to see you in chat. Mari streams on the Twitch. Click the link. Do the Twitch thing. It's a purple site. They have purple. Welcome in. Good to see you. We were just doing a tier list of the Blu-rays in the back library, and out of apparently 1,300 something, I got like 20. Something's wrong with me. But good to see you. My throat. You're tired and my throat is wrecked. What an incredible team. Ghost in the Shell 2.0. Director went back and tweaked the movie. You are a rarity. How are you? Indeed, how are you? It's good to see you. Good to see you. What have you been up to lately? Went back to Ghost in the Shell, made a few editing tweaks, changed some of the visuals, ruined it, basically broke it. Made it, it's still a good enough movie, but it's sort of like the George Lucas special editions and why did you do this? Exhausted, but thankful. I got 3 days off. Let's go. Enjoy your 3 days, Mari. I hope you can get some good rest. You planning to stream during any of those days or just soak it all in? Speed Racer Funimation release. No real special features. I apologize for a lack of... No! Mari, you never need to apologize for that. Honestly, I'm just glad you're doing well. That's my number one... seriously, I could DM you or email you, to check up on you. So I'm just as bad. I'm a horrible person. I'm a horrible chat. I'm a horrible friend. No, I'm just glad everything's okay. Maybe Sunday. Nice. I'll look forward to it. No, he ain't. Nah. You have no idea. Oh my. The 3 days off are good. Don't wish exhaustion on you. Yeah, no kidding. Indeed, I don't wish exhaustion on you. Absolutely. I'm glad you got some time off. I'm glad you got some time off. I know you've been busy because I have been keeping tabs on your stream. I try to stop by when I can. He was nice enough to check up on me not too long ago, actually. Oh, bless. It feels like it was far too long ago, though. It does feel like it's far too long. In fact, there are several people I need to check up on. And then there's some, you can't. You wish you could. Disappeared from the internets. Speed Racer, a lot of problems with this release. I am being generous to it. Gatchaman the movie, I just don't care. Godzilla the Showa era, Toho caused Criterion to make a very expensive, crappy set. A lot of content, bad set. Horror of Dracula. Sometimes, though, I need to update my streamer friends and let them know I'm alive. I appreciate that. Genuinely, I appreciate that because I'm learning how to use Blender. Are you? Oh man, you are miles beyond me. I took one look at Blender and was like, nope. I guess I'm sticking with Vroid. How's it going? I hope that goes well for you. That's awesome. That is really awesome. Let's go. Yeah, I appreciate you letting friends know you're alive because seriously, I was thinking the other day about sometimes some streamers, some that I wasn't even close to, who disappeared without saying a word, and you always wonder, are they okay? I mean, not just are they okay? Are they okay? And are they happy? Gonna make a low poly model of my lobotomy corporation OC. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh, I hope that turns out. I hope you'll show it. Show it to me when you finish it. I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations. This is the point when you remind me I need to play Limbus Company, right? Ha! Horror of Dracula. Warner Archive did not do the best release here. That's just the BFI edition. Low poly, so cute. I love low poly stuff. Yes. I'll do it someday. I still see other streamers doing it too. It's nice that it hasn't, departed from the ether. Play Limbus, coward. I know. It kind of is. I hate to say it. It kind of is cowardice because I feel like it is so much above my pay grade. It's like I'm retreating more and more into the retro stuff lately. I feel like I'm retreating more and more into the retro stuff. And part of that's because, I'll tell you why, part of it's because I've been tired. The more tired I am, it's like, let me go with something that's not going to, something that isn't going to exhaust me as much. And then I wind up playing something that's still going to exhaust me. Don't worry, I also don't know how to play the game. You'll be fine. Nice. Okay, I love that. Oh, man. Horror of Dracula. Yeah, they botched it. Battlestar Galactica Definitive Edition. It's a Beggars Can't Be Choosers edition, not definitive. Never say never again. I want to give it a higher rating. Oh, I want to give it a higher rating. King Solomon's Mines, bare bones, have nothing. Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, that pains me. I want to give it a higher rating, but that is just such a bad upscale in the audio things. When is he going to rest properly enough the world wonders? No kidding. At the beginning of the week, I had a really, really good, a really great night's sleep. The rest of them have been okay, but I still feel like I'm not resting my throat enough is the thing. I'm resting better, but it's my throat that I'm not doing enough lately, it feels. And the only F tier so far, Alan Quatermain and the Lost City of Gold, which is sequel to King Solomon's Mines, and it's a stereo movie that they put a mono track on for the Blu-ray. Botched it, blew it. Thank you, Olive. I'm glad you're out of business. They are out of business. Yeah, it's a good place to start. Next time, to stop, not to start. Oh my gosh. Next time I will do the Star Trek movies. I really wanted to do that this time, and I didn't get to it. I was going to save it for later in the stream, and by the time I got to it, it was too late. I really, really, really wanted to do the movie sets, to do the 4K Blu-ray reissue of them. I'm going to go lay down. Hey, have a good rest, Mari. Thank you for checking in and saying hello. Chat, again, if you're on Twitch, be sure to check out Mari. The first fellow streamer to ever drift into one of my streams. It was my third stream. It was Halloween. It was Costume Quest. Costume Quest. Yes, Costume Quest. I thought I said that weird. That said, I appreciate everyone who spends time here. Thank you, everyone. Ruka, Daylin, Jennifer, Agnes, everyone who chooses to spend time here. The Shy Siren. Appreciate you all. Yeah, next time I definitely want to hit on the this set, and you'll be surprised that it doesn't get a higher rating than it does. For all my raving that everyone should go ahead and buy this, it's not going to be an S tier. The next generation set's going to be the same deal. these, the original Blu-ray sets of the original 6 movies and the next-gen movies might be pretty close to F tier. And Star Trek the Motion Picture, the Complete Adventure, it's not going to hit that high mark either. As much as I love this movie, Star Trek the Motion Picture, the director's cut, is my favorite movie. The director's cut from 2023 is my favorite movie, but that doesn't mean it's my favorite Blu-ray. Let me go ahead and save this real quick. Update, Blu-rays, submit, export. Wow, how many did we even get? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. We got 35. That's not bad. 35. I mean, that is bad, but it's not bad. I talk too much. Download, not as a WebP. Who the heck wants a WebP? Ugh. I guess I'll save it as a JPEG. No, I'll save it as a PNG. Download. Save it to my USB. Tier King screenshot. I'm going to save it as a different. Okay. BD tier 1. There we go. And we will do more of these, chat, on a future stream, but not this coming week. Let's head back in the library. I'm going to go over the schedule for next week because it's already done. And then we will find someone to rate if anyone is still up at this hour. 2:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time for me. Door transition. Oh, man, a WebP is a valid format in Photo Gallery. It ain't a valid format for my old copy of Photoshop. My old copy of Photoshop looks at WebP and says, what? Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. Have a good rest. Appreciate you as always. Appreciate you all. Just a reminder, chat. Stream next week. Schedule's already done. Monday. We got another. Thank you for the stream. Have a good weekend. You as well, Siren. And chat, be sure to check out Siren's channel and Ruka's channel. Be sure to check out both Siren and Ruka. You can follow their @handles because, you know, Library Bot is going to be lazy. I use that as an excuse. Monday. Technically, the full moon is Sunday, but I have a feeling I'm going to be mentally exhausted with my side gig on Sunday because... if you know, you know. Monday, we're going to be doing more Super Seducer. More cringe. Yay! True and Photo Gallery looks at Photoshop researchers with the confused mobile app noises. Indeed. Have a great weekend. All the best. Good night and rest well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tuesday, we will be continuing Phantasy Star. More grind. Wednesday, my games dealer. I gotta correct that. Definitely not a different type of dealer. My games dealer insists that this game that we're gonna play is actually Forza 6, even though it uses the Power Glove. And I don't know how Forza 6 is going to use the Power Glove. It's so bad. But we're gonna play whatever. We're gonna play this thing. We're gonna play this thing that is definitely the same as Forza 6 on Wednesday. Thursday, we will pick up more Broken Sword. I'm amazed how much I'm enjoying this. I don't remember enjoying this game as much the first time I played it. And then on Friday, we're going to do some retro game unboxings, modern reissues and OG releases, some retro bits, some limited run, and a strictly limited title in a huge package. I'm going to see Iron Lung tomorrow on YouTube. I hope you enjoy it. Welcome in, Ethan. Good luck. I hope you enjoy the movie. I don't think I'm not the target audience because horror makes me squeamish, but I hope you have a great time. I hear Uma Musume uses the Power Glove too. You know, that other game I think that we thought was Uma Musume, it might use the Power Glove. So yeah, there's the schedule for next week. 5 days, 5 streams, 5 opportunities for failure. Let me end the poll. What do we got? What is your favorite home video format? Blu-ray and 4K UHD came in 35%. DVD came in 27%. Streaming came in 26%. I don't know who you people are, but I will find you. Kidding. And VHS and Laserdisc came in last place at 12%. No, the mighty Laserdisc has fallen. I still need to repair my Laserdisc player. I'm going to say that forever because I don't know if I'll ever get it repaired. Let's set up a raid, and then I'll come up with a raid message or something. Oh, wow. And thank you again. Oh, I'll do all my thank yous. Yes. I'm seeing who raided me right now, popping up on the screen. We had Neko, and we had, Moo. Yes. All right, who's on? Oh, why am I doing this? I'm in the wrong one. Oh my gosh, I went to my regular YouTube instead of, the stream settings and whatnot. Because I am a pro streamer. Who is on? Who is on for the redirect? Mau Slime is on. Okay, Jane Doe's on. It's been a minute for her. Dia Fortuna, I don't know if we've ever rated her. Frostbite, I don't know if we've rated her. I might look her up. Mamie Majoko is on. Never rated her. Nanako Niku, I don't know if we've rated her. Katya Sable's on this late? I've never rated Katya. I'm going to someday. Miss Fushi's on. I haven't rated her in forever. Too many people. Anna Sweets is on again. Rhea's on. You know what? And Miu is on. Miu and Rhea. I'm tempted because it's Friday to do Miu or Rhea. Miu or Rhea. But first things first. I want to see who... let me see who this is. Let me see who this is, because I don't think I've ever rated them before. Just a moment. 2.5 hours. She's still on. Okay, Frostbite Live. Working on some art. 20. Okay. I don't know if I've ever rated her. I don't think I have. Let me see. Is she still on? Oh, come on, Google. Get past the thing. It's an art stream, so that's kind of... Let me see. Is she on both? You know what? Why not? Okay, and she's on Twitch also. Okay. Getting my head together. Sorry about that delay, chat, as my brain... how do I get 12% on VHS? Yeah. Hiya, it's Dia. Memories of Simpler Times. I don't know if I've ever rated into her. Yeah, I don't know if we've ever... I got my audio on. It's messing with my head. Okay, let me see. Frostbite or Rhea or Miu. You know what? What the heck? I'm going to raid Frostbite Live. She's doing an art stream. So we'll go from chill stream to chill stream. Never rated her, I don't think. Maybe if I have, I feel really, really bad for not remembering. So because of that, we're going to just do an Ultra Deluxe backlight. She used to be one of my faves for ASMR. Oh, okay. Well, we'll raid into her sometime. Raid messages, we're just going to do an Ultra Deluxe. Actually, you know what? Back library raid in high definition. There we go. High def. Boom. Okay. Because Blu-rays. We were talking about Blu-rays, so we're going to do a high def back library. Just go with it. Thank you everyone for watching tonight. Thank you Daylin. Thank you Ethan. Thank you Ruka. Thank you the Shy Siren. Thank you Jennifer. Thank you, Mari, and thank you, Moo, for the raid, and Neko for the raid, and thank you, Mesman, and thank you, let's see, let me go up and I know Omegs was here, and thank you, Luciano, and thank you, who else, I know there were more and thank you, Agnes, and I know Greg Johnson was here, and Twin Opinion, and Judd and man, I'm scrolling up. I know there were more people. I know, and Raiko Star was here, and Nami was here, and anyone else who was watching. Thank you for watching. Lurkers, thank you for lurking. VOD watchers, thank you for watching the VOD. We are going to do a raid. Be back on Monday. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
This is Library Bot saying thank you for watching. Please stick around for the raid. Tune in next week for the Full Moon special of a painfully cringe Super Seducer. More JRPG grinding in Fantasy Star. A game that we are told is for the 6. The continuation of Broken Sword, The Shadow of the Templars. And another retro game unboxing special, featuring titles from Retrobit, Limited Run, and Strictly Limited Games. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.